Hello everybody and welcome along to the first race of the Virtual Endurance Championship in 2017. We are here live on this brilliant looking broadcast for a 6-hour race that should prove to be very good because there was rain on the forecast or on server before. Here we are at Suzuka, home of the land of the rising sun, whatever you want to call it. It is Japan, it is Suzuka, and we are going to have a corker of a race here. I'm Josh Randerson, as ever, going to be dragging you through proceedings today, and, well, at least I will be as soon as I get on server, as per usual, but it is a very interesting choice of track, definitely Suzuka. Lots of interesting corners here, most notably that 130R left-hander. So a lot of challenges for the drivers around here, and it's going to be a very interesting race to observe. So yes, we've got qualifying coming up first, which may actually be underway already, but I'm not in server, so I can't tell. But you'll probably see if it is going, and soon enough I'll be able to call the action on what will be the GT qualifying, followed by the prototype qualifying. I'll just take you through some statistics about the Suzuka track though first, because it is a very interesting circuit. It's got quite a long history actually, but we're more interested in what it's actually about. So yeah, Suzuka, it's in the Mie prefecture of Japan, and the length of it, it's, well, a reasonably long track. It's 5.807 kilometers, and that is the Grand Prix circuit. And the lap record is 131.5, but that is in a Formula 1 car, not this. As I see it, quite a few interesting corners. You've got the, well, now infamous 130R turn 15 and spoon curve, again, quite a difficult one. You've got the S's, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So easy to get wrong if you don't get them right. And the Casio triangle as well, the tight right-left chicane, which always proves to be an interesting point on the track. And of course, we have prototypes and GTs going around here as well, so the art of multi-class racing comes into play as well, especially around a circuit like this. And the only circuit, Grand Prix circuit, I believe, in the world to have a crossover layout. Comes out of 9, of course. You go under the bridge, go in at 10, you come over the bridge from 14 through 15. So, a very interesting fact about that. I'm just going to get the live timing up so I can give some sort of thing going on. Of course, this is the Room 2 broadcast, so at present we are, I think, in qualifying, and I'm just watching the live timing here, and we're seeing, of course, that I don't think anyone's actually set a lap yet, so that is good news for me, because I don't have to run you through who's where. And I'm just going to load up our Factor Tim and join the server now. But yes, Suzuka, looking to be a very, very good race indeed to watch. 6 hours of it, so not the longest race on the calendar, but still long enough for things to go the ways of the teams. Oh, of course, teams will be looking for good, good result rounds. Yeah, because it's quite a varied track as well when you look at it. I mean, there's fast sections, there's slow sections, there's sections that need a lot of handling, sections that don't need much. It's a lot like Silverstone in that regard. It has a bit of everything, so, you know, it's always going to be interesting to see how the teams set the cars up, because if you've got more downforce, you'll not be as problematic through the curves, but if you don't have much, but then you're going to suffer on the straights. Otherwise, it's the other way around. Obviously, keep the comments rolling in, keep getting involved. I do like to have a look and see how people are talking about the race, so please do keep those, you know, keep involved with the race, get your friends involving this, because it is VEC, it is brilliant. I love commentating on it, and I'm sure you love watching it as well. So yeah, let's get people involved. Let's see how many we can get watching for this third round of the Virtual Endurance Championship. At present, it's currently Alessandro Dalladone who leads the qualifying session for Motorsport Italia in that number 96 car. And it's Kevin Giga for Fiori Rao racing behind. And it's Pulse Motorsports' Riccardo Corazzari and that number 63 Corvette. Then it's Thomas Hinds for the 61 Adonis FRS GT car. Fifth place is, well, I say fifth place is Marek Prokes for core team, but the 92 car, Tom Kubik's just overtaken, so they move into fifth, and then Cora also sixth, Revs Sim Racing on seventh, and Undercover Sim Racing eighth with Jimmy Hughes, Black Hawk Racing number 9, with the 90th car, the 81 9th, and Black Hawk Racing's 82, directly behind with Shane Chancellor and Andreas Schroeder in those cars. I'd like to welcome Ben Schmidt to the room.
Hello, everybody.
So, Ben, great to have you with us. Obviously, our race director as well, and qualifying very much underway here. Motorsport Italia setting the early pace, it seems. So, obviously, they'll have the initial advantage of having the pole place, but not by much. VRE are not that far behind, and that is quite. I mean, there's still a bit of qualifying left to go. Let's not kid ourselves, but to have the advantage early on, especially if the conditions change, could be quite beneficial. So that will mean that, things happen. So, yeah. I'm just trying to load into the server at the moment, so I will be slightly before I can be useful as a commentator. But I'm sure that I'll be able to do a good enough job for now, at least. So yeah, Suzuka, Ben, it is an interesting track to race around as an endurance track because it's more closely associated with Grand Prix racing, but we're using it as an endurance track with multiple classes. So, is there any particular places on the track you think is going to be tricky to deal with?
Yeah, of course. So there are a lot of corners where it's really tricky for an LMP2 to overtake a GT or car. Also for the LMP1, it's pretty hard here on this track. And under these conditions, it will be much harder. But I guess everyone has a lot of training here on this track, and it will be fine. But it could be also come to a crash, and that's pretty fast, because you can lose the car so fast when you drive the faults line. If you're not driving the ideal line, the racing line, then you will lose the car, and if you lose the car, you have no control over it, and that could be happen to a crash.
Yeah, I imagine that a lot of testing will have gone into this because this is VEC. It's a long race, so a lot of testing has to go into it, and yeah. So that's obviously there's going to be a couple of interesting places Ben says where it's going to be more difficult for the LMP1s, but there are a lot of places as well that opportunities can arise. I was watching some testing practice the other day. I think it was one of the GNS drivers. Jimmy Broadbent was actually doing a stream of his practice, and it showed how quick the Nissan, which is effectively the home car here, is on the back end of the spoon curve down through 130R at the Casio Triangle. So cars that are faster there will have a long run of corner and effective straight to get that done, but 130R can prove a problem.
Well, under these conditions, it could be a problem for the Nissan's LMP1 cars, because the higher is top speed of those. But under the right conditions, they have a good opportunity here with these long straights, also by overlapping the GT cars. But let's see how will it work during the race. So, and hopefully everyone will finish this race.
Yeah, we're hoping that as many cars will finish as possible. There are actually quite a few penalties to go through from the previous race. I'm just trying to load those up as well. But there was quite a few penalties to be dealt with because a lot of cars at Silverstone took the start too early. There may have been a bit of confusion as to when the start should have been, but cars actually went a turn too early, and as a result there are quite a few penalties to run through here. I can tell you now that looking at the penalty list that's in the the forum topic of the 8 Hours of Silverstone, I can tell you now that the numbers 94, 72, 84, 91, 89, 77, 66, 88, 68, 53, 71, 75, 70, 54, 52, 60, 76, 64. There's a lot of them that have drive-throughs for jumping the start. A couple for avoidable contact as well. And as well as that, an hour of the race was cut off, I believe, since there was a couple of problems with drivers joining the server not being able to see cars. So there are, I think that only affected the amount of time that drivers could drive for, to be honest. Maybe you can provide some clarification on that, Ben?
Maybe.
Maybe, that's the big question. Can you provide any clarification on the whole hour getting cut off? That's the ultimate question here.
Yeah, of course. And I guess nobody can really answer it.
Yeah, it's something happened. We don't know why it happened. Well, I mean, any server has issues, but what's done is done, and the penalties will be served, and I'm sure that this race is going to be a great race. I'm just actually trying to join the server now, so it won't be very long before I can give proper commentary on what is actually happening in the qualifying session. Black Hawk Racing's Shane Chancellor has gone pole for the GTs though, so there is that to be able to talk about. Chancellor, obviously, we had him in the broadcast booth and the last race as well. Very interesting person to talk to, and great he's out there for Black Hawk getting on pole position so far. Although Procast is not that far behind for core team, so do keep an eye on him. And as well as that, Thomas Hinds as well. I don't think he's really, even though he's on a 2:15.5 and a second behind, I think he'll go a little bit quicker, so keep an eye on him too. Tom Kubik as well, P6, Ricardo Cavazzari. All drivers we should be keeping an eye on as well. So this qualifying session is not quite over yet. And of course we've got the prototypes to come up as well. We've got the likes of Team RGPL Simtech in the P2 teams. We've got Deltech in the LMP1, ICMRS Motorsports. A lot of cars that are ready to go and ready to drive. So all about making sure that, especially with this multi-class qualifying, that you get the right lap in. It's all going to be harder for the P1s and P2s than it is for the other drivers, because P2s are going to let P1s through. P1s are going to get through on their qualifying. That's GTs, don't have to worry about that. And I think I'm about, yep, just loading the cars onto the server now, so it's not going to be long. People in the comments then, who's your pick for the race win then, all things considered? I know it's looking very early in the qualifying, so it's going to be difficult to talk about, but this season's form, you know, that can help, and looking at the entries as well and the standings, you know, that can sometimes help people make educated guesses on who's going to finish where. Of course, this is a 6-hour race. You can never really predict the ending, but it's fun to try. Fun to try and see who gets what. So maybe see if we can look a bit clever. So yes, looking at the entries and the standings and all that, I am going to probably, well, the form goes with Team Virus for the win this race. I mean, they won the last race at Silverstone, they got 20 points in Istanbul as well. But at the same time, the solid teams between Revolution Racing and Vodbull, they've all been solid as well. But this is the room, this is the, yes, this is the room on standing. Josh, you're an idiot. Right, let's try that again then. Right, standings, this will be for room 2. Yes, here we go. It was Team RGPL who's taken the last 2 wins there, so why am I talking about Revolution Racing? Yeah, Team RGPL got the last 2 wins. They'd probably be the favourites in LP1, but you know, anything could happen. And Deltech have looked very strong recently. LMP2, again, it's a bit of a mixed bag because it could be any one of the teams who's taken a win, or we can see another new race winner. It's so difficult to predict endurance racing. In fact, I am actually in the server now, so I can do, you know, something useful with myself instead of rambling on about who's gonna finish where, and when in fact they don't actually finish there at all. Yeah, I think I just loaded into the server now, so. And of course, in true Josh Rennerson fashion, I got my drinks with us, although this is just sparkling water for now. The fun stuff comes later. This, gotta wait for these cars to load and then we can get going. In fact, I think this might be it loading up. Yes, that has loaded in, so I'm in the server, I can see who's where, and I can also see there's about 5 minutes of qualifying left to go for these GTs now. So the fact that Kevin Jaeger is on pole position is even more important for that VRE route team, and look at the rain they're driving in as well. I've only just seen it. I didn't even know it was raining myself, but I knew it was raining before. I just didn't know it was raining in actual qualifying. The amount, it looks super heavy. I don't know whether Bert knows how heavy it actually is on the server right now, but it is not looking good for the conditions.
No, the conditions are really, really hard out there on track, and I can't see any driving lines, so it's almost always red.
Yeah, it looks like it's close to 100% wetness today. Although I don't actually have any tools to say how wet it is.
The last information what I have was 92% of wetness out.
Wow, okay, that is a lot offline as well. So if you wander offline, you're going to be in understeer city. So canoes required. That's all I can say. Get your canoes out. It's that wet. I've actually got some nice bread and olives with us as well. It's going through the qualifying, so that helps. Although, yeah, it is not good conditions out here for these cars, and well, it doesn't help that the ambient temperature is -1 degree as well. It's freezing in Japan in the air, but the track is 29 degrees, so that's what's arguably the more important factor here for tyre grip. But the air is colder, so it's more dense, so that means more drag, and that means that drivers can run less downforce. They're going to have to run less downforce to get the straight line speed as well, because it's so cold. Because the air is thicker. And with it being a wet track as well, it is very, as Ben said, very, very tricky conditions to drive in. It is not an easy conditions here indeed. And at present, at present, Kevin Yeager still leading it, but really the gap is so small between him and Shane Chancellor that a 10th would shift Paul in the Australians' favour. That is exactly how close it is between these two. 0.06 in it. Exactly. And even then, Daladone is only 0.2 behind Paul. Proca is only 0.3 behind Paul. A tiny improvement on this circuit in these conditions would probably lead to a pole position. The pressure is absolutely on these drivers. Apparently, the number 69 Corvette, the Odin Racing one, that radiator on that car is taped up to within an inch of its life. They're trying to get as much straight line speed out of that as they can. So, Joe Champer in 8th has got a whole second exactly to find, but if he can do that, then he will have pole. It's a tough ask, but it's not impossible. Mind you, Kevin Jager still on pole position with about 1 minute and 17 to go. I doubt he'll get another lap in unless he's at the end of this lap. No, he's just coming to the S's, so that will be Jager's last lap. I suspect Shane Chancellor will probably get one more in for Black Hawk Racing. And then Alessandro Daladoni will get one more in. Marek Prokes, actually this is Daladone's last lap. Prokes will probably, this will be his last lap for core team. Corazari will not get another one in. Kubik will get one more in. Hinz will be on his last one now. And Champa will not get, well, he might get another one in, actually, as may Corazari. Yeah, this is Corazari's last. Kubik will, as I said, Prokes might fall well. So, a lot of cars with 30 seconds to go might not get another lap, but some will. They'll have one more crack at that pole position currently held by Kevin Jager, and it's all going to come down to who can get the most time out of these tricky conditions. I mean, well, for Shane Chancellor, he needs to gain a 10th, and that's it, but it's so tricky to do that in these conditions. Daladoni needs to gain 2 tenths, and it becomes harder as you get more and more time required. But we are about to tick down to 0 on this qualifying session now, and it will be last chance saloon for these GT cars.
GT qualifying is now over. You may finish your lap.
The bench fit gives the call. The cars can finish the current lap, and it is all down to whether there's going to be improvements from drivers here. I'm looking at the current timings. I can't see sector times, but I can see who's where, and I can tell you that I don't know. I can't tell you anything. But we know that Shane Chancellor's just pulled off. I think he must have made a mistake. He said to a bonus lap. He will not improve. Black Hawk will not go pole. Kevin Jager comes into the pits. Daladoni goes pole. He's just usurped Jager by 3/10. That has been found from the Motorsport Italia car, the number 96, and the bar is being reset in favour of that Porsche. So Daladoni snatches up pole from Jager, and Team VRE will not get that pole position. But watch the likes of Marek Prokes, watch the likes of Tom Kubik. If they can get time, if they can get a bit of a big adjustment as well, it's going to be potential pole for them. But Prokes has to find 6/10 and Kubik 1.2. Hins goes to 4th. He moves up within half a second of pole as well. Great effort from the Australian. I doubt, though, that 6/10 will happen. I mean, 3/10 was impressive enough, but if car team could snap pole by that margin, Kubik coming down the start finish, he has to gain 1.3 seconds to get pole position, and that's looking incredibly unlikely, and he crosses the line and doesn't do it. But Marek Prokes is potentially the next closest to doing that. Joe Ciampa needs 1.2 seconds, and I don't think he's going to get it going wide there. Prokes just going wide as well. He has to give up to Valentin Soledad. Comes round, he moves up a place up to 11th, and then Fernandez comes into the pits. I think Beninka is going to improve as well, but these are all cars that have to gain 2 seconds, so looking very likely that Daladoni has taken pole at the very last minute there. Looking quite likely that's going to happen. And yeah, I think that is indeed going to be the case here, because Silveira is not going to improve. Gulpin has just improved to 14th, I believe. Beninka is 16th, and Vincente Lafarga is ultimately 5 seconds down on the pole position in that R-Factor 2 race, number 55. Ferrari, but it is Alessandro Daladoni for Motorsport Italia Racing who gets the pole position for this race, and what a crucial pole with these conditions, Bernd, it could end up being.
Yeah, I agree completely. I never think about that anyone can drive faster than Jager till this moment, as Daladoni brings up this time. It's an amazing lap from Daladoni here.
Yeah, and it begs the question as well, with these conditions, if Daladoni can just keep it on the road and he can avoid incidents, we might end up with a little bit of Pitlimiter going on here. We might end up with a GT car really far up the order if these conditions continue.
Maybe we will see a surprise at the end of the race who will win it.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt for a minute we'll see an actual repeat of the Pitlimiter where, you know, a GT car actually won the whole event. But, well, to see a GT car lead would be one thing at least. But we'll see as time ticks down to prototype qualifying and the prototypes get ready to go out. We'll see the likes of the drivers and teams that I mentioned before having a go. Let's say I am very impressed with that. I am very impressed with Daladoni's time. To take that under such pressure, that takes a lot of ball. Takes a lot of nerve. And Alessandro has done that, and he's put his team in a very good position for this race. Puts them in very good stead for this race indeed, as the prototypes are ready to go out for their qualifying now. Just about 20 seconds to go until we get them going. Remember the likes of Patrick Barden, Arwen Turuna, Marcel Sinicic, Osvaldo Angeloni, Nicky Lenz, all these drivers. Got to watch out for them. They're very talented. We have a 14-car prototype field at present. And as they start to roll out onto the pit lane, looks like it's going to be that Blackhawk car that gets the first lap in this session.
LMP qualifying starts now.
And off we go then. Patrick Barden looking to be the first Blackhawk car and the first car to get a lap in here. Now, the likes of Arwen Taruna, though, could overtake if mistakes are made, and let's not forget, it is rainy out there, so it's easy to make said mistakes. In fact, Taruna going through, means Torino will probably now be the first to get in as Shane Chancellor has re-entered the game. Fair enough to Shane, wants to stay in the lobby after having left, and yep, so looking like Arwen is now going to be, unless Arwen's actually just like, yep, Sinicic is going to be first now, it's chopping and changing. All sorts of changes going on. Marcel Sinicic, of course, the Downtek driver, has been very impressive this season. Being always up and around there. The ambient temperature has actually dropped down to -2 degrees now, so it's going to be even colder. Of course, the lower that ambient temperature goes, the colder the air gets, the thicker it gets, the harder it is to pierce through it, and the more drag overall is created. So, it is going to be very difficult for these prototypes to get up to speed because they're going to be encountering a lot more drag than they expected. Sinicic, though, just coming around 130R now, will probably be the first car to start a lap on this qualifying session, and we'll actually see how he goes when he sets his lap. Oh, but a bit of enough, though. That's not good for him, but he is going again, and he will probably be the first in the P1 field to start that. I can't really provide too much commentary until we actually start seeing lap times, unfortunately, but when we do, I'm sure that you'll be the first to know about it. I'll keep an eye on the top of the standings, just for when we do actually see that. This is though just coming around the S's at the moment. Very tricky to get right. He goes left and right and left and right. And the balance of the car gets shifted all of the time. And with it being rainy as well, it's going to be even trickier to deal with. But either way, Sinicic just coming around under the bridge now. The only dry portion on the circuit. That is why for drivers who use the track map plug-in, as Sinicic gets all initial D around there, holding it in the slide. It's deja vu all over again for him. What a save that was from Sinicic to get around there. Mind you, I think these cars do have traction control, so that might explain it. But, wow, that was very well held from Marcel Sinicic. And, yeah, drivers who use track map plug-in will find that there is a 0% on some wetness bars, because that is a dry portion of the track, when in reality it's soaked. Well, Marcel Sinicic is going to come round through 130R now, and rounds the corner. He's not going to go wide. He'll come into the Casio triangle now. Brakes forward, gets all sorts of squiggly round there. Well, that is a sudden shenanigan attempty thing. Something has happened there, and he's gotten offline. He just lost it under braking. And now he has to start his whole thing all over again. So now it won't be him who gets the first lap in. Rather, I think it's going to be Osvaldo Angeloni who will cross the line. No, he's actually on his out lap. So who's it going to be? I don't know anymore. We'll have to see when the laps come in. It's Nicky Lenz to the LMP2 who gets a 2019. So LMP2 benchmark set. The other drivers are going to have to follow it, and maybe it's because Lenz got 2 clear laps in, or got an out lap, and I think it is very tricky this condition. Tony Krevin goes 2.5 seconds behind. Standerson now 6 seconds down. Wojciech Kaszka is actually slower than Lenz, and he's in the LMP1. And Patrick Barden's in a 155 too. That is the benchmark for LMP1, arguably. That is the benchmark set now for those others to beat. Well, Nash Kanka's just gone faster than Kashka as well. Must not have been a good lap for the must not have been a good lap for that 15 car. Lenz, though, is just still on pole for LMP2, and he's done a good job of that first lap. Not as many lap times coming in as I thought there would be. I think Taruna is on his... This will be Sinitich's lap, I think, but... I think lots of cars may have made mistakes actually going round, so that's why that has happened. Pitlimiter has gone the fastest in the LMP2 class now, and GM Dennis Ardino for SINL team has just bumped himself into second in LMP1 as well. But there are actually LMP2s ahead of some LMP1s at the moment because the LMP1s have not set laps. Osvaldo Angeloni goes quickest by 1.5 seconds for Atlantic Motorsport. Piotr Marovic slots in 1.3 seconds behind for Insped Racing Team. So all sorts of chopping and changing going on in the qualifying session, although it is early days yet. So very mixed qualifying session at the moment. Standerson are 14 seconds down on the overall pole. And is actually, with Chickminer going in pole for P2, is actually 6 seconds down on the overall for P2 pole. So, very down on pace at the moment, that RGPL Syntec car, but I guarantee he'll get quicker. It is tricky going for these cars. So, you know, not going to be an easy ride for them, for these conditions. And Sinal is still trundling around trying to get a lap. Angeloni still holds pole for Atlantic. Arwin Taruna's gone within a second. So, Taruna now, for that ISMRS car, is very much... in a position now where he could challenge for the pole. Rudy coming us off from Just Connection Racing goes into 4th. Patrick Bard's been bumped out in 5th by this point. Kashka has now overtaken Linux, and the PTs are quicker than the P1s. Marcel Sinicic pole by a whole second over Angeloni as well. That is very, very definitive now. That is a statement from Sinicic saying, I may have had a problem before, but I'm not having problems now. He's pushing so hard in that car. Karuna has about 2 seconds to catch up now. Marovic has 1.6. Angeloni has a whole second. Very, very high raising of the bar from Sinicic. Raska, Carlo as well behind Nicky Lenz. Lenz trying to chase Malinic. I think it's lightening up then, actually. The sky looks a bit lighter now, even though it's still raining. It seems to be breaking the clouds.
And maybe we will see a bit of sun during the race. It could be, if you remember last season's Le Mans race, the change between rain and dry. Maybe we will see the same today here at Suzuka.
Yes, perhaps so. It could stop raining altogether, but it looks very likely to, you know, we will see rain for a lot of this 6-hour race then. Lenz still second in P2, Malinic still leading. But Kashka 7.5 seconds down. That is not good for him. I remember at Rotterdam, the VLMS race just gone by, we actually started the race in the code 80 because of sudden rain. So perhaps if it suddenly stops raining for the race start, we might see that. But then again, the track will be dry anyway, wet anyway, so I doubt anyone will move off those wet tyres. I think they're here to stay, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, going to be very interesting to see how this pans out with about 10 minutes to go in the session, and not really anyone getting close to Sinicic yet. The ambient temperature's gone up to 0 degrees though. So now there's less drag than there was before, so maybe times will come up. just trying to keep an eye on affairs at the moment. Kashka just ahead of Standerson Al, who now has taken LMP2 pole. I thought Stander had a bit more to give, and evidently so. That has happened. So now then leading the LMP2 class, only 3/10 down on Kashka in the P1 ahead. So Bojack must be losing time in the corners. Why do you think then, Ben, you're quite experienced in LMP1 cars, why would you think the likes of Kashka would lose so much time in the cornering areas? Because they must have the advantage of the straights being in LMP1s. Where do you think Bojack's losing this time if Stander is only 3/10 behind in LMP2?
Well, that's amazing, but I mean, it's so tricky outside on the track right now, and in an LMP1 you have to handle the power of the track here in the right way, and looks like Stander could do it in a perfect way with the LMP2 car, and that's the reason why he's so close to Kachka right there at the moment. But also, if you have driven a few laps, then you get the feeling for the car under the conditions, and maybe Kachka will do it.
Sorry, Ben, I just noticed Arwin Taruna has somehow been disqualified from the session. How has that happened? I'm not sure how that's happened. I'm going to have to go back and have a look. This must have been a while back, but Taruna has been disqualified somehow. It's not like he's gone over a lap limit or anything, but it is beyond me. Maybe he got a drive-through in qualifying and didn't serve it. Maybe pit lane speed, perhaps. I don't know, but Taruna out of this qualifying session, so he's going to be starting last at this rate. This is a disaster for the ISMRS team. Yeah, going. Oh, hang on a minute. Yes, he just he crossed the start finish and then just got disqualified. So he might have had a drive-through we didn't know about. Wow. That is Taruna out of the running for ISMRS in this qualifying session, and that opens it up for the likes of Barn and Cup and Ardino behind to try and capitalise. Wow. That is an interesting turn of events. Either way, Lens, Kashka, the lights are still there. Sanan has actually been bumped down third. As Lens has retaken LMP2 pole. Kashka now 3 seconds clear of the LMP2s. He's found some speed as Wojciech. Now chasing down the cars ahead. Matej Shunak goes second in that RGPL LMP1, but there is still a mile to Marcel Sinicic on that 151.3. Suranak on a 153.3. So that's 2 seconds behind. Quite possible that Marcel's just struck a perfect lap together, to be honest. I think Amit Truda has actually gone to talk to Ben Schmidt about the disqualification, so it's quite possible that's been sorted. So may it just be that that's the case. I know Suranak off on his lap, that's not going to help. Sinicic, there, Taruna has been reinstated, so Arwen Taruna back in the session now, has gone out again. Bernd, can you give us a bit more info on that?
Yeah, it was close to get the penalty and doesn't solve it, and to them he gets the disqualification. In race, this will be the end for you, but in qualifying you will get you free then, and you can go on with the qualification.
Yeah. So it was just an unserved stop-go or drive-through penalty that Taruna didn't serve, and then he's had it DP removed, and obviously in the race that wouldn't happen. But qualifying, it's given Taruna a chance to be on second place and get back out there and do some more laps. So we'll keep an eye on Arwin, see if he can challenge Sinicic for pole in that ISMRS car. Duranak as well behind, only 2 seconds behind, only 2/10 behind Taruna. Barton 2.1 behind, Angeloni 2.3. So if you take Marcel Senetich out of the equation, it's actually quite close. About 4 minutes left to go in this session though, so not as much time as there was before. It is beginning to elapse quite quickly now. The likes of Cutman, Taruna, all very talented drivers. P2, Lentz is still leading, but not by much, half a second. So if Mayanek gets half a second, it's quite possible he could get pole, but he's actually slowing on his lap here to let a P1 through, so that is going to be a problem if people have to do that. Standard Sanal has to find a whole second on the other hand. That RGPL Syntec car needs to find a whole second to regain pole. Now that's not going to help going off there, so, well, now his lap's been effectively ruined. He has to start again. 3 minutes and 15 to go, so only a couple of chances left. I'd estimate cars have 2 laps to go. So some cars just leaving now will get 1 flag lap, cars on track will get 2. And where has Arwen? Arwen's been bumped down to 4th because Marovic and Angeloni have leapfrogged him. That's what's happened there. Osvaldo and Piotr leapfrogging Arwen, who will probably only get 1 more lap now. 1 more flying lap at least. And he's going to find 2 seconds. Not easy to do, not easy to do at all. Doesn't look like anyone's really challenging Marcel Senetich and Angeloni, a whole 1.5 seconds behind. Piotr Marovic though, look at Piotr Marovic, he is not far behind here. At least not far behind Angeloni. And he has got to try and catch up. Infant Marovic is overtaken Angeloni here, has gone ahead by about a 10. So now 1.4 to Senetich, but with potentially 1 lap on the cards, he's got 1 shot at it. Marovic then just has to try and get the time required and he'll be on pole, but it's not easy to do. Although, looking at the, well, somehow Shane Chancellor's car has gone into Wojciech Kaczka's in the garage, and Thomas Inns is stuck behind both of them, but don't know how that's happened with Kaczka in front of all that. Looking at the LMP1, so it's Lentz still leading with 30 seconds to go. Half a second behind Zblinek. And 3/10 behind is Sanal, so that could go either way, but Senetich is looking like the very hot favourite for pole and LMP1 as time begins to expire. As we are in fact about to run out of time in this session, and it just ticks down to 0 now. So, final laps to be done. And we'll see who gets where in this running of things. Of course, Marcel does not need to worry too much. Piotr Marovic has only gone within 8/10, and Angelo only goes within 8/10 too. Just misses out. Arin Taruna, the one we really have to watch though, was on second before. Will he improve from that 1:53.2? The ISMRS car really could do with an improvement. And GM, like the likes of Connors and watch the LMP2s as well. Linex does not go past Lens. Sonal doesn't. Looking like Nick, you might get this. Looking like you might. Let's keep an eye on Taruna here. Needs to really improve here to get pole. Close would do. A second would probably get him second. Can Arwen improve on that one? 53.2. Evidently not. So no improvement. Stays fourth. Although with all the penalties we've got to deal with, this might not be a bad thing. But it's looking like it is in fact going to be Sinicic on pole in LMP1, Lenz on pole in LMP2, Kevin and Alessandro Dalladoni in pole for LMGT. That's your grid. That is your grid.
Okay, so I'm really low or just a bit?
So, we move into warm-up now. I'm actually going to go and refresh my supplies of bread and olives and also go take care of my nose because it's quite blocked. So I'll go do that and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm still trying to get people to join it, but yeah, you know. Tons. No, I can find it. Well, most penalties this time is for jumping the start last race. So positive thoughts. Oh yeah, hang on.
Just as a reminder, the green flag announcement will come from me when you exit turn 16. So it will be between turn 16 and the start finish line. Don't start the race by yourself. Green flag counts for everyone. So if you hear green flag, you can start the race.
Well, I am back, and I think that Bench Fitness just gave some sort of direction for the drivers. Maybe the voice test has just been done. I think I might have missed it actually. So yeah, there's that. But we got 5 and a bit minutes to go in this warm up, and we're getting ready to go for Suzuka. Oh, yep, some revving going on. That was just from Marcel Senatich. So we're just waiting for this is the sort of preamble before the race now. We're just waiting for it to get going proper. Yep, there is a couple of bits of revving going on, so maybe drivers just trying to match something with something else. Don't know whether I actually missed the formal voice test. Oh yes, room 1 starts, qualifying should start in about 6 minutes actually, but I would encourage you to stay here myself because I'm biased. Those drivers making some pre-final race checks in these 4 minutes, of course. Yep.
So just again for your information, I will call green flag when the leader of the LMP1 class is between the last corner and the start finish line. And the green flag counts for everyone. It doesn't care where you are on the track. So if you hear green flag, you can start the race.
Right, well that's Benchmate just telling everybody how the green flag's going to work here at Suzuka. He will call it and then it counts for everyone. So there's no class-specific green flags. As soon as green is heard, everyone can go. A pretty fair system if you ask me. And the system that we're using.
I'm gonna jump down and start the stream, and it's gonna be around 3 minutes from now.
And of course, just waiting now for the race to start. The drivers, what do you think they'll be thinking of? I think Ben's actually doing race direction duty, so probably the best not to ask him any questions. Oh no, he is back. Ben, with these 3 minutes to go, what do you think the drivers will be doing? Just going through while they prepare for the race to start.
What? Repeat, please. I was reading some. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was asking. With these 3 minutes to go, what's going to be in the drivers' minds right now before this race starts?
Well, I guess everyone tries to calm down in this last minutes in front of the race. Get fitted for the race. Get concentrated again. Maybe drink a bit. Make sure he's completely ready for it. And then, well, I guess it's the first lap you drive, the warm-up lap, where you can find the tricky situations again on the track where it's wet, where it's maybe dry and stuff like that. And then it's mostly important to get 100% concentration when you are on the back straight and the race is quite in front of the start.
Yep, crucial to be concentrated at the start of the race, of course, because of the conditions, the fact that everyone goes at the same time, lots of variables that could go wrong or right on a race stop. We got like out of the, I think as well, all the penalties we have to go through. Out of the 36 cars, 7 cars, I think 29 have penalties. So it's a lot of the grid have to serve stop and goes or drive-throughs. That's going to shake things up a bit.
Yeah, of course. Well, I guess it will be a really, really colored field right at the start. So the first penalties will drop out on 300 seconds. And we have a warm-up lap with 3 minutes. So we will see the first penalties from lap 3, I guess. And then let's see. So If I remember correctly, the whole LMP1 field has a drive-through penalty, also a lot of LMP2s and a lot of GTs. Well, this could be a mixed field through the first laps. Let's see who will be lucky and maybe who doesn't have this luck in this moment of the race.
We'll see.
But it will be really, really interesting for us as a spectator.
Oh, yes, absolutely. In fact, I'm almost wishing my broadcast partner from the LMS, Neil Heaton, who was here to call in with us, but he'd love this. But, yes, as we do, there is only me and Bert here at the moment, but I'm sure others will join throughout the broadcast, as we always have. We always have some people joining us. And as time ticks down now, it's getting a little bit more closer to goal time here in Suzuka. And with this race ahead, 6 hours of Suzuka, it's set to be a very good one indeed by the looks of it. Do not adjust your television sets. This is VEC, and we are about to get underway for 6 hours of Suzuka racing action.
For fuck's sake.
Well, with time having elapsed in warm-up then, it's just a matter of moments before we do go racing. And it will, of course, be Marcel Sinicic and Paul in the LMP1 field. It's going to be interesting to see who gets the advantage, as Bert says. Could be very mixed field in these opening couple of laps. And I'm sure that the cars will want to reorder themselves as soon as possible after that. So, the countdown begins. Cars go to grid, and the race about to get underway in about 20 seconds' time. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. We are very much off and away, about to become at least in this race here at Suzuka. Marcel Sinicic will lead the field off in this formation lap. All done under the pit speed limiter of 80 kilometers an hour, of course. Marcel Sinicic will lead away for Deltec Racing Team in that Audi, the number 8 Audi. They will aim for the race win. Of course, Piotr Marovic's P2 in that InSped car. That was followed by General 11th in the 11th car for Atlantic Motorsport. Then Armin Turner in the ICMRS car. And then Matej Sunak for Team RGVL, the number 20. Then Blackhawk Racing's number 6 in P6. Patrick Barden driving that. Just Connection Racing 7th in that number 16 Porsche. Then SINL team in the number 13 Audi. And then 9th place is Wojciech Kaszka in the number 15 Audi. Nicky Lenz starts out the LMP2 fields. Reborn Racers have Paul in the 41. And the number 26 Ragnar Simulator FSP car, the number 26 there. Followed by the 27 of the Team RGPL Simtic entry. One last cack starts in what I believe is 4th LMP2 in the 42 car. Then Mariano Carlo in the 49. Tony Crevin for Velocity Grand Prix in the 37 behind him as well. Team HQ Motorsports in the 28 start behind there, and the GTs begin with Alessandro Dalladoni for Motorsport Italia, who took the pole from Kevin Jaeger in second for Rao Racing VRE. Dayton Chancellor third, Blackhawk Racing's 81 Aston Martin there, followed by the 61 Ragnar FSP Ferrari being piloted by fellow Aussie Thomas Hintz. Core team have a number 62 car in P5, followed by Ricardo Commissari in the 63 Corvette. Then it's core team's 92 behind them, followed by the 69 of Odin Racing. Andreas Schroeder in the other Blackhawk car, the 82 next up, and then John Union in the SimHQ Corvette, the 65 follows, followed by Valentin Solilak in the RC51, and then the Rev Sim Racing UK 93 follows them. Undercover Sim Racing's number 29th placed entry, the number 59 piloted by Jimmy Hughes, and Michael Gultman for Exclusive Racing Series behind. Jorge Fernandez, 79 Corvette behind him also. Eduardo Beninca in the 98. And it's Marcelo Silveira in the 86 Porsche behind them, Fourth from last is Fran Sola for Gilles Racing Team. Johan Van Doren third from last in the SRV and Ferrari. And rounding out the back of the field, it's Vincente Lafargo for Alpha 2 race in the 55 car. And Lee Russell for Simtech Racing rounds out the field in that 67 Porsche. As we watch Sinatich just comes round Spoon now. This is going to be interesting, this start, as we said, Bernd, but it's going to be interesting, Bernd said rather. It's going to be an interesting start, but we'll see who gets wet. I think he's going to, we're going to see how this starts. Obviously penalties to be served as well. First penalty should come in about 5 minutes. And, yep, be interested to see how this pans out. All these cars trying to get off the line. As soon as that green flag drops, it drops for everyone. We'll have to see what the result of that is as round 130 out comes Sinatich. I think the race about to start as soon as he comes out in the... Might be as he comes out in the Casio Triangle, actually, but we'll have to see. Either way, we're about to have a race on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Sinatich now comes into the Casio Triangle, hits the right, hoops it up to the left. Not going to be a race start. As he rounds the final corner, should be soon.
Green flag!
And it is go as we come out of the final turn. Sinatich will lead us off in this first race. 6 hours of Suzuka is go indeed. Piotr Marovich gets a half decent start out of that as well. Patrick Barden, Owen Turner, Matesh Shunak, Rudy Cubbin gets past Barden. Cubbin's had a great start in that Dutch Connection racing car. That is a fantastic run from him to begin with. And Cubbin now on the tail of Suriname. Taruna chasing Angeloni, changing Marovich, but they're all trying to chase Marcel Sinatich, who's pulled out half a second already. Sinatich is flying in the early stages of this race. In fact, that might be more than half a second. That looks like at least 2 seconds he's got. Marovich though, Angeloni, Taruna, Suriname all chasing behind. Looks like Taruna might have a shot at Angeloni if he keeps this pace up, but all will still be yet to be decided as we come on these first couple of laps. First lot of penalties should come in soon. And we'll see exactly who has penalties. I mean, remember that all of the LMP1 field has one, so every car will be doing a penalty in that LMP1 field. It's for the LMP2s, they just got to stay there. That is what's going to have to happen. Mind you. Oh, hang on, look at this, Taruna. He has absolutely got to go for it here. Because he's now gone wide twice. Surinak's going to have a little bit of a run here as his Cubbin, as his Barden. But Marcel Sinatich has just stormed away at this opening lap. Round the final couple he comes, round the Casio Triangle. I'd say that is a huge 3.8 seconds at the last timing beam. And coming around the Casio Triangle, I'd say that's 4 seconds. I think Sinatich has a 4-second gap after 1 lap. What a start he has, even with the drive-through, that is an impressive start. Mind you, behind though, there's some fun going on. Suriname being chased by Cubbin here, but Cubbin not close enough to make it happen. Barden is neither. None of the top 7 can really attack each other at the moment. Looking down at the LMP2 field, Nicky Lenz is not that far behind Wojciech Kaszka, only really about 1.3 seconds in it. And he's had a storming start from Leinek and Sonal and the likes of the LMP2s behind. Juan Laskak has a decent one on Rickard Nilsson, but I don't think it's going to be enough to make a move happen. Kevin Jager leading the GT field down in 16. The cars chasing each other down there as well. Sinatich though really is just storming ahead these early goings of the race though. I mean, Marovich behind, Angeloni behind, Taruna behind, Suriname. They're all, look how far behind they are compared to Marcel. He's just running away with it, frankly. Fiona and the likes behind are just trying to run the race of the road here. Remember, everyone in the LMP1 field has a penalty. A lot of LMP2s and GTs do as well. So when those penalties come in, we'll see some interesting things happen. Although I think with the gap that Synergies is happening, he won't really be overtaken by anyone. Nicky Lenz, the closest P2, is 23 seconds behind now, so Lenz is probably not going to be able to get enough time to catch up Synergies now, but Cup and Barden looked to be a close fight for a while there. There was about 3/10 in it, although I think that gap has gone up now. Yeah, there is not really a lot. There's quite a bit. There's too much separating each of these cars so that we really have a go at each other. At the moment, Sinal and Leineck down in the LMP2s are chasing, but again, not much can be done, which makes the draft so effective and so important around this track. Marcel Synergies, by the end of that lap, has now covered 5.7 seconds over Marovic. That is phenomenal. He's just taken the start of this race and he's just ran away with it. He's just, that is just phenomenal pace from Synergies, seriously though. Wow. Meanwhile, look at this. Thomas Hinds has moved himself up to second in the GT field. I just noticed. Hinds has gone from 4th to 2nd and he's chasing right behind Kevin Jaeger. This is for the lead of the LMGT class. And Hinds and Jaeger are going at it in the Casio Triangle here. Both chasing at each other. Denal and Leineck chasing each other decently too, but Hinds, Jaeger is the real fight on track at the moment. The Aussie versus the German. Really chasing down hard now. Has had a great start to this race, the Australian, and he knows that if he can catch up and pass Jaeger, that will be the race lead, and he knows he's got the pace to get it, so he must have the pace to hold it. If he can continue to be faster than Jaeger. Oh, I think we're going to spin. We've got Arin Taruna round. Luckily, no damage on that nice MRS car. He's got plenty. Well, he does have damage. He's got no front bumper. He's trying to reverse round, and with the track being clear, there's no real danger in the moment. But he's got to get that car back to the pits as Taruna now. And, yeah. Oh, well, there's a bit of crabbing going on. But Taruna here, just trying to get it round to the pits. And it's going to be a case for Arwin of trying to get it there. Oh, he's gone off the track quite a bit there. But again, not really posing a threat at the moment. He will be able to get it round and get it back to the pits, but not a good start for Team Ice MRS. We got the Marovic in as well. What happened? Has he got damage? Yes, Marovic has damage too. So maybe they had a collision. I'm going to investigate that myself. See exactly what happened with Marovic there. Oh, yes, it was him and Taruna who had to come in together. And, well, it's very laggy, but it seems that Marovic may have hit Taruna, and that's caused them to go off, but it was very touch and go. I can't see because of the replay, but... Well, Marcel Synergies is now 20 seconds ahead after just a couple of laps of this race. That is... Wow, okay, that is just quite something. I do not know how Synergies has managed to do that, but... This is just... crazy. This is a 20 seconds. That's average 7 seconds a lap quicker. Synergies' laps would be 1:48, 1:40. He's 5 seconds a lap quicker than he was in qualifying. And the likes of Sunak are doing 1:51s. If Marcel Synergies could have, I mean, I don't know whether the conditions have changed, but if he could have pulled out this in qualifying, then there would have been no competition. More than there was no competition. He's on wet as well. Sunak is on wet, so... Well, Marcel Synergies' last time was a 48 dead. Sunak has just crossed the start finish and he has done a 50. So that's 2 seconds right there. What a blistering start from Synergies, seriously. And Hinds in the lead in the GT as well. He's got past Jaeger. Hinds has got past Jaeger, and now Kevin Jaeger's under fire from Corazari and Dalladoni and Chancellor. It's all going a little bit wrong for him now. He's got 4 cars chasing him. Apparently a dry lines form, and that's why Synergies has been able to probably be so quick. He's probably sticking to it like glue. As we've got a car, as Angeloni in the pits with no front bumper. Nicky Lenz in the P2 is actually 6th overall. And Ardino behind in the LMP1, 10 seconds down. Nicky Lenz, though, really impressive in this LMP2 so far this race. Just a chasing battle going on at the moment because Sinicic is, well, he has just dropped 2 seconds. Maybe that's because of traffic. But he's now blistering down the inside of all these cars. He's trying to flash his lights to get past all of them. Hins in all this. Sinicic is actually in the middle of the LMP, in the LMP1, in the middle of the GT lead battle. Sinicic comes through after just a couple of laps to lap all of the GTs. And Thomas Hinds now quite a way ahead of Kevin Jaeger, who's got a huge train starting to form here. Needs to try and get away here. Every single GT and one LASCAC has been lapped now. And we still haven't seen any penalties. And I think it's been over 300 seconds now. So.
Guys, we're coming to code 80 in 10
Oh,
seconds.
we got a code 80.
No overtaking.
No overtaking. We've got a code 80 going on. Why is this? I'm trying to look for why we've got a code
5,
80.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Code 80 enforced indeed. We're under code 80 after just 10 minutes of racing now. Ben Schmidt busy race directing, of course. I'm going to see if I can find why we have a code 80 here. Oh, it's Standerson now. There was no front bumper. Definitely, but maybe there was an incident there that caused someone to lose their rear bumper. I don't know, but...
And I see Tom Kubik is out of the race. His engine is burning.
Kubik out as well. That is Tom Kubik for core team. That is an on-fire Porsche, and that will be them out of the race after just a while as well. Wow. That is not good for core team, but I wonder why the code 80 came out. I can't see any reason, apart from Sanal losing his bumper, why it would have been called.
It's related to Rickard Nielsen.
Oh, Nielsen.
He has a suspension
Rickard
damage.
Nielsen. Oh yes, Nielsen crabbing a little bit as well, and that is a front bumper call. So Rickard Nielsen, an incident with him brought out that code 80. So when Nielsen gets back, we should be able to go racing again. I'm going to take a bite of the olives and bread while I wait. Well, bite of olives and bread taken. Nielsen is coming around the Casio Triangle. We'll probably obviously have to pit, but...
Okay guys, get ready, we will come back to green in 10 seconds.
We're going to go green flag racing in 10 seconds. Nielsen does come in. Here we go then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And we're green flag racing once again here in Suzuka. And yep, there was a code 80 in the early running, but hopefully that will just be a temporary blip in the system. I'm looking for Thomas Hinds in all this. And where's he gone? He is actually all the way up in 12th overall. We've got Kevin Jaeger right behind all that. Code 80 has helped the VRE team. Really has helped them, and now they're right behind Hinds again. But remember, it was Jaeger who was overtaken by the Australian, so if Hinds can get a good enough pull away here, as we got Tony Crevin coming through in that LMP2 car. That was actually from position on Jaeger as well, which means Hinds, by the letter of the law, has no obligation to let Crevin through here, but he doesn't really make him fight too hard. Tony Crevin goes through, now goes past Rickard Nielsen, into the top 10 for Velocity Grand Prix. Nicky Lenz is still 6th overall. Bit of a mix-up in this opening thing, and penalties actually still haven't been applied, so I don't know why, but yeah, we're not seeing any penalties being applied yet. Oh, Crevin's crashed actually. Crevin's just gone off a bit, and I think there was Solilak involved as well. Yeah, Crevin got offline by his own Solilak. I think may have just gone up as well actually. Nothing major though. Crevin is going again. Just a slight spin for Krevin, so down in 22nd now. Has to make up all that ground again. Mistakes in the early part of these races are even more costly than in the later parts, as Barden takes a slight off-track excursion as well, and well, rejoins in front of Arwin Taruna. That is not good for Arwin, because he's just, well, that's happening, but he'll probably be trying to unlap himself on Barden, because Barden's fourth. Not really much competition for Marcel Sinicic at the moment, though. He's 36 seconds ahead after 18 minutes. Or 15 minutes of actual racing, but it's pretty much been the runaway job for Jaltek here in these opening portions of the race. Don't really think anyone's in a position to try and stop him from 36 seconds behind, though. Just trying to look for anything to talk about. I mean, this battle for second in class in GTs is pretty spicy at the moment. We got Prototypes trying to come through, Cyranak trying to get through Daladone there, Will trying to get through Kawasari and Jaga. Jaga's actually gone down to third because Kawasari's up to a second in class. Hin's obviously still leading in that feeder car. Ambient temperature -1 again. Cyranak gets past Kawasari and Jaga. Chancellor on Daladoni though for about fourth in class. Shane Chancellor into turn 1. Can't make it work, can he? No, he can't, but he tried. He gave it a look though, almost went for it, but didn't. And Shane Chancellor really on it in terms of this race. Definitely there. Rudy Cupman having to try and get through as well. Cupman does go through. Further up the field again. I think we'll probably be focusing on the GTs actually for a good portion of this opening part of the race, because the close racing is there, you know, and with the exception of maybe Kashgar Lens, because well, Kashgar and Lens are technically battling for position here, and there was only 7/10 in. There was probably more about 1.2 now, but Kashgar and Lens not that far off pace wise. Proportional to that lap. Kashgar's last lap, 2 minutes 4:24. I think he just had to go into the pits as well. 2:01.747 as well. Whereas Lens' last lap was a 1:59. Lens was faster than Kashgar on that last lap. So maybe an inter-class battle going on here. And you don't see those very often. I haven't seen penalties. Well, actually, there may have been penalties already. Well, no, that was a 480, that wasn't it? So why the penalties? I don't see the penalties having been applied yet. And it's now been 20 minutes into the race. Usually they're applied sooner. I might message Ben about that, actually. Well, I've asked Ben, I'll get a response hopefully, but yeah, we'll see what happens as a result of this racing. I'm trying to look for the whole Kashgar, yeah, Kashgar and Lens are now quite far away again, so yeah, that battle has stopped as soon as it started, unfortunately. Oh yeah, Bernschmidt says something seems, either some penalties or something seems wrong. But he's checking it now, so he is aware of the no penalty thing. I think they are going to be applied, but he's just checking them over. So Ben Smith aware of the issue. Of course, he does work very hard, so you know you've got to give him credit. He is trying his hardest to keep things under control here, and he's doing a very good job for the most part. The only thing that can't be controlled is when a code 80 has to come out. Although technically that can be, but it's if it has to happen, it has to happen, right? Yeah, down in the GT field, I think currently in about, well, it's 18th overall they're battling for, which will be about 8th in class as well. The Revs car, Josh Hawley goes through on Andreas Schroeder. Nice and easily done, but Schroeder's not finished. He's still there, still on the inside, but I think he has to give way to the Ferrari here. The Schroeder has to give way to that Black Hawk to Josh Hall in the Revs car. Up in position goes Josh, and down in position Andreas. That's not the only GT battle going on. We've got Chancellor versus Daladoni with Nilsson cutting down the inside there to get through. And Chancellor's right on the back of Kevin Jigger. He's practically pushing him around that corner. Kevin Jigger under serious threat here from the Australian for Black Hawk Racing. This could be third in class for Black Hawk if it can get through. Really trying to get through here. Brakes for the corner. Chancellor wants it. But can he get it? That's the question. He's practically pushing Jigger on the track. He wants to get through that much. Will he be able to though? He's going for it well. Through the... Wow. Well, Jigger got a bit offline there, but Chancellor brave enough to go through the S's and up into third place overall in those GTs. That is impressive. Hats off to Shane for that overtake. That was not bad. Now Daladoni wants a piece of Jigger too. They can see he's vulnerable. Blue flags for Daladoni as well for Sinicic, who's now caught up behind all this traffic. And Marcel, having already got the lead that anyone else would have, well, craved, he is now going to have to slice through all this GT traffic, and he's done it. As a bit of a guide here, the next car down from Suriname, so Sinicic to Suriname, 55 seconds. That is, wow. There is 55 seconds between Sinicic and Suriname. And this is after 21 minutes of racing. And they're going in. This doesn't happen. It's an absolutely dominant drive from Delta. You can't really argue that, well, you can't argue that you don't get performances like that, because you do now. From somewhere. I think Bert's still looking on the penalties here for a bit, but yeah. Vorjet, Nicky, the likes of that, all going for it. Kawasari versus Hinz is relatively close for GT lead. Hinz is just trying to, I think he got a little bit drifty there, and he's allowed Kawasari to close up here, so Carlo Kawasari from Post Motorsport now within striking distance of getting Thomas Hinz. He's not going to do a Chancellor and go around the curves, is he? I don't think he is. This is for 11th overall and the lead of GTs. So the GT class chasing each other, but also racing serious overall track position. Kawasari, just goes a bit wide there. I think this is gonna take him off the back of him, so he's giving the Australians some breathing room. Tom Cuby, bless his heart, is trying to get this car, that core racing car, started again, but the engine exploded, so I doubt he will do. Just as a point here, ladies and gentlemen, it has now been about 12 laps in this race, and there are 5 cars on the lead lap. That is usually what we see about after several hours of racing. We're seeing it in 23 minutes. Marcel Sinicic has now lapped everyone but the top 4, him excluded in LMPs. You can't lap yourself. It's Surak, Kuppen, Barden and Kashka, and he's lapped everyone. Marcel is just absolutely running away with this. This is just a magnificent performance. He's in the 145s. I mean, Surinak's doing 48, but Sinicic is just extraordinarily quick this race. I mean, Wojciech Kaszka coming round into Degna, and Degna 1 and Degna 2, I think. And Sinicic is coming into Degna 1 and Degna 2 now. That's how close they are. This is just absolutely... Jamie Owner says he's fast enough to lap himself. He's going to break physics at this rate. He's that quick. Well, I've never seen the like of that. I've literally never seen the likes of this. This quick, this so fast. This early in the race. And he's made me lose track of me English. Wow. We will see how this pans out, but what it's done is it means that I actually have to refer to my live timing webpage rather than the R52 live timing, because it now says everyone's a lap between each other. Now I have to refer to that, so I'm going to have to start doing this. Apparently there's not much in it between... There's not much in between Coven and Surinach, and there's not! Coven and Surinach going at it for P2 in the lead. P2 overall, sorry, in LMP1. In the lead class, rather. All this traffic is helping Rudy because he's able to keep close to Surinach and the RGPL. Oh, this is lots of traffic here. He's going to have to try and slice through Laskak as well. But Coven's got he's got the outside here. It's to come around turn 12 into Spoon. This can't work, can it? No, I think it's too far behind now, but Coven into Spoon is really chasing down. He is really giving it the boots now. Maybe he'll have a chance down into 130R. He's got the draft on Surinach. It's Porsche versus Audi, the classic battle. And I think the Audi has the advantage in the straight line speed here, but Coven not going to let up. Definitely has a cornering advantage. That's why he was able to catch up. Oh, and Surinach gets squiggly and through goes Coven straight away. That's all it took. One mistake from Surinach, and Rudy comes from a Dutch Connection race and goes second in that Porsche. Well, that's all it took at the ultimate, at the end of it. All it took was a little bit of a thing. One thing goes wrong, that costs you your place. Just looking for other close battles. This Hinds-Corazari battle is reasonably close still. Both chasing each other. I mean, there's a couple of cars in front of Corazari, which have now gone in front of Hinds also, but this battle for the lead is still raging on in GT. Really trying each other here. I see that Laskak has just gone past Union, but that's in two different class cars, because Laskak in the Argentina competition LMP2 and Union in the GT. Well, Corazari and Hinds, though, closer now. Could we see a potential battle here, potentially? Potentially, maybe. Lots of potentials going on here, but the certainty is that we have now, in 2 minutes, and we'll have seen half an hour of this race, and Wojciech Kaszka about to get lapped by Marcel Sinicic. I bet Kaszka can't believe it. I certainly can't. Oh, here we go. Penalties from last race are now in. Cummings says bench Smith, but he has to do it by hand. There's no automated system to do it for him. He's got to manually apply each one. So, it'll take a little bit longer, but the penalties are incoming. So, that's solved, and Marcel Sinicic now just has to try and get himself. Yep, that is his drive-through that has now been assigned to him. Oh, contact with Solar. Slightly, and now Sinicic's round. Has that put him off? Has that put him off? Has that been the thing that puts him off? The penalty being applied there? Well, perhaps, but he's going to be able to serve it. And I think he may as well do it straight away. Yep, comes straight into the pit to do so. That is his penalty that he's serving now. Rudy Cummins probably won't be able to capitalise because he's going to drive through, as is everyone in LMP1. So, here we go then. All the penalties are coming in. And I'm looking now at, yeah, there is a battle obviously on for this P1 in LMGT, so Kawasari and Hins both going at it. I think that's probably where we want to be here, actually. These two. It's the closest thing on track at the moment. I'm looking at the live timing, and there's only about 3/10 in it, so that is about as close as you're going to get. Both these on the lead lap as well, obviously, so obviously it's a battle for that. Cummins, well, the lead lap in GT at least. Cummins now has to get past Hins, and he's going around the outside here is Cummins. Not going to find his way through that way. Kawasari, oh, Cummins! And Charlo out, but Cummins lost his front bumper. He's now going to crawl back to the pits, and what happens there? Well, Rudy was coming around the lap Hins. There wasn't enough leeway. He went round and, oh, he hit, oh, wow. He hit the curb, and that's what cost him his bumper. That is so unfortunate for Cummins, considering that team has a drive-through as well. That's going to make things even worse for them. In the pits they are then. Project Casco, I think. How is he not a lap behind yet? How is he not, well, Synergy's drive-through, that's why, but probably going to become a lap down. Mariano Carlo is out of the race though, as I mentioned in that LMP2. What's happened there? Maybe just a disconnect, maybe he can get it back going again. Yep, rejoin the race, should be able to get going again if it was just a disconnect. Zenitich though not going to let this drive through spoil his party. In fact, Ziranak now has one, so that will be the RGPL drive through. That has to be served too. That will probably put Zenitich back in contention for this to get back so far ahead of everyone. As I keep mentioning, the whole LMP1 field has a drive-through penalty, so everyone has to serve one. Just when are they going to do it? Or when does Benjamin assign it to them? Yep, Cummins one gets applied now. Damage having not been fixed on that car. Or not visibly. No suspension damage though, so we can just get round and get it done. Peter Maravich is applied. Hins and Kawasari further away now, but there's a P1 in the way in Cardenas Ardeno. Once he gets past it, it should be a straight fight again. We're all being applied now. Everyone's penalties coming in. And obviously, Synergy is probably going to get has now a lap. Now she can't do that. But Hins Kawasari again, I think still probably the closest, highest up fight we're going to get here. The Motorsport Italia and Blackhawk aren't that far behind each other. We go to 13th overall. Daladone and Chancellor really not that far behind each other. Quite close combat between these two. Daladone, in fact, really giving it the beans under the crossover here. He's trying to get round past Chancellor, but it doesn't appear to be working at the moment for him. Can't find the way through. And in fact, I think Shane is starting to pull a gap away. Not the biggest gap in the world, but it's a gap. Yep, that is now, I think, extensified a bit. Meanwhile, this battle between Hinds and Korizari doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. Back Hinds breaks there. Korizari, I think, got an advantage through 130R. Not any currently present way. Here comes Tony Craven to try and lap them. Korizari there, though. Luckily, Craven gets through. Hinds does an easier job because Craven's faster in the acceleration, so he's got to let him through. And just so. Korizari in that Corvette, big growling muscly V8 in that thing, versus the slightly more European V8 of the Ferrari ahead. Only the first half hour of a 6-hour race, and Marcel Sinicic has lapped everyone but Barton and Suriname. I mean, here he is coming down the S's. Barton's coming into turn 10, the hairpin. 11, sorry. This whole Hinds-Korizari battle, though, I guess, is quite... The thing is, it's close, but Ricciardo isn't getting the traction. It's like, he's behind him, but he's not really getting much closer, and at this present moment, he's just, not really working. I'm looking at again to see if there's anything closer, but there really isn't. But it's done the thing that happens in the middle of any endurance race, and it's too spread out now, really, for any battles apart from these close ones. But it's just a shame we haven't got more going on at the moment. Korizari clipped the curb there. I just went thingy for a minute there. He clipped over the curb, and I think does Korizari have the penalty? I think he might. No, I don't think he does. But he's coming to the pits. Oh, that is crabbing big time. Yeah, he went and he clipped the curb as well, and that ruined his suspension. The Korizari in, having clipped the same curb that Cubbon did, and wow. Oh, you got a puncture. Well, that's worse. Well, that's going to give Thomas Hinds out the most breathing room we can imagine. It also removes the one battle we had. So, what now? Let's have a look. Oh, hang on a minute. P15. Kevin Jager under threat from that Revs car. That's a battle. It's a bit further down the order. I think we're talking 5th overall, but it's still a battle. Or 5th in GT. Yeah, Jager versus Josh Hall here. And it's Revs versus VRE. That's a battle going on. Both want this 5th, of course. And well, Jager slowed through there, and that's pretty much let him through, actually, that. Car went close, battle, clippy contact, touching each other! And it's not worked out for Jager, he's actually fallen behind. That is, well, that's not good. Wow, that is interesting to. Well, yeah, that was interesting to see Jager do that, but yeah, that's not good for him to have lost that, and now he'll be trying to get it back. Of course, only one core team car left of Marek Brookhurst, 62. Other cars retired because of their blown engines, so it's not good for a petite core team, but they'll try their best. Oh, apparently it's starting to rain again. Yeah, that is the news from Joel Champa in the number 69 Odin racing car. It is in fact raining again. I can see it. So we have rain once again. This will throw a spanner in the works. It's time to get your brollies out, ladies and gentlemen. That dry line is about to go from up to 100 to 0. Although I think it's localised rain at the moment because there's none in Sector 3 where Synergit is. And it starts as you come round, there's portions of it in Sector 3, but it mostly seems to start in the first sector. Yeah, there seems to be rain in portions of the track at the moment. Not all portions have rain, but there is rain in some places. In fact, I think one of the places where there is rain is coming through the S's. So, localised rain at the moment, but might become more widespread. Well, it could be interesting here because some portions of the track it is raining, some portions it is not. Going to make it difficult for places where it isn't. Nicky Lenz is actually in P5 in all this, let's not forget. Nicky Lenz, the P2 car, is in P5 overall, mixing it with the prototype 1s. Linex 6th, Previn 7th. These P2s are not to be denied, but Marcel Synergit is not to be denied because he's 1 minute 38 ahead of Matej Cernak, who is in second. And before the first hour is up, Marcel Synergit will have lapped everyone. Cernak is going around the final corner now, and Synergit into the Casio triangle. There really isn't much in it between these two. Really not much in it at all, but the speed that it has, I would not be surprised if Deltec won this, at least it won his stint by several laps. Penalty served by Kevin Jager as well. He is now out of the penalty area, i.e. the pit lane, and he is racing again. Mind you, there's quite a bit of way to go before he can get back to the likes of Joe Champa, Sanderson Al, who's actually had a bit of a spin there, but has not suffered any damage. He's back on track, although down in 15th. Lenz and Minette just 1 lap down compared to the 2 laps down to Tony Graham, of course, but yeah, Marcel Synergit getting around the Odin car there. Cernak is coming around the spoon curve, and Synergit chasing behind. I'd say 3 or 4 seconds behind. Maybe 6 at a push, but you can see now Cernak ahead, probably faintly, and he knows that he's going to get ahead. Unfortunately, not many close battles going on at the moment. Yeah. Anything, there's few within a second, and looking further down the order, the closest we can get is like 0.3, and I guess that is not happening anymore. Yeah, it's just dropped massively off. So yeah, we're 47 minutes in and out of racing action already. In fact, Sunak, I think, really becoming close to becoming lapped by Senetich now. He is absolutely flying. Well, must be said, Senetich really has been phenomenal this race so far, and it's just incredible how it beats so quick. Wow. Everywhere that Matej Sunak goes, he can see Sinicic there, but he's not making it easy for him to be lapped, of course. Not making it easy that he's going to be lapped. He's trying his hardest to resist it. Although Marcel, given that Sunak is coming around this corner and that Marcel is not that far behind, probably won't be too long now. And with the rain coming back, naturally lap times will slow a bit, but penalty still coming in for drivers. Of course, because Ben Schmidt doing it by hand, as he has to do. Oh, I've just heard some debris going somewhere on the track. I don't know what debris it is though, unfortunately. I just heard something detaching or colliding. And I'm not sure what it was. Tony Crevin in the pits. Yep, that might have been it actually. That might have been the velocity car. That is no front bumper. And it was a while ago because Crevin comes in 65 seconds ago. And where did he lose his front bumper? That's the question. Actually, I don't think that was Crevin per se, but that velocity car, no front bumper, he is there. And Sinicic now really is going to make it happen. He comes round here. Sunak is there around the S's. Marcel knows what's going to happen. So does Matej. He moves across. We are 46 minutes into the race and Marcel Sinicic has lapped everyone. Well, that is quite something. He's lapped everyone. Deltec, with less than a sixth of the race gone, have actually managed to lap everyone. They have a lapped buffer over the entire field. And even then, Senecic's got a little bit quickly, but held it. It's just the skill of this Marcel Senecic. We knew he was quick from previous races, but he seems to have come into his own in the wet. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. I can barely believe it. Well, I guess we can't look at him anymore. Here's a close battle. Insped versus Adonis GT. It's an LMP1 versus a... Well, Marovic's through now. Sonal will be battling too. This is all technically battles for positions, so it's worth watching, I guess. Because there's nothing else to watch. Sonal versus Hinds here. This is for position. Hinds goes wide anyway, and Sonal goes through. I don't think any two cars are within a second of each other. I think there's more than a second between all cars on track. It's just gotten a bit quiet, unfortunately, and as a result of that, there's not much to talk about. I'm not used to this. Usually the first hour is really busy, but it just hasn't been this race. There's been a cold 80, but that's been about it. I'm just trying to see talk about anyone really, because damn Carlos Ardenos has had an off there and hopped over the curb. Ardedo is just coming around the final corner. apart from the fact that everyone is now a lap behind Marcel Sinicic, there's not really a lot of battling going on, unfortunately, between the likes of the cars around here. Mind you, there is two cars within a second of each other now. It's Procas and Jaeger. About a second between these two. Just under, I think. Procas and Jaeger, VRE and core team, duking it out for what I believe is now 5th in class. Yeah, Kevin Jaeger, moderately close to the likes of... Oh, yeah, look at this, look how close he's gotten. This is a battle now. Procas not getting the line he wanted, and Jaeger there to punish him. Rickard Nilsson wants to get through behind that LMP2. Has to try and negotiate them. Really has to try and negotiate them if he wants to get through. And well, Jaeger has let that happen. Procas has 2. And here comes Jaeger now. Supreme speed. Has to try and keep him on. Procas went wide and Jaeger through. Apparently the Simtech 67 is going for it as well. Where is this? Yeah, the Simtech number 67 car versus the undercover sim racing car. This is for 9th and 10th in class, I think. It's apparently close. Although, Jimmy Hughes versus Lee Russell is actually quite far away from each other at the moment. That's not really within any danger of fighting each other. Yeah, this is not the most action-packed race in the world yet, but here's hoping that it'll get closer than it currently is. Unfortunately, not a lot in it at the moment. So Russell Hughes has gotten closer, although Russell in the Russell stays out Hughes pits, Sinicic pits too. So Matej Cirac is going to get a lap back on Marcel Sinicic, although only for a while, you'd argue, until Cirac pits. Not an awful lot done wrong by Sinicic this race so far. He's run a very good race. The same could be said about Cirac. Cirac has not really done anything wrong this race. You know, he's not done anything badly. He's not been slow. Just Sinicic has been so quick. And that's the problem for him. It has been a phenomenal run from him though, and Cirac again doing a good job, just isn't quick enough to keep up with the ultimately, not quick enough to keep up with Sinicic. Well, Nicky Lenz is now up to 4th in all this. He's ahead of Wojciech Kaszka. Patrick Barden still a ways ahead of him, but Lenz in the top 4. He is absolutely flying here, is Nicky Lenz. Really not putting a foot wrong in that Reborn Racers car. Sinicic out of the pits now, but Lenz really giving it the beans. That is happening, and can't really, apart from Procas versus well, Schroeder, Andreas Schroeder down in 18th has had a bit of a do. And that Black Hawk car, he's going again, luckily. But Lee Russell spins as well. Getting a bit tricky perhaps these conditions now. Russell has to try and execute a Brady style spin. And Gene Chancellor now within range of Lee Russell. So maybe it's just got a little bit interesting for them. But Russell was going well before Chancellor could get close. Verona going before Russell could get close. Oh dear. Excuse me. In fact, I decided I had a bit of a sneeze then. Well, it's more... Well, me sneezing keeps us awake, so... There's that. Fair enough. I guess. Well... I'm just... It is just one of these races at the moment where nothing's happening. This is not usual procedure for VEC race. There's usually always something, isn't there? Oh, hang on a minute. Well, Johan Van Doren's just been disqualified in that SRVN car. Now, what's this about? He just got DQ'd in the middle of a corner. That is absurd. Why has that happened? Well, we were talking to Ben Smith. That is not going to get reversed in the race. Van Doren and SLVN are out for good. Last, Cubic, who blew his engine, is now core team have gained a place in all this. Wow. That is interesting. That is very, very interesting. I'd be interested in seeing why that happens. We'll have to see. And apparently all penalties are now out, says Ben Schmidt. So that means Wojciech Kaszka's double stop goal. Guess he didn't serve the penalty. My question is why you'd get DQ'd not on the front straight. Why you get DQ'd in the middle of the spoon? That's my question. Why you get disqualified in the middle of the spoon? That was like the second. He would have had time to come in to serve it, surely, because the pit lane's not there. Wow. Well, Ben Schmidt's going to check that, but I saw him get disqualified on the replay in the middle of Spoon Corner. Ben Schmidt's going to check that for me and make sure. It could have been a non-served penalty, but I'm going to check the lap times of that Van Doren car. Yeah, it doesn't look like the served, unless it was lap 25. Because that was the slower lap, but it was only by 8 seconds, and then 39 and 34, it's plausible that they did serve it, but if you're going to get disqualified, you don't get disqualified way before the start of the lap. Now, Dalladone versus Hinds for the lead of this GT battle. That is the thing that's going on, and that's come out of nowhere. Hinds versus Dalladone now, it's Motorsport Italia, who are the pole sitters, versus Hinds, who's taken the lead, who've been in driving in the rain. This is a battle, and this is something I can talk about. Hinds versus Dalladone here. Hinds has already fended off Corazari, although be it through Buggy Curb. But can he now do the same with Dalladone? That's the question. In fact, there's not much between Shane Chancellor and Lee Russell either, further behind, but this is the battle for the lead of GT, so this is kind of more important. These two duking it out right now. Jimmy Hughes wants to get involved as well, as does Aaron Kumatoglu in the ICMOS car. up, just trying to get through, I think, for unlapping himself. When I say my RS car is all the way down in 30th, that's why. And Chancellor out! Chancellor is just possibly disconnected. Why is that? Well, I can't see. Yeah, that might have just been a disconnect for Chancellor, so that is unfortunate because he was chasing Lee Russell, but back to this battle between Hinds and Daladoni now. These two really have separated a slight bit now. A bit further between them than before. Hinds now has about a 1.5 second advantage. Jimmy Hughes wants to get through. Hughes has just unlapped himself on Daladoni. Wow. Well, Jimmy Hughes, although he's got to give the place back now because Daladoni's dead. So, just to let Alessandro know that he's still there. It's Jimmy Hughes in the undercover car. Not giving up yet. Absolutely still there. In fact, I think he's going for it again. This is awe-inspiring stuff from Jimmy Hughes. He may be in 20th place. He may be a lap down on Daladoni, but he thinks he's quicker. He wants to unlap himself. Always interesting when we see this sort of thing happen. Really trying here is Hughes to get past, but not happening just yet. And Daladoni now Vincenzo Lafargo gone as well, but that was because of a suspension problem. That is no front bonnet for them. They may just have called it quits, the number 55 Ferrari team. They are out of the race then. Daladoni, well, Chancellor has rejoined. That will mean he gets a chance to come back in. He will come out probably nearest to Tony Crevin, or on the same lap than the LMP2. Hughes challenging Hinds, challenging Daladoni. It's all a sort of big battle here. And I can now confirm we have an LMP2 in the top 3. Nicky Lenz is 3rd. How is he doing that? Lenz is just... I mean, the next lowest P2 is Sanal in 9th. Nicky Lenz is on a flyer. In fact, that's Carlo there in the P1, who's now having to let the P2 go. Well, actually, no, that's a P2, sorry. That is Carlo in the P2, my mistake. But I thought there will be times maybe when a P1 has to let this P2 and Lenz through. Wow. I never expected this to happen. I do. Hinds in the pits now. Daladoni takes the lead in GT. Although I guess Alessandro might have to pit soon himself. We are an hour into this race. And Daladoni is taking the lead. Hinds will come into his pit box. He will brake now and goes onto the jacks. New set of wet tyres for him, possibly. Daladoni. Hughes has gone past Alessandro. He's unlapped himself. Jimmy Hughes has unlapped himself, and this time he appears to be making it stick. If Alessandro Daladoni can't catch back up, he won't have a chance of getting himself back in front again. Jimmy Hughes has knocked a lap off his total. He's not 5 laps behind now, he's just 4. Or at least behind on the race leader, his GT race leader, that is. Jimmy Hughes has unlapped himself on GT leader Daladoni, who's got a pit ready. So Daladoni should be coming in for pit stop soon. That will possibly mean that Hinds can catch back up. I don't know, but the likes of Jaeger, Prokes, Ciampa as well, all have to make stops. Marcel Sinnot's still doing absolutely everything right to keep ahead of Matej Sunak and Lenz, who's in P3. In fact, Sunak and Lenz really not that far between each other at all. Sunak's just coming into the hairpin now, and Lenz is coming into it now. So Lenz is going to get past Ciampa. This is impressive stuff on the Reborn Racers car, that is for certain. And Lenz is just making an absolute show of this. This is how you drive an LMP2, he's saying. Put on a show here. really impressive, and yeah. Trying to see what the current itinerary is in terms of on-track battles again. Closest I think we can get is Insped versus IRG World, but that is going further away. I think the Insped car may be slowing a bit there, so yeah. That would be Pyotr Marovich stuck in traffic. So, in this case, that is just going to have to get through the traffic for Marovich. Get a chance on one of the cars he's had to get through. Well, I do apologise for the lack of commentary on my part. I really can't find anything to commentate on because, seriously. There's nobody with me in the broadcast booth, it's just me at the moment, unfortunately. There's no on-track racing going on. I'd have a bit of banter with the people with us at this point, but there is nobody to talk to, so I'm going to try and find something to talk about. As Pyotr Marovich does pit from P7. Had a bit of traffic to deal with, maybe thinks it's best just to pit. Said, the rain is still present, obviously, so that is happening, but, you know, it's all looking okay at the moment, in that sense. Not that heavy, but it's still tricky out there. Track's still quite wet in places. Oh, Ardeno has no front bumper or rear bumper. He's got the old Formula Ford going on, but he's back in the pit. Well, actually, he does have a rear bumper. Does he have a rear bumper? No, he doesn't. No rear wing. But back in the pits is that car, and it's nicely safely there. Ardeno in the pits, but that will be a long repair for SINL team. I don't know how Lentz is doing this. He's out there in third, another P2. Well, that said, Thomas Hinz is looking to overtake, at least in the, yeah, Thomas Hinz has got past John Union in the who's pitted or something. Now Union in the pits, Hinz has gone through. Now, fifth in class, got to get past Brokers, Jaeger, Orendaldone. Has to be done. Donny, of course, just leading that GT class at present. Yeah, Hinz is as well down in fifth, is still going around and trying to catch up as well. Very talented driver, of course, is Hinz, and he's going to be able to catch up. think we are going to have someone join us, which is an absolute godsend for me, because then I'll actually be able to start talking. Actually start talking to somebody on this, whatever. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, I think we are going to get someone in, which is fantastic. We are actually going to get to talk to somebody. Yay! Haha! Brilliant. Just what I wanted to hear. Well, I'm trying to keep half an eye on the live score while I'm watching the racing going on, and still there is nobody within a second of each other. Everyone's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds. There's not really any battles going on either. Like, literally, nothing is happening. Like, this is just so unusual this early in the race. I mean, a couple of driver changes have happened. Per Rockfist's come in. Dim HQ in the LMGT car. Troy Union in that. Dim HQ GT car now is there as well. Jose Casanovas has gone to the prototype for Orlando Motorsport down at 33rd. The things are occurring, just there's no racing going on, really. Apparently there's a pit stop coming up for Kevin Jager in the yep, in he comes to the pits in that VRE car. Second in class is now third, obviously, with Brookhouse going through. It's just a fight. I'm in disbelief as to how nothing can be happening. Just there's always something. It just now there's not. With the exception perhaps of Rudy Cuppen about to overtake Nicky Lentz for overall position here, or trying to. And even then they're in two different classes, so. Oh, Cuppen locks up in there while he's doing that. Maravich gets a chance to unlap himself, but Lentz is Lentz versus Cuppen. Remember Rudy Cuppen in that LMP1 and the LMP2 car of Lentz is third. He is really trying his, well, here he goes. I don't think Nicky really thought that. Rudy up to third overall then. He was already third in class, so this doesn't really change much. It's just a bit of an academic thing, really. Puts Lentz out of the top 3 overall, though. Johan Brandon's finally left the game. I think he's given up on any chance of getting back into this race. It will be officially SRBN's race done. It is a bit of a special sort of scenario. It's raining like crazy, but there's no on-track action. might just break it the song at this rate. That's going to be an entertaining thing. All the overtakes that are going on LMP2s overtaking GTs, like literally, how am I supposed to commentate on that? It's like, and he's just gone straight through because he's so much quicker.
Well,
oh, hello, we got Ben Schmidt back!
hello.
Thank goodness you're here, I was about to fall asleep.
But I came with the bad news. Nicky Lenz entered the pits with a damaged car.
Oh, what's happened there? Yeah, Nicky Lenz is in the pits with damage. Yes, what's happened? Yeah, he's just come in. Must have had an incident on. Well, yeah, that is not good from Nicky. That is, yeah, not good. That happened. So Lenz is now going to drop positions, but that's really, unfortunately, through no fault of Vince or any of the racers, this is the only interesting thing that's happened in this hour of the race, unfortunately, I guess, because it's just been a race where everyone just drives their own race.
Yeah, that's unbelievable, to be honest. So I was waiting for a close and interesting race here in Suzuka, and well, related to the problems with the penalties, it was, in my mind, even closer for the cars for any battles, but we have seen a lot of spins or contacts between some cars during overlapping, which ends in repair times on the pit stops, and all of them stretch the field out, completely out.
Well,
And so we lost every battle on the track right now.
It makes your life a little bit easier, and it makes mine so hard. Oh, apparently Cubbin's been disqualified as well. Rudy Cubbin's been disqualified in the Dutch Connection Racing guy. He came into the pits with damage and he got a disqualification. According to the comments, I'm going to see if that actually happened. I don't know why Van Doren had gotten disqualified in Spoon before. That was a bit of an interesting one. But Cubbin apparently disqualified for entering pits for damage. I'm going to have a look at that. But yeah, it makes my life a lot harder because I am only ever really good at commentating when there's loads of stuff happening.
Yeah, to be honest, I know it's. I'm commentating too, but in German.
Yeah.
But yeah, if there's no action on the track, it's so hard to commentate and find some stuff where you can talk about. But my opportunities, the races which are comments, are 60 minutes long, so it's okay. You can bring it to an end. But here in the 6 hours race, without any action right there at the moment on the track, it's quite a hard thing.
Yeah.
So maybe hope that some drivers will join here in the commentator booth, or the chat is still active, that you can interact with the chat or stuff like that.
That does help, yes. It helps that we've got people that we can interact with and talk to and the likes of that. And yeah, it seemed like Cubbin just came into the pit, served his stop, and then got disqualified. That is absurd. I've never seen that. It's not like he crossed the start finish either, so now that's Van Doren and Cubbin both disqualified in the same race. Guess nothing can be done though. I mean, if you get DQ'd in the race, as we said before, that's it.
I'm sorry for those guys, but yeah, you can't do anything. Because it could also be related to a not solved penalty, and I can't check it right now, so I can't disqualify anyone.
Yeah. So that is unfortunate that it's happened, but I mean they were running quite high. It was all third or fourth in LMP1, so they were up there. Now this is happening. That's put them right back down again. That's actually put Blackhawk Racing's Patrick Barden in the third, Wojciech Kaszker in the fourth, Nicky Lenz still in the pits with damage, but Chicken Minehead looking to take the lead with P2. And this looking
well, we have a battle on track. Lee Russell against Franzola.
Do we? Yes, it's a battle. Let's watch it, please. Well, it's not a battle per se, but it's a close run duel between Russell and Sola. There's not an awful lot in it. I think there's about a second or so in it, but that's not really enough for Sola to make significant gains on the straight, so he's going to have to get it in the corners. going to have to get into the corners if he wants to get a chance at Russell. But that doesn't seem to be happening at present for Sora in the Geo Racing Team car. We are 81 minutes into this race. It all seems to have spread out a bit. Sinicic still leading in dominant fashion, although not really gaining any more than Sunak. He's 1 minute 35 behind and staying there. Bardon 2 laps down, then Kashka 3, then 4 for Maravich, Linux and all. Linux has now taken the lead over the LMP2 after Lentz is coming to the pits and all second. Per Rockfish should take third soon. Thomas Haynes in 10th overall, leading the GTs from Alessandro Dalladone. Then Joe Ciampa, Josh Hall, Kevin Jager, Tony Creven. Although he's in the P2. As you say, Ben, it's been one of those races where everything's happened at the start, and that was a result of that, which is not getting anything in the middle. But even then, it's only been 85 minutes since the start of the race. Vinicius is just running away with it. He's having I bet he's enjoying it. He's enjoying not having anything to worry about.
I guess, yeah, it's so fast under these conditions, you will enjoy it, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, at this rate, we may as well throw a practice code 80 just to throw something interesting into the mix, but that's not technically allowed in the rules, so...
But maybe we have a new upcoming battle between Radek Search and Jimmy Hughes on P16 and P17.
Yeah, Hughes actually unlapped himself on Dalladone before. He's been on a bit of a charge for a while now, is Jimmy Hughes, so maybe if he can catch up to Radek, we could have a battle on between these two. I'd say put sprinklers on, honestly, but they're already on with the rain, so no point in that. But Hughes, I don't think he minds what conditions there is. I think he'll just drive anyway. Just wants to really try and catch Radek here and see if he can get that position. It would put him, if he manages to catch, 7th in class. Although, not really anything doing at the moment for Jimmy. He's not that close. I mean, there's about a second or so in it, but not enough at this present moment to force an overtake. I think Radek is about 1.5 seconds ahead, maybe. Less than that, but he's there or thereabouts. Being there or thereabouts can sometimes be the key. Yeah, I think Radek's holding a nice steady distance here at the moment. He's still about a second ahead of Hughes. Nothing really happening. I might as well say that he's getting through. Oh, well, he gets a bit close to Maravich there, does Hughes, but avoids a collision in the process.
Well, I was checking the whole field now for some battle, but there's nothing going on track, to be
I
honest.
had some debris.
Yeah, Cardenas Sanedo was spinning in the R130, but he doesn't hit the wall. It was only a brake marker.
Yeah, I
to his
heard
gun.
some big collision happening. I heard debris going somewhere. Oh, Jose Casanovas doesn't have a front bumper. That might be why. Casanovas has no front bumper, and that might have been what caused the noise. And no suspension damage luckily, I think, for that Atlantic car, so we just get around the track at a slower rate than usual. I don't see anyone else with damage though, so that must have been Casanovas. He is very lucky though when you have these collisions, mate. It's lucky that you don't end up with suspension damage too, because that is just makes your life even harder. For Casanovas, he doesn't have any suspension damage. He can just bolt the new front bumper onto that car and get it out again.
Yeah, of course. Also, the pit stop isn't so long when you only have to replace the front bumper. So when your suspension is damaged, you will stay for hundreds of seconds. That's amazing.
Yeah, as quick as these LMP1 cars are, that's the great thing about them. You know, they're made to be repaired if things break. You know, if you lose your front bumper, they're designed to just stick a new one on. If you lose a rear wing, just stick a new one on. That's the great thing about them. They're not like Formula 1 cars where if you lose the rear wing, that's the end of the race. Or if you lose the front wing, you know, it takes a while to replace. You know, these are designed so that every bit can be repaired.
That's our biggest opportunity in sim racing, aren't it?
Yeah, it's our biggest opportunity, the fact you can repair anything, unless it's actually disabled. But the thing about us is if you broke your rear wing in a sim, you could, unless it was disabled, you could probably repair the rear wing of a Formula 1 car. So that's our biggest opportunity, I guess. And, you know, these LMPs are built to be repaired. They are in the sim too. It's even more realistic.
Of course, yeah.
And that is what we're all about here at the VEC. I mean, we mirror the World Endurance Championships calendar, so why not make the cars fully repairable too? They are brilliant things, the LMP ones. The things are genius. These, just the way they're built and the amount of effort that goes into making one. They are really quick as well. Not that far off of Formula 1. And even though they're closed wheel, that's, you know, they're very, very rapid machines. Think about, sometimes you get 1,000 horsepower in one combined with the electrics and the hybrid system, and the hybrid systems in one, and the engine put about 1,000 horsepower, 1,200 sometimes, I think, could possibly see in the future. Four-wheel drive, acceleration that can pull your head off your shoulders if you're in the Porsche. I mean, I think...
Meanwhile, Troy Uyan has overtaken Jimmy Hughes.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, Hughes has been overtaken by Troy Union, yeah. That has happened down in P18, so Troy has gone past Jimmy, and Jimmy is probably going to have to want to get that back. In fact, he's not going to try it to turn one, but he is going to line himself up for a potential move later, or keep himself as close to Troy as he can, or try to. Might not work out that way, though. In fact, I think Troy's beginning to pull away here, so...
But Lee Russell has lost 2 positions in this last chicane.
Well, yes. And he's
So,
not far
Uyan-
behind Hughes.
Yeah, that could be now interesting, Lee Russell against Jimmy Hughes.
Yeah,
Because Uyan is, going away in front of them.
yeah, there's always that. In fact, I think that we have Darryl Russell here with us, so I'm going to bring in Darryl to the broadcast booth. Welcome along.
Wow, that was quick. Hello, Josh. Hello, everybody.
Yep, pleasure to have you with us, Darryl. Makes another person in the broadcast booth, and well, you've just been watching DR Motorsport in the Room 1 broadcast, haven't you? So you'll know how they're doing.
Yeah, I have. Unfortunately, we've had to serve 3 penalties from the last race at Silverstone. We had 1 drive-through and 2 stop-and-go penalties. We didn't do too bad in qualifying, around about middle of the P2 field. Currently, at the moment, we've been struggling due to the penalties we've had to serve, and the weather conditions have not been helping. It's absolutely chucking it down in Suzuka. At the moment, from what I can see, we're running around about middle of the grid at the moment.
Yeah, apparently it's never easy to deal with, of course, and you know...
Sorry when I break you, but we have a 3 battle on the track. Serge, Hughes and Russell.
Oh yes, this
All
is
3 of them close together
we
now.
actually have a battle now. It is Serge versus Hughes versus Russell. These 3 going at each other. Troy Union not far ahead of them as well. Lee Russell himself is trying to catch Hughes, who's trying to catch Serge. It's a bit of a Ferrari sandwich with Porsche bread at the moment with Serge and Russell in 18th and 20th overall. Although Russell wants to make that an open sandwich with the filling on the bottom as he's going into turn 1 here as Russell. Is he going to brake? He's going to brake, of course he is. That's how you make corners. But Hughes is able to hold the lead for now, and he's chasing Braddock, but here comes Lee with a great exit out of that turn, but then he goes a bit wide, and that's ruined it for him. Meanwhile, Braddock Cirque in that core team car, the only remaining core team car, remember, because the other car went out with engines blowing. The engine blew, so that's why they retired.
It's an interesting battle of the GT between Cirque, Hughes and Russell. We've got 3 different manufacturers, an Aston Martin, Ferrari and a Porsche 991.
Actually, the core team car is a Porsche as well, so it's 2 different manufacturers. It's 2 Porsches and a Ferrari. And in fact, Russell in that Porsche has gone on the outside of Degler 1, trying to do a contact between the 2. Russell and Hughes both spin. And that is not going to help either, but Russell's going to get going first by the looks of it. Hughes has got to wait and see what happens. Hey, he's not moving, but he is now. But, wow, that was a bit of a controversial one. Let's go back and see what happened. Hughes was on the inside going into that corner. He hit the brakes. He was already steering as... he was steering as right as he could, and the car just did not turn for him. I think Lee Russell must have anticipated the car would turn, and he ended up turning into an understeering Hughes. That might have just been a racing incident. I don't think anyone could do anything.
Yeah, it looks like that Hughes lost the car on the wetness, so don't blame him. They are racing, and they have shown us a great battle till there. And under these conditions, something like that can happen, to be honest.
Yeah, Hughes has come out worse and all that. He's gone down to 21st. Russell's gone up to 22nd, but Cirque has dropped both of them. In fact, he's ahead of Francola now, actually, so must have been his train there as well, because Braddock Cirque up to 18th now, and Sola actually overtook Russell and Hughes. That is probably more likely scenario. So that puts an end to that battle, I guess. As soon as it starts, it ends. Although that being said, Russell and Sola are only 7/10 away from each other. There's not that much in it, and Russell is starting to have a little bit of a cheeky look. He wants to have a try in this. He wants to try and catch up. And I think he's going to do it, actually. I think he's close enough to probably challenge for this soon. The challenge potentially on here was... Whoa! Well, Francola just jumped in and out of existence. Just disappeared and reappeared. That would be scary for Lee Russell, but gotta watch that because that's not a good thing to happen.
So just watching this race in these conditions is not helping my cold much.
Yeah, it's -1 on track. Sorry, -1 ambient temperature, 29 degrees track temperature. Lots of drag going on. It has been all race though, and the track temperature obviously quite hot as well, or reasonably hot.
I've been suffering this cold now for the last, 2 to 3 weeks, and it does seem to be getting any worse. Well,
oh, Sola has just flipped out of existence again. I think there was a bit of lag going on in that Gilles car because it's just gone, for me at least, over the corner and then reappearing again. So the thing is, though, the ping is only 42 on that car, so it's a strange occurrence. Very strange why this is happening with such low ping for Francola. I'm not entirely sure why it is myself, but I'm hoping that that gets sorted out. Apparently he's doing it a lot. He's done it again there. Apparently he's been a problem most of the race, says Henrik Hoyer. Perhaps it's that Russell can't get through because he keeps disappearing. Wow. Well, it is a strange scenario because, well, Russell is getting a bit squiggly there, but it is an interesting scenario here because, oh, he's just jumped forward again. Yeah, I think Sola is lagging quite a bit, and yet somehow the ping is only 42. I don't understand that.
you might get penalised for that.
Well, the ping's only 46, so you can't really... When the evidence is there, that it's a bit of a contradictory statement or scenario because ping is low but lag is high. Usually they go hand in hand. he hasn't been given a formal warning to park the car or do a driver swap or sort it out yet. So you can't really argue that he could be penalised for it. As Sonal goes through there, and now so does Syndicate. Yeah, oh, Solar just jumped to the inside again. Yeah, there is problems with jumping around and lag connection things with that Geo Racing Team car, but the evidence is that a solid 42 going up with it. It's a low pin. You'd think his pin was high. The evidence is staring us in the face that it's not.
That's very strange. I reckon the stewards will be watching this for the next few laps and deciding what to do, whether to penalise him or I don't know.
Oh well, Solar's yeah, he's just gone off again. So I thought Russell was going to get through, but no. As I say, I don't think they can penalise him because, as far as I can see, his ping's 42. But oh, yep, here we go. Yep, Brad Schmidt says please do a driver swap. So now the driver swap is going to be made to happen for this Geo Racing Team car because it's obviously a problem. And yeah, that's going to have to happen now. Lee Russell probably going to have to try and have a go here. Hopefully nothing happens while he's trying to go for it. Zola in front, of course. Russell will want to keep his distance here.
If I was Russell, I'll just probably hold back and just wait for him to go to the pits.
Yeah, he must know that that's happening. Getting blue flag for Maravich and Sonal behind Solar. Will he come into this lap or will he come in next lap? He's not coming in this lap. No, he'll probably come in the next when somebody is there to swap in. So he will probably come in the end of this lap, do the driver swap, and then come out again. Oh yeah, that is. I think it's getting worse. It's not. Yeah, the ping is staying around 41 and 42, but needs to do a driver swap at the end of this lap, you think?
Well, Joshua, if you want to hear what's happening with DR Motorsports LMP2 car, is at the moment we've had.
Oh, here we go. Solar lets him through. So, I think the message has gone through. Fran Solar's letting Lee Russell through here, and he will probably do a driver swap at the end of this lap. He's let him through. That is very nice of Fran to do so. I think he knows now he's got a problem, and he's going to act accordingly. So, currently, I don't think anyone on the server who's a Geo Racing Team driver ready to take the car over. That's the problem. But he let him through, so I think he must know that there was a problem.
Now, what I was going to say was with the DR Motorsports LMP2 car in Room 1, we've had problems with serving the penalties. We came in to serve one of them, and apparently we got a disqualification, which the steward has overturned, but it's lost us loads of laps.
Yeah, we've already had two cars disqualified in this server, Johan Van Doren in the SRVN car and Rudy Cutman as well. Both have been disqualified and not been reinstated. The funny thing though was that Van Doren got disqualified in the middle of Spoon Corner, which is halfway around the lap, and then as well as that, it was Cutman who got disqualified in the pit lane, like after stopping to save his pit stop. So that is strange. I'm just watching Fran Sola here, who is coming around the final corner and has still not done a driver swap.
Yeah, it's exactly a similar thing what's happened to us, and as I say, we've managed to appeal it and get back out on track, but we are so many laps down there.
Yeah, that is obviously that's been not good for you. It's just a case of Brent asking Fran Sola to do a driver swap again. That is serious lag. They just came out ahead of Richard Lineck there in the LMP2, and really needs to watch what he's doing here. So that is quite serious now, actually. Needs to do this swap. Nobody is there to take it, unfortunately. Nobody's there to take the stop for Geo Racing Team. might be worth.
How long did they have to start the driver's
As
squad?
soon as possible. So I'm assuming they'll be removed from the race if they don't, because it's a safety hazard. Ben Smith has asked to tell them to do it as soon as possible. Matt Lorna and Ventio as well, other Geo Racing Team drivers are down there, but have the microphones muted. They are in the TeamSpeak server, and I'm sure that, you know, they must be aware that something has to happen. I would hope that they can do this driver swap.
Well, if I was ever be coming in now, well, you're going to be getting banned.
Or disqualified from the race at least, or removed from the race or something, but it's more a safety hazard than anything else, I think. Meanwhile, there is a battle. There is a battle on. It's Kevin Jaeger versus Joe Ciampa for 4th in class in GTs. So, same class, just a little bit further ahead. Jaeger and Ciampa both going at it here in 15th and 16th. They're both trying to go for it here between each other. Jaeger and Ciampa round into Degner 1 they come. Franzola is coming around the Castro Triangle. Is he going to pit this time? He's not, no. Surprisingly, I don't know whether there's been a bit of communication failure here, but it might be worth Bernd actually going down to the TeamSpeak channel and explaining that they need to pit. Because obviously the text messaging is not going through. Even if he just comes in and parks it in the pit, that would be safer. Either way, this battle between Jaeger and Ciampa. This is the P5 in class, and Kevin Jaeger in the VRE car chasing down Joe Ciampa in the Odin Racing, and really trying to go for it, these two. Go for the 5th place, and both want it, but who's going to get it? Down through into 130R, they're coming now out to Spoon. Here comes Kevin Jaeger. He's not going to try down the inside. He is he going to? Well, it looked like Ciampa just gave the position up before they came into 130R. I think Joe knew there wasn't going to be a fight. Now into Casio Triangle. Maravich gets so close there. That was almost disaster, but Ciampa survives, and now he's lost the place, but now they can focus on catching up and chasing Kevin Jaeger. Wow.
Just nickel on the Adelaide time, and we've got was it Thomas Hinds has moved up to 11th place for doing this FRS GTT.
Yep, Hinds has gone up into second. He's charging his, starting this. That might actually be the lead of the GT class.
Yep.
Hinds is in, so he's retaking the lead of that after having it before. Gamma and Jaeger now starting to spread out a bit. It's like, yeah, Jaeger and Ciampa now starting to spread out a bit, I think. Stolar continues to lag and has actually gone off the track a little bit there. And apparently Matt Lana and Ventio have got their microphones back on under the TeamSpeak below. I think they're aware of the problem now. Yeah, Matt Lana is in the... Francesco Matt Lana is in the waiting part of the driver's lobby. He will now be able to take the car over from Franzola, who comes in. They have done the driver swap. Finally, we can not worry about this anymore.
I think I just saw earlier on the team RGPL just been into the and out of the pits. I don't know if that was just a driver swap, but could David Baradek is driving.
Yeah, Baradek, he would have switched into that car there. That will be a driver swap with the RGPL team there. That would have happened. And yeah. I think with Team Uvati in that Velocity Grand Prix car, now we might get Tony Grevin in soon, but we never know. I'm hoping we can do, because always a pleasure to have him around, of course. Of course, you'll need to probably just calm down after that stint, you know, get yourself nice and cool down, etc. Just wind off after that thingy, and Marcel Senesic in the pit lane. Patrick Barnes had an excursion, but he's back on the track.
let's just see if there's any more battles going on. I'm just looking at the live time, and I think there's a good battle going on between the feeder P2 team, I think it was P1 team, against the IRG World.
Oh yes, let's have a look at that. Where is this going on? I'm trying to look
There's
for
the
this.
battle between fourth and fourth and fifth, no, fifth and sixth.
Ah yes, that's IG World and Peter Ragnar both going at it. There's not Peter Ragnar in P6. Sorry. Well, these are two different class cars anyway, with Kashka in P1 and Linek in P2. So not really any particular battle going on between them. Although Kashka's starting to catch up to Maravich in the insped car, so there's that to keep an eye on. I think you're actually going to have to take control of the camera soon, Daryl, because Berg Schmidt, I believe, has to get into his Black Hawk racing car in the next couple of minutes. So
I'm getting ready to go out there.
he doesn't want to, but he has to. Does
Oh,
Berg
wait,
Schmidt.
I want.
Oh, he does want. Well, yeah, Ben is going to get out there, do his portion of the race as well. And obviously best luck to you on the track, Ben. So, yeah. And Darryl will have to take control of the cameras, I assume, because there's no way I'm going to be able to do it with being commentary as well. At least lead commentary, but yeah.
If you can give me the links or whatever, I'll see if we can do the cameras.
Yeah, I think that might have been... Yeah, I'll make sure they can get that. But yes, let's see if we can... Oh, well, Bojack Kaskas just had a bit of a spin, actually, a bit of a half spin, going into the final turn. Luckily he recovers it, but that's not going to help affairs. I think now might actually be time for a little break for me, so I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes perhaps, and, well, Clarence, Darryl, take it until then, I guess.
Okay, well I'll have a go at the cams and see how well I do. I'm not expecting TV brilliant coverage, but I'll do the best job I can.
So I will make me ready for my stint. See you later, boys. Have a good one. Good luck for everybody. And have fun do commentating though. And also Joshua. Greet him when he's back.
Well, I'll just say I'll do the best job I can for everybody. But you know, good luck on your stint anyway.
Thanks, buddy. See you later.
So. Okay, with about 55 laps done, and we've got the Delta Racing team versus Sabakis in the lead. We're a lap ahead of the Black Hawk Racing team driven by Patrick Beeden. And in third place, on equal same lap to 54, Team RGPL driven by David Baronet. In the pits in the LMP1 class, we have the IIG World LMP1 car. Seems to be a bit of a long pit stop. Just wondering whether they're doing a driver change or maybe they've picked up some damage earlier on. Okay, they're just leaving now, and I've just done a driver swap to Thomas Robini. And they're still keeping the 5th place so far. trying to find some battles going on at the moment through the live timing, and can't seem to find any at the moment. Most of the field is getting a little bit more spread out. Let's see if I can go through the grid and see if I can find some action going on.
Hello everybody, I'm back and I think I'm ready for this next portion of the race. We're about 2 hours in. And, well, Xabakis is in the car now for Deltec. He's got a whole lap buffer over David Baradek and Patrick Gardner behind Peter Maravich. The night is rolling in here at Suzuka. We're going to be interested to see how the drivers deal with that.
Welcome back, Joshua, and I say I've got control of the cam, so if there's any info or any action you want to get hold of, I should be able to get hold of it.
Alright.
So I'm not doing too bad with them so far. Getting a knack of it.
Alright.
We're currently viewing Lee Russell in the Porsche 991, and he's running in 18th place.
Oh yeah, Russell is currently doing a good job there in 18th. Had a bit of good battle as we saw before, so, you know, could be interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, I would just say we've had one or two of the LMP1s now coming for driver swaps, so that's juggled some of the positions about, but just also looking at some of the retirements at the moment. We have 4 retirements.
Yeah. I am not with it. Oh, well, I am not with it.
Well,
I don't know what... this
I
break
don't know
has
how
done
I'm doing
nothing
it with
for
my
me.
No, but this is head cold as well as with me. I don't know how I'm doing it, but yeah, I was going to say, if you want to know what the retirements are the R Factor 2 race. As Vicente Lafarga, he retired on 25 laps, and earlier than that with the core team, number 92, Tom Kubik, only completed 5 laps, and then the Dutch Connection Racing team of Rudy Koppen, only did 37 laps, and the number 80, the SRBN for Johan van Doren, who only completed 23 laps.
Yeah, a couple of retirements for this race then. So, yeah, Van Doren and Koppen both disqualified strangely in different circumstances, but yeah, what has happened, and we've got to just keep going, unfortunately, because, well, that's what the race does. I've actually got myself a nice, cold, non-alcoholic beer and a pan au chocolat to keep us going during this portion of the race, so I really should have no excuse for being off sleep, but somehow I am anyway. I don't know how this is.
Oh dear.
Well,
What have you been up to then? Let's say.
Oh, I just went and got them. That was when I had my break. I went and got them.
Oh, right.
Because that's what I do usually. I see Conrad Barber's in the pit, so just coming out of the pits. That would be a driver swap into the Feeder Ragnar P2. And that might lead to a battle with Nicky Lenz for the lead of the prototype class, actually, strangely enough. So we can see a lead battle here. Could be Lenz versus Bar.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look around through the camera and I'm just trying to see if anything's going on. Let's have a look.
From bad to worse for me, I can't find the bottle opener now, so I'm going to have to start. I'm not going to be able to have my beer yet. So, right, how do I shut the light is? Okay.
Well, I'm still waiting on my pizza, so it shouldn't be taking that long.
I bet Becky Kiss would not mind a panel shock allowed in the first place. Oh, he's got more than enough time to beat one while going around the track.
Oh, I don't know whether you want me to mention anything about this, but I don't know if you have already, but I'm actually doing the season for the SRCRA Academy.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. Good luck to you.
Yeah, I did season 3, I did the 2 races, I missed one of them, but did the last 2, and I'm currently doing the season 4 of the Academy races, trying to obtain my license to be able to compete in, hopefully, the Virtual Endurance Championship.
Yeah, of course, the SLC Academies are listed for allowing people to find their way in easier, so yeah, it's well, obviously working wonders if you're doing well.
Yeah, I say, the season 3 we did the Renault-Megane, well, the endurance Renault-Meganes, and the season 4 now we're competing in the Nissan 370Zs. So two slightly different cars. Well, let's say my race didn't go too bad. I didn't get as hard as I expected. I only finished 20th, but it was very close and very tough with the 370Z. Everybody was just like, you know, pretty quick and very evenly matched. So whoever gets through to the license 4 will be well deserved, because it's a very tough competition in the academy cars.
Yeah, very tough competition indeed. So ultimately, I think the best drivers from that to get themselves a license to allow themselves to race in VEC or VLMS. So, you know, they're working their way up the ladder from the bottom to the top.
Yeah, I just noticed that some of the names that cropping up in the academy is I'm familiar with, and who I've raced in the past. There's one of them I remember. He's called Reinhard Berger. I used to race with him before at the North American GP, and before that I think it was at No Grip. And he's come in and he's just, you know, he's making a name for himself. I've known him before in the past. He's a very fast driver, or considered an alien if you like. And first time out, first race, and he finished in the top 5. So, well, me, myself, and the team are keeping an eye on him, hoping to maybe sign him up, but who knows? It depends on what sort of class of car he wants to race.
Yeah, it does, and that shows you that the academy's working if you can scout talent for it.
Oh, definitely. If you see the grid entry now, we've got about 40 plus cars in the academy, so everybody wants to get in and get a license, and you know, trying to get into the VEC or VLMS or whatever racing series we are hosting.
And it's very hard to speak with a mouthful of panel sugar, I'll give myself that.
Well, just you wait when I start eating a mouthful of pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, let's have a look, see if we can find some action going on.
Yeah,
Seems to be at the moment the Kaspersky Ferrari just seems to be struggling a little bit.
Oh, yes, where's that?
Currently running in 23rd place, just Riccardo Coriazzi.
Yeah, Kawasari 22nd, down there in the postcard. James Duker ahead of him in the Black Hawk Racing, Aston Martin. Peter Norway way behind him, but Kawasari was quite far up the order for him. That post are quite far down. I don't know why that's happened.
Yeah, I've just been watching them, and you know, it just seems to be struggling a little bit. Probably just for grip due to the track surface, but it's not going as fast as it would do.
Yeah, maybe it's just the conditions again, as we said, playing the hands, but yeah, Kawasari, that pulse car a lot further down than we'd expect, so maybe hopefully they can catch back up again. We'll see.
We've got the Insped Racing team is in the pits in 4th place.
Yep, and
let's have a look.
Yep, that is Insped in. Let's see, yep, Maravich is there. Bernd Schmidt is obviously out on track doing his job. Thomas Grabensky in the IRG World Car is still a ways behind. But now leading the LMP2s from Lens. Jonathan All in P8 behind. Then Errol Kumatoglu was actually back up into 9th. Now that ICMRS car was only 30th when I last checked, so they've come up a long way in the time since we last checked, and they're now 6 laps down on the leader. That is a pretty impressive comeback so far. Well, yeah, again, the rain just seems to be localised. It only seems to happen in certain places. Like, I'm looking at this, and Aerop's coming around a section with lots of rain, and then there's not in others. And yet the whole track is wet enough, so...
Yeah, we've got people coming in now. As I say, you've got the, let's have a look, the Pulse Motorsports in the Ricardo Kobayashi has just come in. The RC Racing team has just come into the pits as well. So I just wonder whether the weather conditions will just start to pour down with rain again and just catching some of them out with maybe the wrong choice of tyres, maybe the intermediates, or maybe some of them may be running on wets.
Yeah, yeah, oh, there's a lot of cars running about the pit lane right now. I mean, Aerop's just come out and there's lots of lights going around there. So, Aerop's just coming around turn 1. He's got to get past William Schlichting as well. And does so successfully. But, yeah. Yeah, Aerop's doing a pretty good job of this at the moment. He's, quite alright. And turns... Yeah. And although really he's not as good as offers the likes of Kasabakis, who's obviously leading this by a mile, or Piotr Marovich or Grabentley, but he's doing an alright job as Errol.
Yeah, I think let's just do what most of the other drivers are doing at the moment, just hanging in there and trying to keep it on the track.
Yeah, he's
that's what you can do, really. I mean, you can't really push it in these conditions. Not on this track anyway. Not Suzuka with the nature of all the corners.
It's a difficult track to push out when it's tricky conditions. Yes. Really is not the easiest thing in the world, but he's trying his hardest. And to be only 6 laps down from however he was before is a good comeback. Glue, obviously there, but let's move away from him now. I think Thomas Hinds is a decent enough person. He's led pretty much the whole race for GT spot from bit to the end. Really has been the Regenmeister of this race. Well, I mean,
seems to be a long pit stop. Maybe they're just going for a driver swap as well.
Perhaps so, but yeah, he's definitely doing a good job of this so far. To be leading into this, God, I am not with it. God, the powder chocolate's done nothing.
Take something stronger.
Yeah, it just.
No, you're not doing too bad.
I'm looking at the live time and there's just nothing. Really, it's just been one of those races.
Well, I was just saying, with the live time, we've got a Dow-Tip Racing team now, is 2 laps ahead of Team RGPL, driven by David Berenick. So, I don't know, I reckon the Dow-Tip Racing team in Saba must be having a ball of steel to be driving around on this circuit, keeping it in front.
Yeah, he's
doing really well though, he's doing really well.
Yeah, Hinds is doing a good job to hold that 12th. I mean, it's not easy to lead races. I mean, I've always known he's always been a quick driver. He's had the speed to be able to, but it just has never really occurred, has it? Until now. He's really getting the chance to properly lead.
Yeah, definitely. He's now showing his worth.
Really starting to show himself, yeah. Absolutely storming it out there. I mean, Dalladone behind is quite a ways behind him now, so got a while to catch up with Alessandro, and then the Revs car behind Kevin Jager, Joe Chapman, Troy Ewan, all behind. Let's not, they are really quite far behind each other here, but still going. Either way, could be an interesting little duel between them. And oh dear, Manu Ferreira has got the old Formula Ford going on, no front bumper, no rear bumper. And to top that off, major crabbing, so potential code 80 in the works here if Bernd Schmidt sees it. But where is Bernd on track? That is the question. Bernd is just coming around to Bernd's coming around. Oh, he's the Casio Triangle, and where is the car in question? We're eventually talking about.
So we've got Lee Russell in the pit.
Yeah, so sorry, Bernd Schmidt is way behind this. Manu is not going to get seen, so likely no code 80 calls. So just got to avoid Manu Ferreira, even though he's severely damaged in that SINL team car. Just has to be avoided, I guess. And he's doing a pretty good job of staying off track, but he's getting a bit squiggly. He's going on and off it, so it's not easy to do. He knows he needs to put the hammer down, and well, Bernd Schmidt is too far away to be able to see this one.
As Ferrero is just taking it very carefully.
David Hart in the Simtech car now, by the way. There has been a driver change there. And yeah, Manu Ferreira just taking it very slowly at the moment. Trying to get around. In the pits he comes, and now that is going to be a long repair time for them, but in the pits. Yeah, they are in the pits now then, the SIL team down in 29. Yeah, David Hart got in the Simtech car, and that's obviously things going on there now. No Chapter in the pits, Golden Racing in the Corvette there, so he's in as well. Not an easy race this by anyone's standards. It's difficult to commentate on because there's not much happening. It's difficult to stay on the track for the drivers. It's been a difficult one.
Why is Joe Chiappis in the pit stand? Let's have a look.
Well, yeah, Ciampa's just in the pits there. 17's not really getting up to an awful lot in the pits, just obviously there'll be stuff happening. I actually fancy Jamie Otis to get into this car. He's waiting there, and I know he's an Oldham driver, so this will probably be a driver change for them. Otis will be getting in the car, I suppose. And Nicky Lenz in as well, I've just seen. My camera was on him, and Lenz has gone into the pits. The LMP2 driver who is currently in the lead of that class, but not anymore because Conrad Bars has gone ahead. Tuglu as well should overtake Bar for P6 soon.
Lenz's son out in the pits.
Oh, bar round! Conrad bar round, and oh, just narrowly avoided by the two cars oncoming, but Conrad has got to get that thing turned around and going. Yeah, Errol goes through to P6. Jamie Otis did get in that Oldham racing car. Lenz and Sanal both in the pits, and Conrad leading P2 at the moment. Errol's got to lap Jamie Otis. Topic is in the pits now, and the lead has changed. David Baranek has taken the lead, and why is that? Is there a driver change going on? Because we know how far ahead Marcel Sinic was. Is Xaver just genuinely not being that quick?
You
Well-
still got Lenson, Senna, and Purr still in the pits, so 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Well, it was 57th and 58th, but then two 2-minute laps from Xaver. Yeah, there was two 2-minute laps, so 2:22 and a 2:22 again. So Veranek has been able to get 2 minutes there. That might have been it. Whatever reason for the slow laps, Xaver has paid the price. David Veranek for Team RGPL leads then. It might just be about to put a lap on Xaver. And has done. What's happened to Deltec?
Still on time in the pits.
Yeah, they're still in there, but those two longer pit stop, 2 longer laps, that has, I think, done it. Whatever the reason, that Delta car is in a patch of bad luck, and they're dropping positions now. Well, Benchmade has an off from second as well. Bench even struggling with the conditions, I guess. Even our race director's fallible. David Veranek, of course, as well up there, leading. Interesting scenario how he's taking it. Will he be able to hold it?
Is Deltec still in the pits? What
Yeah,
happened
I
probably
wouldn't know
with
why
the...
he's in the pits myself. I mean, they were doing so well, unless they got involved in an incident, then why is this happening? Well, Maravich has gone ahead now, insped into third. Oh, apparently a huge accident and repairs that had to be done, that's why. So,
right.
so we're going to do a massive incident and that's why, so it explains why our new race leader is David Baranek. Very unfortunate for Deltec, they were doing so well. But it just goes to show even the biggest leads in even the biggest gains leads in VEC can come undone very quickly.
Like I say, I just had news from DM, I just bought the LMGT car. They had to retire the car earlier on due to it just being undrivable due to the conditions. They just couldn't push it anymore, so it was just Tanner Selvage retired the car.
Well, that is unfortunate for them, of course. We're hoping they've gotten a good result, and well, they haven't done good. Average to tag the GT there, but no damage done. Needs just to be a little bit careful when overtaking, although it is rainy. It is rainy, so that's not helping affairs. And yeah. So that's
Actually, no, just scrap that. I just got a message to say that that we just managed to swap the driver over, so we're still running.
oh, brilliant. Well,
But just
what's
that,
alarm, then?
unfortunately, Tanner Salvi just wasn't happy with the car, so we managed to swap over to the driver Nick Newcomb, and it just well, just trying to hang in there and try and get some point.
Yeah, I mean, just as long as he can keep going, that's what matters. I guess in the end. And well, I'm sure Delta will keep going regardless of the scenarios. They'll still be trying to get the end of this race. Xaver's now in 5th now. Goblenli as well in that IRG World Car has gotten through. Thomas Goblenli, 15. I'd imagine they'll have the maximum possible repair time on that Audi. That's why they're in so much. I'd imagine the whole 1200 seconds, which is 20 minutes, is in effect here, but...
What did they get damaged? Did they lose the front and the rear wheel?
I don't know, but apparently it was a massive incident, so I'd imagine close to the 1200. There's a lot of repairs going to have to go on in that car. Right, let's see if I can get this gear up. Got to find a way. I mean, yeah, that is
Also,
a,
so I could say also is just having a long pit stop at the moment is is it Manu Ferreira and the Sinol team.
yeah, the SRNL team, Ferreira still in the pits. That will obviously be quite a bit of damage in the incident we saw, where no front ring, no rear ring, and damage to suspension. That'll be quite a long pit stop for them as well. Don't imagine they'll be out in the pits in a hurry. Which again, that's a shame for them, but it's just how racing goes sometimes.
Also at the moment in the pits we have Troy Euron, Sim HQ Motorsport.
Oh yeah, Troy in the pits as well. Now, what's this about? I think this might be changing the stop. Troy, but doesn't look to be any damage on that car. No, there isn't. And out the pits again, soon enough. And out the pit he goes. Hang on, what's this about? I think I can see that there is a battle going on. Unbelievably, it's the 17th overall, Jamie Otis chasing down Reddick Cirque in the GTs. Yes, there is one. Oh, and just to add our pleasure to our pleasure, I think I've just seen a Tony Crevin, who might want to ask to join. It'd be lovely if you could, because then we have something to talk about, someone to talk with as well as you, Daryl. And you can focus on cameras, although he has just gone down to his team's channel, I think, so maybe he'll pop up.
Okay, just a battle for was it 18th, is it?
Yeah, Otis in 17th, yeah, chasing down Cirque. So, trying to chase down the car ahead. This is for 16th, and I think it's for 6th overall. It's like 16th overall, about 6th in GTs. Yeah, this is for 5th place in GT, so reasonably important. And a good position for Odin Racing if they can get it for Otis. Jamie's just trying to catch up to Radek here. Really trying. He's not going to get him down here. Not probably even going to get him with the Casio Triangle, but he needs to start making inroads if he wants his 5th place. Chance definitely exists for Jamie, and he's got to take it. Oh, hello. I have been poked. Yeah. I'm going to take care of this message for a bit. If you could just keep people updated for a while then, Daryl?
Yep, okay.
Alright, so, fair enough. I'm going to, I think I'm going to bring this person up soon enough, so yeah, we'll be able to chat to someone.
Okay, we just got Jagers in the pits in 13th place. It's just dropped down to 40th, where Thomas Hedge has just gone past.
Right.
So we've got a GT battle going on at the moment with let's have a look. 15th, 16th, and 17th. And the Atlantic Motorsport car has just drawn to lap them in the LMP2 car.
Right, well, I've brought the person who was going to say I was going to bring up. I'd like to welcome Shane Chancellor to the booth. Hi, Shane.
Hey guys, how you going?
Hello.
Great, fantastic to have you with us once again. Pleasure to talk to you. Because you are a Black Hawk racing driver, and I'm just looking through the order now. I can see one of your cars is currently 21st with the James Duker in it. That's the 82. And
Yes.
that
Got
is.
a few 25.
Yeah, and 25th is Brownie Garmin, the other car. I think that's your car. So, yeah,
that's all
25th
good.
and 21st for Black Hawk, which translates to, looking at the standings, 10th and 13th in class. So maybe not the result you were after.
No, not really. Got a bit unlucky with the disconnect. We started off really well this first hour, and then yeah, that disconnect really killed us.
Yeah, the disconnect can't have helped. I mean, there's been several incidents for several teams throughout the race. We had 2 disqualifications, just to name a couple. But yeah, not been the easiest race, but it's about getting to the finish ultimately, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. It's not about doing the fastest laps. It's a matter of just trying to stay on the track. It's really, really difficult.
Yeah,
Probably
with
one of the
all
most difficult races I've driven in, especially with the weather.
yeah, with all the rain, all the going off, all the spinning, we've been witnessing that, and it's been quite difficult for me as a commentator because there hasn't been too much to commentate on. But now obviously I've got you in the room with us, that's going to make life a little easier. Yeah, Blackhawk, a bit of an anomaly race then, being down so low. So obviously coming out of this race, going to the next, it's going to be an interesting see if we can get back on the higher echelons of the points again. What actually is the preparation process, like direct after a race? Do you go straight into practice for the next race right away, or do you like to have a couple of days off?
Doesn't bother me. When I just want to get some free time, the couple of days after, I'll start getting into it, and then just go from there, and start practicing with the Alex and James in the other car, and a couple of other guys. We just try and get a setup going and go from there.
It's all about getting the car set up ready for the race, and with races about once each month, you know, there's plenty of time to do that. Lots of preparation time for each team, and in both Room 1 and Room 2, both separate championships as well, so you're both fighting for something of equal value. So, you know, it doesn't really matter which room you're in, you know, you're both preparing, both fighting for other things. I know you've got the P1 car as well, up in second place with Bernd Schmidt. Oh dear, I think we've lost Shane Chancellor actually. He's just dropped out, so I'm sure we'll have him back with us in a moment. He'll probably just reconnect, and I can bring him back in. But yeah, Bernd Schmidt for one is in second and doing a fairly good job at this. Only a minute and 17 behind Baranek, so a pit stop might put that Blackhawk car in the lead. If the pit stop was long enough, of course. Bernd just trying to keep around here now and get around this GT. Doing a fairly good job of it. Very good job in fact. Oh, in fact, I think I've just been poached by oh hello, yeah, I would love to have an interview as well with Ricardo Carazari, who we've brought into the booth. Hello there.
Yeah, everybody, good evening.
Great to have you with us as well, Ricardo. Just looking for your car at the moment. You drive for Post Motorsport, obviously, and that car is currently being driven by Renz Klopp in P22, which translates to, I'm just going to check, it translates, yeah, Shane Challenger's back with us as well. That translates to 11th overall, Ricardo, so not really the result you were after, maybe at the start of this race, but we saw what happened with the curb when you were driving against Thomas Hinz, and just a bit of an unfortunate incident there.
Yeah, what can I say? To be honest, I realized that there was a new anti-cut through there just once I bounced on that, because I did like 2,000 kilometer testing and we were pretty prepared, especially on the dry, of course. And then this came out. I always went with, I don't want to say all 4 wheels inside, but with the 2 inner wheels on the curb as it is permitted without any problem. And there it wasn't being, you know, excessively aggressive, to be honest, from my point of view. And then, boom, just bounced on it. You know, what can I say? Yeah, it's there for everybody and they have no excuses, but it's quite a crazy stuff, you know, for the that width of the track, from my point of view, is already quite too small for some situation. And sometimes you have, especially on the wet, you have prototypes that are locking cars on the middle of the chicanes. So I think that kind of anti-cuts not gonna work that much. You know, the possibility to destroy the race of some cars, it's too high from my point of view. But you know, it's there for everybody, so it's just my opinion. And anyway, I say that Klopp now is doing incredibly good job. He found the pace in a couple of laps, not more. I don't know what we are going to do with the strategy because we are so much far away. We will see. We will decide what to do with the tires at the end of the stint, looking at Ren's feelings, and then try to take out the best from our situation because there is nothing more to do.
Yeah, I don't think really do much about it at this point. And he is doing a good job, Ren's in B22, I think 11th in class. Just trying to get it around and keep the pace up and make time up again. Because that's what it's about in these endurances when you fall behind. You have to charge as hard as you can and catch the time back up again. Sometimes it works. And Ren's last few laps, looking at them, were 217, 218, 216, 218, 217.
Yeah,
and,
we had the car to stay in first top 3, you know, because top 4 I have to say, because both the Ragnar simulation and Motorsport Italia and the Black Hawk car, the main Black Hawk car, we are both on more or less the same pace. Also the roller racing with Kevin Yeager, I wasn't expecting them being so consistent on the wet. I know why. I think I know why we're talking about setup, of course, right now. We don't have that little bit more we always had in the past few races, okay? I think I know why, but that's the situation. It was, I don't want to say unexpected, but we should have to change again deeply the car in this situation to find that 3 or 4 tenths on the pace that we more or less always had on the rest of the group. So today, yeah, putting all the pieces together, today was not the day to have that kind of problem at the chicane. Definitely.
Yeah, that was unfortunate that it happened in it. But, you know, Ren's is doing a very good job of fighting. And, well, we'll go from one guest to another. But I think we've now got 3, 4, 5 guests in. I can't count the amount of guests because now we have a Tony Kremen.
Howdy ho.
Howdy ho indeed. Hello to you. And, well, great to have you with us, Tony. Always a pleasure indeed. And let's try and get a word in with Shane Chancellor before we come in, because I know Shane's just come back. We were saying before as well, it's not just the GT cars, Shane. You've got that P1 car of Bernd Schmidt currently going around as well, and who's actually just putting it out the bumper of the current, I think that was the Deltec bumper that just went missing there. Daniel Visner, has lost his front bumper, and he's just got that out of the way. So yeah, Bernd doing a very solid job in second at the moment.
Yeah, they're doing really well. I'm really happy for them because I've been putting in some good effort to try and get up there, and I've been a little bit unlucky, but hopefully today will go a bit better for them than it has gone for us in the GTs.
Yeah, it's a completely different experience, the LMP1s as well, because as we saw in the qualifying, you know, they probably are more susceptible. Well, speaking of the devil, Bernd Schmidt's hit the curb. Bernd Schmidt has hit the curb there, and that has not gone very well for him. He's in the pits. He's hit that same anti-cut, lost the front bumper, and no suspension damage, luckily, but an undue pit stop for Schmidt.
What is wrong with that?
Yeah.
Chicane? I've seen like 3 or 4 separate people in front of me hit it and then lose their front bumper. It makes no sense.
Yeah, maybe it's just the way it's been designed. I mean, this is effectively an ISI track made with third-party support. So, and I say ISI, I mean Studio 397. But yeah, using official track here, and yeah, it's all information we can pass on to Studio 397 though.
Like I can sort of see it happening as the car flies over the curb and the front end hits the ground earlier. So I guess some of the weight might be, you know, the wing might actually hit the ground and then come off, but I don't know, man. Still kind of upsetting that it's like something simple as that is going to cost you 200-300 seconds in the pits.
Yeah, and in fact, Timo Vardy just pulling up beside Bernd Schmidt, or in front of Bernd Schmidt, sorry, in that Velocity Grand Prix car, which is your team, obviously, Tony. And Timo currently 10th at the moment, and that means he is in P4 in class, so very solid performance.
Kind of a shame, because we could have had a way better race, but at the start we made the mistake of not using wet tires from the get-go, because we didn't see any rain. And since the server reset, we made the mistake that we just went on a softer compound, a dry compound, and we had to pit immediately after the race started. So that kind of took away some of our potential podium maybe, but there's still a lot of race to go, so we have to keep an eye on what's going on.
Yep, just got to keep an eye on it. Ultimately, that's all that's to do, I guess. But yeah, Team Uvardi doing a good job out there in P4 and isn't too far behind the likes of Perrock, Standers and all as well.
I think the gap to Standa was like almost 3 seconds before Teemu pitted.
Yeah, not much in it at all. So Standa under some pressure from Teemu before he did pit. Merge Smith still in the pits, obviously, with that damage that he's just sustained. And yeah, that's not going to help Black Hawk in that sense.
What a shame.
Yeah, it's not real good. But the interesting thing is when it was a practice session, those anti-cut bumps weren't there. They only in qualifying, I reckon, and the race.
This is true. When I've practiced over the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've gone wide a couple of times, but I've never ever had that issue. So I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, very strange indeed. As I say, though, the unfortunate is all information we pass on to Studio 397, with us being a Studio 397 or Factor 2 official series. You know, we are officially, supported by them. We can pass this information on, and they can use it to improve the game for everybody. Or the simulator. It get the figurative game, but the actual simulator.
Indeed.
So ultimately, it does benefit everyone that will find these.
On the excuse me while I gather my thoughts. On the subject of destroyed cars, Suzuka is really one of the worst tracks of the season to have this kind of weather. There is no runoff whatsoever. For example, once you get to Sector 2, the first turn of Sector 2, if you go wide there, you will bottom out at the curb on the outside, and you can't stop, at least in the P2s, before you hit the wall. So you gotta be really careful, especially with the rain conditions being what they are. Well,
yeah, you've got to be very careful when there's this much rain.
Not surprised there have been a lot of casualties.
Yeah, a couple of disqualifications as well for Johan van Doren, and as well as that, another one for the, I believe it was the Dutch Connection Racing Car Group. He was both disqualified. So
what were they disqualified?
Although,
you mean did not finish or?
No, actually disqualified, so behind he did not finish people. But interestingly, Van Doren was actually disqualified in the middle of Spoon Corner, which is halfway around the track, and Coupland while he was making his pit stop. So those are interesting things as well. Been a bit of a mad race this, but yeah.
But it's not even over yet.
It's not even
Crazy.
over.
Not even halfway.
Not even halfway. No. Right.
Long way to go.
You know, it was really fun. Like earlier at the state of the race, I think it was right after the first set of rain ended. Like when there was a bit of a dry period and a bit of a dry patch started forming on the track. I felt that was the most fun I've had in a long time with these cars.
David Beranek! Oh, contact with Masalana! Beranek spins, Masalana couldn't go anywhere. That was a crash right there, and Beranek, that's our race leader, who's had to do with the GT. And now he's spun again! It's all gone wrong for RGPL at this sudden point, yeah? Beranek got too far inside, then lost it, and then, as well as that, Bill Matalana went into the back of him. Beranek doesn't appear to have any damage. Well, okay, that is an interesting thing.
Wow.
Wow.
When you
well.
think things are going well, doesn't take much. Well, you can't give up till the end, 3 hours and 20 minutes left, you just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, halfway through and David Baranek in the pits to repair this damage that the car has taken. This might just put InSped Racing Team in the lead. They've not really been too far. They've been like sort of mid sort of P1 pack, and now for avoiding incident, they're going to take the lead. That is how unpredictable it can be. We're going to have a Porsche leading a race, and that is actually surprised because it's always been Audis. Well, I never thought of it. I never thought that I'd see that happen. David Baranek fault us all.
Just seen a GT car on this
on
its side.
And that last corner.
Yeah, where is that? I'm going to see who that is because I'm going to find out who's there. They won't be on the side anymore because I think there's an auto up right in our factor 2. But if it's at the last corner, it won't be that far away. Yeah, I can't see it anymore, but someone may have gone on the side or been replaced. But David Baranek...
Baranek was coming through.
Hey?
Baranek just crawling into the pits. Must be out of fuel because he just been getting pushed earlier on into the pit bay.
There it is. I can't see Baranek's in the pits, but the only cars in the pits are Visna, Baranek and Matalana, so...
Are they sharing a pit stop as well? A pit bay? Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, this is massive for InSped. If that Baranek car is in for long enough, then this could mean that they are going to take overall race lead here. It's looking likely, you know. If Marovic can just hold it together and Baranek is in for series... No, Baranek out! Not obviously 2 series then, but the gap to the InSped car has been sliced in half. I mean, Marovic is now coming into the spoon curve. That's turn 14, and Baranek only going through turn 1. So
They are still a lap behind, aren't they?
well, there's not as much in it. I'd say there's about half a lap in it now between these two.
Ah, yes.
So it's gone from at least a lap to half a lap. So that's still a significant loss.
It is. It is.
And it's going to inspire the InSpec team to just step it up even further, because now they think they can probably get the race win, or at least take the lead. They'll be inspired to do that now. But Marovic is suffering with a bit of understeer. I think the tyres might have, or maybe just went offline. So it's all going to be about keeping it on track, I think, for these InSpec boys to keep it in seconds. Very impressive run from that Porsche. I mean, a lot of teams are using Audis in this series, not as many Porsches, so good to see a Porsche up in the top positions. Looking through, the current leader Baranek is in an Audi, as is Schmidt, as is Grablenli, as is Kumatsoglu, and then the next tyre is P1, is Xavakis, and he is as well. There's not really many Porsches going. Jose Casanovas is in a Audi as well, for the Atlantic Motorsport team.
Oh, Standard just went quite wide on turn 2.
Yeah. In fact, in this particular race, only 2 Porsches, the InSped and the Dutch Connection Racing, and the Dutch Connection is retired. So Marovic, the only remaining Porsche. Being very dominated by Audis, the P1 class, but yeah, so now, Standard Sonaro, where is Standard? Standard's down in the 9th overall.
Not that far off of Per Oakvist.
Not that far off of our Chris, no. There's not too much in it.
No.
So
Now GBL
there's a catch up.
Yeah, and RGPL have been pretty fast in the P2s earlier today, as I've watched their progress.
Yeah, they have been quite a successful entry, this joint entry between RGPL and Semtech. Been a quite successful entry indeed. Of course, RGPL have an LMP1 in this room. Semtech have a GT car in this room. They both pooled the resources to build an LMP2 as well. So, and it is a lovely looking car, that split livery car. It's reminiscent of the old BAR Formula 1 car from 1999, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like
it is.
the red and the blue.
I gotta say, I wasn't a big fan of that one.
Oh.
But that's just my personal opinion. I think one of the best liveries of all time, at least in F1, is I might be a little bit biased here, but the West McLaren
Oh,
skin.
yes. The McLarens are always very nice looking, except for when they're just basically black with a little bit of red on. But
You know, funnily enough, I'll tell you a secret about the McLaren skin. Okay, so back in 2015, like March, I was doing a Formula 3 series in what was then GameStop car, and I made a really edgy Formula 3 black and red type of skin. 1 week after the outing of that brand new beautiful skin that I made all by myself, somehow McLaren makes a skin almost identical to mine. Ron Dennis owes me a bunch of royalties.
Yeah,
copyright.
I can vouch for a similar experience. I have a sim racing team as well. For a while, our colours were blue, white, and green, which changed. Those were the original team's colours. And then one day, I noticed that Sauber, when they were fielding Simona and Silvestro in a test, had painted the Sauber in those same colours. I'm like, I'm going to demand royalties from these people. This was my idea, not yours.
Yeah. Not that Sauber has a lot of money to begin with, so I
They
think
could probably
we can let
afford
it
to pay
slide.
us.
There was another good one that I don't know if you guys remember, was the Benson and Hench's Jordan with the snake.
Oh, yes. Oh, actually, I have a little story about that. Okay, so I think it was 2 years ago, they actually brought out the Benson and Hedge, the same car that won Damon Hill, the 1998 Belgian Grand Prix in the rain. That was also the first and last 1-2 win for Jordan.
So sorry, but Sanderson Nars had another off. He's been slippy slidey for a while now, Tony, and he has just knocked out some boards. He's gone right over one of the corners. Sanderson Nars seriously struggling here.
Yep. Well, those tires might be a bit worn.
Yeah, he is not having a good time with it, Stander, and yeah, he's going to have to do something about this. Maybe make a pit stop or something. Yeah, do continue.
But anyway, so they brought out the Jordan, and what was interesting about it, it was connected. Oh, there he goes again! Almost.
Yeah, I think a pit stop's going to be needed soon because that is just going to hemorrhage time from that Synsec car.
Yep. Anyway, so it was actually connected to a sort of like a hydraulic full motion sim, and then the car itself was connected to F1 2013. So you could actually, like, you know, buy a ticket for, I don't know, €5 or something and jump in the car and have an experience sitting in an F1 car. I gotta say, I got a taste of it, and they really do not kid around when they say those things are snug. There was barely any room for you to sit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Formula-style race seats out there as well for sim racers, so obviously they're more, you know, they're not as actually, you know, snug as such. You know, they're only modelled in the style of a Formula 1 car. Although I have seen one that's been developed, and this is kind of a plug. Funny enough, we've got ISIMRS Racing. They're actually bringing out a seat. ISIMRS, the company. I think they call it the. I'm going to go to their website. But yeah, ISIMRS are bringing out a racing seat as well. I was actually talking with the company owner as well, because I went to Cardiff for an event, and he happened to be there. So that's how we met each other, and they're actually bringing out the F-Sim seat, which is apparently modelled on an actual Formula 1 cockpit.
Oh, interesting.
So, you know, it's as snug as that, and for the proper experience.
Yeah, maybe he'll send one to, you know, every racer in VEC room too.
Yeah, there's pictures of it up now on their website. It looks very, very nice. I'm really impressed by how it looks.
What is it made out of? Just composite?
Well, if you go to their website, which is isimrs.com, and click on the product F-Sim, you can have a look for yourself.
Oh, Stander spins again!
Oh, it's Stander
this time
spins.
on the chicane!
Yeah, he needs to pit, I think. Those tyres are not helping affairs. You can't just struggle on like this. I know he's resilient, but come on, I think this is a bit too much. I think we'll have someone to wait with, actually.
And he's still not going to the pits!
He's still not
Keeps
pitting.
going!
He just keeps going. He's brilliant, but maybe foolish for it. But I'd like to welcome Patrick Gerber to the broadcast booth. Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Great to have you with us, Patrick. Nice to have you with us in the booth. I don't think we've had the pleasure of talking before.
No, we didn't. Today will be my debut.
It will be.
VEC. Yeah.
Well, so you drive for Freedom Ragnar Simulator in that P2 car, currently being driven by Conrad Barr, the leading car. But I'm more interested about you, so tell us a bit about yourself.
So I am now 17 years old. And just starting with Fear Factor 2. I was racing already in a racing car. I finished season 2 second position, losing only 1 point to the winner. So I'm racing in sim racing since 2014, but also I'm trying something with real racing or racing.
Yeah, so obviously debut in the VEC though, but you've got quite a bit of experience behind you already. So
The real wheel.
yeah, so in the real world, so it's been a case of has it been an easy transition into R Factor 2? Because it's a completely different ball game.
If you know, there is a big gap between R Factor 1 to 2, which I changed, and R Factor 2 is really beginning to be really realistic. I also got pleasure to be in professional Formula 1 simulator in Brackley, in Mercedes.
Wow.
So then there's few experience that tells the R Factor 2 is really realistic. So.
Yeah, well, that must have been a very interesting experience for you. I doubt many people will ever have the chance to do that.
Yeah, I got lucky in competition that they made.
Yeah.
There we go.
And well, I guess simulators are becoming more and more involved in the use of actual motorsports. I mean, we've just had the Formula E Road to Vegas E race. We've just had we've got things like GT Academy. We've got competitions, you know, that are so big nowadays in sim racing that people are actually getting real life racing opportunities out of it.
This is really good experience and good for the future of sim racing. And the GT Academy isn't something new, but things like the Formula E did is really impressive and really good for us as sim racers.
Yeah, well, we could probably go on for a while about the Las Vegas E race, but let's not do that, girl. We've got you here, Pat, because obviously we're interested in learning more about you. So, Peter Ragnar Simulator, currently you're driving for the leading team, although Conrad Watt has just pitted. What's it actually like working with the Peter Sport Poland team? Because they are currently reigning champions in Room 1 LMP1, and you're in their LMP2 entering Room 2. So, how's it like working with champions?
You know, we are already known by 1.5 years. We met thanks to one of our drivers, Tomasz Bierna, that is racing in real world. And when we met, we have a good talk between us. We sometimes meets. We sometimes would meet on the trainings or maybe some competition like go-karting or something like that. So we have a really good relation, and thanks to experience that got Nikodem, especially GT Academy in Cuba, we can really learn something from them. So I'm really happy that there is so much experience to go from them.
Yeah, there is a lot of experience in a team like Fidesz Sport Poland because, or Fidesz Sport Ragnar Simulator, a lot of experience to go on, and you must feel it's a big pleasure to be part of such a team. And does it put any particular pressure?
Bernd Schmidt hit the wall and lost his rear wing.
Who did? Bernd Schmidt, yes! Bernd Schmidt has no rear wing! Now, funny enough, he's race director, so he could probably call a code 8 if he wanted. Well, I doubt he will be doing that.
We actually joked about that a while ago. Is that it seems that Bernd only calls a code 80 when he himself hits something.
Oh, unless he sees it when he's out on track. But I don't think he's going to be honest, because he's still trying to get around. I think he's fine. Unless it becomes a problem, I don't think in the interest of safety he will do.
Of course.
He's fair like that, Ben.
Oh, he spins!
He has gone around and
he
he's kept the
destroys
board.
the prime rib.
130R might be a problem then.
Yeah, probably.
And he's getting it going again. I think, I think he's probably going to deal with this in the fairest manner he knows how. So he's going to pull onto the track. I think he's going to try and get around without causing a code 80. But I think he probably will call one if it's needed. Yeah, I think Bernd's probably just going to try and get around otherwise. I think it'll be fine. Interesting that Bernd...
Oh, Stanislav goes off and hits the wall!
Oh, Stanislav! Big time, yes, you're right.
And there it goes!
Right, yeah, so now loses his front bumper. That's going to put him down. And, well, it's going to give Speed Sport Ragnar Simulator even more of a buffer. It's going to give Reborn Racers a buffer, Per Rockfist a buffer. I mean, as someone who's probably driven these cars, Patrick, you'll know how easy it is in wet conditions to go off.
On the track it's really easy to make a mistake, especially in conditions. It's really tricky corners. So.
Yeah, very easy to make a mistake in these cars. So, not easy in standard scenarios is proving it.
And the thing is, especially with the rear tires, it's really easy to lock them if your brake balance isn't set up in the front. So, especially in like super wet conditions. For now, it's not 100%. So it's not like driving in a puddle, but like at one point of the race. But if you really do lock up your rear tires, it's bye-bye. You're just gone.
Lock the rear up, there's no really saving it even with traction control.
Mm-hmm. No, traction control can do nothing in that case. You can maybe catch it if you're fast enough, but well,
it's very difficult otherwise. And well, that Black Hawk car is now going to have a big repair time with Bernd Schmidt in it.
Meanwhile, Per Oakvist and Lapadula having a fight amongst themselves. Granted, they're on different laps, and Lapadula just lets Per go. No reason to fight each other if you're on different laps.
Yeah,
might cause an incident.
Oakvist actually a lap behind to win again. A lap on Lapadula. Yeah, they've lapped Lapadula. There you go. But yeah, Per is now gone through there, and I see that an RTS Icula is in the waiting area of the drivers, so this means Maravich might be due for pit stop. This should be sped in soon then. From second, so with the problems with Bernd Schmidt, the fact that Grablenski's in behind, although not with damage and now out again, but 2 laps behind, I would reckon that this pit stop, Insped are going to hold second. Which will be fantastic for them because, you know, that's a brilliant result. Have they had a second this far? So far in this season, but I'm going to check. Going to see if they have had a second place. I'll check the results and standings.
Mm-hmm. I'll keep an eye on the track meanwhile.
Yeah, Insped have not had higher than 16 points in a race. So this would be 20 for them. This would be a new best in this season, at least. This season they have not scored higher than 16. This would be 20 points, I think, for a second place if they can hold this. And Piotr Maravich and co will get the second place. And that would help to move them from 6th upwards. I mean, at the moment there's 4 teams tied on 40 points. Origin Front Row Racing aren't here. Deltec are further down the order than them. Just Connection Racing were disqualified. This is actually probably going to help Insped jump to 3rd or 4th in the team standings. It just goes to show how one race can do.
Indeed.
Really good to see how they're doing. I mean, one race, and it could affect everything, you know. Now they're in a position now where they really are in a position to move up quite a lot in the team standings to do this one race.
It's always good to see someone do well.
Yeah, it is fantastic to see them, and I think we're going to get another guest here in one of the drivers. I think we're going to try and find here, so if I can find him. Yeah. I would like to, I've got any more questions for Patrick. Daryl, any questions for Patrick?
Not really. No, can't think of it at the moment.
Tony, have you got anything you'd like to ask?
Oh, ask who?
Patrick.
How was your day?
It wasn't the best one, but it could be better.
It's always good to aspire to something better. Great attitude.
Yeah, like Senna was always there to look forward, and maybe next time you will get a better day, or even get better. I had a bad day, but now it's time for race. So I'm really excited.
Exactly.
I can't wait for my change of cars to race to the end.
Quite so. Anything to add, Joshua?
No, I agree. Always good to aspire to better things. I think if we've got no questions to ask, we might let Patrick
I
go
had a
now.
question to ask actually, sorry.
Oh yes, Darryl Russell has one.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, I was just to say, you know, what advice would you give to these people, you know, who want to be starting a sim racing and seeing how it goes, you know, in endurance racing, and you see what you guys are up against, you know, in different weather conditions and different traffic situations, overtaking and lapping and whatever. What sort of advice would you give to somebody watching this now and thinking, oh yeah, I would love to do that. How can I go about it?
Oh, Barocquist hits!
Oh,
He
Alquist!
loses his front wing! I don't
yeah.
know who he hit.
No.
It was Jake Casanovas and David Baranek! The leader has lost his rear wing!
Oh no, that is
dear.
big! That is
That
big!
is a big
Well,
incident!
Well, I know exactly how that happened as well. Baranek comes in through Degner 1 into Degner 2. Casanovas is slow, loses it. Casanova gets onto an out sort of slide. Baranek then just, oh my lord. Yeah, Casanovas got a bit offline out of Degner 2. Baranek went
Baranek spins again! Oh, he barely holds it!
Yeah, Baranek could do. Baranek
hits the wall!
Baranek couldn't do anything out of Degner 2, but then he starts reversing, and oh, he reverses it to Per Ockfist, I think.
Oh,
Ockfist
dear.
had already tried to avoid, but he reversed, and that's how that happened. So maybe a miscommunication from Baranek to Ockfist, but no rearing for Baranek now. And this is probably going to put, after damage, Insped into the race lead after all. Well, what a turn of events. That is, wow, okay, I think now might be a good time to let Patrick Gerber go before Tony Kevin explodes with enthusiasm. Thanks very much for joining us. And good luck in the race as well.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Well,
I didn't get my question answered, but never mind.
Hey, I can say now.
Apologies.
Yeah. The question was about the situations on the tracks.
oh yes,
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
got to
so-
go there, sorry.
So you always have to be prepared for everything. Like we see now, we are seeing now what happened to the leaders. You can be prepared for everything, especially when the rain comes out and other cars, especially the big gaps between LMP1 cars and GT cars. This is a really tricky situation for everyone. And, the best thing we can do is learning and getting experience, because at the beginning, okay, you can be a bit frustrated about it, but when you go more and more laps, when you get more laps, you're getting better and more comfortable in the situation. But still, the most important thing is to adapt to your own car, and after that, you will be really, really good in racing.
And adapt to the situation, because if you know the car, you can react to a situation better. So, yeah, completely agree.
Thank you. So, good evening from everyone.
Yep, and good luck to you in the race then, Patrick.
Thanks. Bye.
Good luck.
Well, I'm going to bring up somebody else as well who's asked to speak, and I'm sure that it'll be interesting to talk to them if I can find them. I don't seem to have found them. Oh dear. Hang on.
Meanwhile, Thomas Grobelny hits the wall and loses his front wing.
Oh no, it's lose your front wing city at the moment.
Indeed.
Right, so I'm going to move up this person who I said I would move up, and right, well here we go.
Oh, Vadush.
Oh, sorry about that. I think we might have caught you mid-conversation, Alessandro.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, would you like to go back?
No problem. Just kidding with my fellows.
Oh, it's okay. Right, well, welcome to the booth then. Nice to have you with us, Alessandro. Your car's going to be driven by Marco Susanna, who was P13 at the moment, second in LMGT. But arguably, I would have started in qualifying, because what a final lap from you to get pole.
Yeah, I honestly did not expect to get already into P10 because I barely practiced. We had no setup till the afternoon, so we put something together, but it worked.
Yeah, evidently it worked.
Unexpectedly. Yeah, I wasn't planning also to do the race. I have a lot of stuff going on also in a racing, so I have not much time to practice, but went really, really well. I screwed up the first sector in the first lap and I was still first. So
Story of
this,
my life. Except the
Yeah.
first part.
yeah, very, very interesting result. Absolutely for our team, this new for this series. We got into many troubles during the first part of the season, so maybe this time we can have some fun, and I got to try the first stint of my VEC career.
Yeah, well, I hope you enjoyed it because it seemed like a very good stint indeed. Your car's been in the lead for points in this race. You're second in class now. It's a very strong result for your team.
Absolutely. It was a tough start. I was not comfortable with all that bad guys behind me. I had some mistakes and I dropped like 4th, 5th, but then I was saving fuel, looking for a different strategy to do, because honestly we have not the pace of the faster guys, and we were trying to do one less stop than the others, but in the end with wet track there's less fuel consumption, so the strategy obviously didn't work. But yeah, it was fine, not pushing out too much the tires. In the end, I was catching the 61 fast. It was really, really fun, and first time driving in the wet on the Factor 2, so really, really a pleasure.
Yeah, and well, sometimes it's not all about pace in endurance racing. Sometimes it's about just getting to the end and keeping it on the track. And you've done a great job of that. That's probably a big part, of why Marco is in 13th and second in class, because he's just, your team have played it nice and safe. You've been on track. You've not done anything silly. You kept it there, and you're rightfully and deservedly second.
There is a certain bald man who used to be the boss at McLaren and then got fired the other day. That's once said to finish first, you have to finish.
Yes, exactly.
That's what we're trying to do tonight. Finish, just finish.
I think that's the best approach to this particular race, which is just to survive. Don't worry about pace. Don't worry about, the only thing you have to worry about is traffic and not hitting said traffic. And you'll do fine.
You're absolutely right. That's
For
what
example,
I try to do.
For example, Conrad Barr, who's the Ragnar feeder Ragnar simulator car in LMP2, I don't think they've had any incidents this race, have they? Joshua?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm spaced out for a minute, but yeah.
Yes, has the guys P5 Ragnar simulator, have they had any issues with
Conrad
incidents?
Barr is seemingly still doing alright in P5. All is going well. I should add, by this point, Artur Sakula is leading for instead, so now one goes for a race win, not just second. Because Berenek still in the pits, obviously, and well, driver of the race so far has to be the ISIM RS team. Arol Kumatsoglu, all the way down in 30th, is now second. He's come from disaster before for the team, so far down. Now they're a lap behind the race leaders. It is absolutely phenomenal for ISIM RS to be doing that well, but yeah, Barr seems to be going around at the moment, and yeah, FIDA are doing a good job. Only 3 laps down on Saikuda as well.
The race is lottery really when it comes to race results. Anyone can win it at the moment.
Anyone could win it. This has perhaps turned into one of the most predictable races into one of the most unpredictable races. And well, it's why you can never predict endurance racing. I guess I was wrong. I think that I could before. Well, we'll have to see how this pans out with 194 minutes gone.
Oh dear. Seems our factor's crashed on me.
Oh dear, well, we'll surely get back into the game soon enough, Tony, but... Yeah, for you, Alessandro, being second in class, the strategy surely must just be to keep it going.
Absolutely. We honestly never raced much in the endurance series on Factor 2. I never raced before on endurance series. So for me it was everything new. Also the start, I wasn't sure what to do. Honestly, I was happy I got first position in GT, so that I was out of trouble. And yeah, the key is stay out of trouble and not get into crashes. And that's maybe also what the LMP1 guys need to learn, because as you can see, there's too many wrecks, and just going nice and easy, not overdriving the corners and dive bombing GTs or LMP2s, you'll be fine, because the other week wreck or spun out. So, yeah, that's the deal, in my opinion, for the LMP1 guys. As you can see, 1, 2, 3 laps down, you can recover it, even if your pace is 1 or 2 seconds lower.
I always say that it's better to lose 1 second in a corner than 300 in the pits. It's simple math.
That's true.
Oh,
That's true.
Completely, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But completely off topic. It seems F1 legend Mika Häkkinen got married in my town earlier today.
Great.
So
That's
congratulations to them. I wonder if it would be rude to find him and ask for an autograph.
Oh, well. But I don't know, but yeah, good to know. Good to know.
I try to intimidate LMP1 drivers before the race, and Tony knows that.
Yeah.
I wasn't so much a gentleman.
No, I almost hit you, I think 3 times, and you blocked me twice, and I legitimately thought, like, there was this one point where I said out loud to my teammates that if this guy is gonna block me again, I'm going to take him out.
No, the point is, doing that on practice, people remember that. And during the race, they won't do that again. But
it depends. It's
yeah,
situational.
it depends, because if people have something to lose, they won't do that. If they're pretty mad or hot, maybe that's the end, but I do it many times, and usually on iRacing during my multi-class championships, and I saw in the last 2-3 months that that's the key of going into traffic. I usually drive the prototypes, but I saw also how GT works, and it's not the best way, but it's effective.
It is effective, yes.
Obviously, you have to leave space for the faster guys.
Well,
Absolutely.
definitely.
But if they dive bombing turns like the 130R on the spoon, you just stay in the middle of the road and see what happens. If they
Just be
force
careful.
it- yeah.
Just be careful not to, in the future, just be careful not to directly block them, or actually, like if you change your line mid-corner, that is grounds for
Absolutely,
penalty.
you're right.
So you have to be careful. I've done the same thing earlier myself, not during VEC, earlier, like when I started out. But then I sort of dropped it simply because it's not really fun to hear that after the race something like, well, you did this, so I spun, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the situation of the driver. I mean, if you're on the last lap, you're going to use every trick in the book, if it's legal. But,
Yeah, and then it depends on the situation, of course.
And in addition, if you do something like that, because people do have a way of sort of going through a corner in sort of like, well, I wouldn't say sleep, but sort of not 100% focused all the time.
Yeah.
So if something unexpected happens out of nowhere, well, like somebody, say, taking a very unorthodox line, there's a higher chance of a collision, and then that'll ruin your race and their race.
Yeah.
So it's again a question of, do you want to save 1 or 2 seconds and risk the chance of losing 300 in the pits while you fix your rear wing and your front wing?
Yeah, that's
But
what matters.
Exactly, but it's always situational. It's nice to see you guys haven't had any incidents during this race, and it's great to see you guys in P2.
It is indeed fantastic to see you doing so well, and yeah. Just looking back at Artius, they're still leading this sprint Fed racing team. Let's not forget. Yes, David Bernak's still in the pits. This has been a disastrous incident then for RGPL. They're 5 laps down. I mean, Bernd Schmidt only just got going recently. He's 5 laps down as well, but it just goes to show one mistake, if it's big enough, can have dire consequences. And now, Insped lead.
Just looking through the comments on the broadcasters, they're saying that Matalala does it to be lagging all week.
Yeah, Matalana has been lagging for a while now. I've seen a couple of times. It almost looks like he's about to drop out. If you look at the broadcast right now, you can clearly see
He instantly travels to Osaka and then comes back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to look at this. I'm looking at the previous season standings, and Petersport Poland took quite a few race wins. I think in the Porsche before they switched to the Audi, didn't it? But though you know, Porsche
they're quite successful last season.
But the Porsche wasn't too successful last season, or was it? I don't know. I don't remember last season.
I do remember Feeder Sport Poland we did quite a lot of top 3 finishes. And I think didn't they win the season as well? I can't remember.
They were season champions, but I think they switched to the Audi when the chance came along.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know whether they won in the Porsche. That's what I'm trying to remember. Well, they took some 30s and a 35, but yeah, I'm going to assume that they did win in the Porsche. So we haven't had a Porsche win since last season. Since then, it's all been Audis.
the first of the year.
Could be first
Great
Porsche
stuff.
of the year.
Yeah, could be a great stuff for 2017.
Yeah, I mean, Insped have really just, again, they've done the Motorsport Italia strategy, and they're taking advantage of everyone else's mistakes by keeping it nice and sensible on the road. I mean, Archer has not had too much traffic to deal with. He's dealt with it very well when he has. So they've kept it nice and simple. They've not risked anything, and they're reaping the rewards. And we can see a Porsche take the win at Suzuka.
Indeed.
Yeah, so where
You know
is
what?
Madelano? Because if this lag is as bad as we think it is, then...
If you take a look at the broadcast on YouTube, you can see him hopping in and out sometimes, freezing up and going off track, and then coming back on track.
Well, I'm watching him now, and it doesn't seem to be as bad as you described. So
Just
maybe it's
keep an eye on him. You'll see in a minute.
Yeah, it
But,
doesn't seem to be as bad as you described. But...
Or maybe I'm just seeing things.
Oh, no, he has just dropped out. No, he has just straight up. It seems to come in patches. But unfortunately, Bernd Schmidt isn't about to tell him to do a driver swap because he's busy driving.
Indeed.
So, unfortunately, in situations like this, there really isn't anything that can be done. Unless Bernd will come across it himself.
Indeed. I wonder if at some point we could hire students.
Maybe one day. I mean, realistically, we would need 2 race directors, but Bernd Schmidt does the work he can, and sometimes, he wants to drive as well, so, you've got to respect that. So people are free to do what they like.
It's just a shame that sometimes you see blatant moves and silly happening, quite serious accidents and no code 80s. I mean, I don't blame Bernd for it, but I just think that maybe we should get a second race director from somewhere.
I mean, if I knew how, and I wasn't always busy on commentary, I'd do it.
Well, I'd love to do it as well if I wasn't busy driving.
Yeah, I mean, if I could probably afford to take a couple of hours out when Bert was driving to do race direction. I mean, if I knew how to, then I'd be interested in learning.
Yeah, you could
Well,
ask him.
I can ask afterwards, I guess. I mean, it would help.
Indeed.
Well,
Right.
guys, I got to leave.
Alright.
Duty is calling.
Well, I'm sure that you'll do a very good job of it, Alessandro. Good luck to you and your team.
Thank you so much, and thank you for broadcasting always.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It
Superb.
really is a pleasure.
Thank you, guys.
Well, Alessandro Gialladone there for Motorsport
Oh,
Italia.
we're all making a massive spin!
Who is?
Rope!
Oh,
wait,
well.
no, Muhammad!
Oh,
Never mind.
oh yes, that was Mohammed in that, and that IC Mirage car. That was the driver swap in itself, and Mohammed in that car now. Obviously, Errol Kumatoglu coming out of that car, and Harris Mohammed going in. So yeah.
Just a massive
Interesting
spin
race.
just now.
Yeah, I just had a bit of a spin. Maybe finding it a bit hard to acclimatise to the rain, but Artis Sakula having no problem. He's still leading this race.
And on that note, I must take a 20-minute break. I'm going to go make me some dinner
Oh, lovely.
and then be back.
What do you
So, secrets.
Oh, you're making secrets. Okay, well, that's fine.
No, I'm just kidding. There's a beef roast in the oven.
Oh, there's a beef roast. Lovely.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you enjoy it.
I probably will. I'll probably be back
Probably will.
later. So,
Well,
you guys have a good one. And
I'm sure
again,
we will.
thanks for hosting.
I'm sure we
for sure.
will. No problem.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Yep, a good one indeed.
See ya.
Bye. I still can't find this beer opener. I've been looking for about an hour and I still haven't found it. Oh, what does a person have to do to get some beer? Warm by now. Hold on a minute. Can you hold the fort for 5 seconds now and I'm going to go open it? I know there's racing and all, but sometimes you just gotta have an alcohol-free beer.
I'm back.
Good, because I'm going to get a bit of a bottle opener for this beer. So you're gonna have to hold the fort. For 5
This is still
minutes.
not open it yet.
I know, I couldn't find it, so I'm gonna go get it cold again, and I'm gonna go get my bottle opener. So
Well,
I'll
I
be 2
just got
minutes.
my pizza, so I ordered it about 2 hours ago.
Well, you enjoy that, and I'll get this.
Okay.
beer in hand, I am back. Of course, it's alcohol free because that's my way. And let's get back to the VEC because that's what my job is. I see Conrad Barr's actually got up to 4th. How's that?
Oh, missed that.
Yeah, Barr up to 4th. Very impressive. And Team Vardy in 6th. They're pulling up, but it's a 4-5-6 in the P2s in 4 to 6 overall. 2, 3, 4. Sorry, P2s 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. And Bernd Schmidt 7th, obviously after damage. Zenedic Smarter's gotten in that RGPL car.
Some of these teams are going to get a massive points haul after this race.
RTS Ikula has done 100 laps now. He is on lap 100. And, yep, 211 minutes in. And he's just had a slight excursion, but nothing major. Look at the roast chicken crisps I brought up here the other day, but never opened them. I'm going to have them.
So I'm currently eating potato wedges with garlic bread to follow after that, and then a pizza.
Oh wow. Don't make us hungry, please. I'm already eating. Oh, Susanna off. Well, no, Susanna's had enough of the multiple Italians. That's not very good. But he's not lost any time really because of it. Because Kevin Jacobs a while back. Thomas in still leading affairs for Peter Ragnar Simulator.
We've got a DNF with Hart.
Oh
28.
no! That's not good.
Let's have a find out what the DNF was for.
Yeah, David Hart was might just have directly disconnected. Yeah, from what I can see, it looks like he just disconnected. So we'll be able to join and get that SimTech car going again. Yeah, Thomas Hinsel still leading after almost 4 out. Well, he's driven 3.5 hours now, so there might be a switch due soon. But he has done a monster stint as his. He's doing a great job, and well, here's hoping that he'll be able to keep it up.
Well, I've done really well considering the conditions.
Oh yes, he has, yeah.
No, keeping the car on the track is not an easy thing to do. But yeah, he's been doing really well.
Yeah, props to Tom. He's doing a good job of that, and Kevin Jager a lap behind. Yep, David Hartley joins. And looking at the live timing now, I'm just looking at it, and yeah, obviously Ian Spencer looking for any close battles. I don't think, again, there's not really any close battles really anymore. If you thought it was spread out before, it's spread out even more now. I see that, yeah, Hart obviously in the pit because he's coming out of them. Yep, David Hart is back. He is back on the track, and that SimTech Porsche, they are back going.
Well, luckily, I didn't lose that much time either. I think I probably lost about a lap.
Yeah, not much time. They probably have lap anyway. And speaking of laps, Howard Mohammed is 2 laps down on RTS Ikura. That's how far Ainsfed have managed to get ahead by not having mistakes. I mean, let's look down the order. Looking down the order here, let's see. I mean, Valtech Racing Team, who left was so wrong. Marcel Sinicic now down in 14th after that mistake or crash. Conrad Barr's not had any problems. He's in 4th. David Baronet and Zenedic Smarter down in 8th, having led after picking up from Deltec. ISMRS, they've come back by having a problem-free race after their issues.
I think the lead in this race is, well, in the LMP1 class has changed, I think about, what, 4 or 5 times? Something like that?
It has. I mean, the big gainers have been ICMRS. They're 2 laps down on the leaders, but look how far they were down before.
Yeah, that's what it takes really, is this is someone to make a mistake or come off, and you can just quickly pounce and get those positions back.
Yeah, and by not making mistakes, they've been able to take advantage the most.
Yeah.
That's
Just
why
looking-
finishing first is less important than first finishing.
I'm just looking on the, you know, on the broadcast, I'm just wondering if it's still raining or not. Did the car go slow? The GT
It
car
might be
go
in
slow?
places. Now, where's this slow GT?
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Well, apparently connection problem. Yeah, that would that explains
All I could
that.
see was it was a Aston, I think it was. I think it was.
Oh, that might be Matalana. That might be Francesco Matalana who's just gone through a board there. And, oh wow, he's actually turning the steering wheel quite right indeed, and the car's not turning very much. Yeah, that is big damage for Matalana, and, yeah. That's not good for Gio Racing Team. Having difficulty getting it back on the track, may have some sort of puncture. In fact, yep, it just blipped out of existence as Matalana, and now it's back on the track. And he's done it again. Yeah, this is problematic. Needs to be careful here when rejoining because of his connection problems, but yeah, needs to let the lights control union first, go through, then we can cross over. I think he's got enough time to, but he's not doing it. But yes, he is actually. That was just connection problems again, and he's in the pits. That was Francesco Matalana who was having problems, and thank goodness he's in the pits safely. Still having connection problems, but yeah. Couple of cars deciding to pit now, but Matalana possibly forced into it. Oh, apparently the number 58 has crashed as well. That is the exclusive racing series car, the 24th place overall. That's Jaco Visser in that, and that is no front bonnet for them. That is not good. They've lost that. Well, that's not particularly good for them though, because that's going to mean quite big repair time. But well, I'll just like you.
Like I said, as Matalana has been told to change the driver, or actually been told to retire because because of the problems he's been having.
Well, he crashed, but yeah, I don't think he's been told to do anything. I think because Ben Smith's been racing, but this is what we were talking about, having a second race director. But yeah, I'm sure that someone might want to. I mean, I've said I will if I need that, but maybe I'm interested in learning. Maybe I can. I mean, if it helps the safety of the race continue, then yeah. Yeah, anyway, so what's your thoughts on the race been so far then, Darryl, in terms of, well, just give us a general overview of how you think it's been.
Let's have a look. Well, the overall view so far of the race for me is, well, it's been a very tough one. The weather didn't play much into it, and also, the track conditions. Well, I don't know. I think the nature of this track. I mean, some people have been saying about this kind of track where Suzuka is not really suitable for multi-class racing. Add to the weather to it as well, and it's been pretty tough. And I say the people that are running so far, they must be doing really well. Yeah. interesting. I just feel a bit disappointed as well that you know, our team couldn't be in it today, but due to the, you know, everyone's real life commitments. But looking at the situation, I don't think they're too downhearted to miss this one out. Well, we could have got some points if we, you know, if we were racing due to the, you know, the events that's been happening. But looking at it, no, we'll be fine. We'll be back in action in Sepang anyway, and hopefully, some good news possibly is that we may have some new drivers in the team. Fingers crossed.
That's great. That's wonderful to hear. I mean, from my point of view, it was a bit difficult getting things to go at the start, but once it's got going, it's been alright. I've just noticed as well, Miguel Vasquez is retired, so Labiala Racing appears to be out, or at least temporarily. So, unless that was a disconnect, in which case they can get back in, but that's not good for them, the fact that their race is stopped, even if temporarily.
Yeah, I got to say, I don't know if you noticed that we would do like a big advertising campaign to trying to recruit more drivers. We especially need more drivers for the LMP1 class with the up-and-coming races, including the Le Mans 24 hours. So we currently only have 3 drivers for the LMP1 class, but we need at least 4 if we're lucky. But yeah, if anybody's interested and you've got a SRCR license for, then get in touch.
Wow, a bit of a cheeky ad there.
Sorry for the plug.
A bit of a cheeky plug from Darryl Russell there, but yeah. You know, if people want to get involved, then either if you don't have the license, go to Sim Racing Club Academy. If you do have the license, try and find a seat. I'm sure there'll be lots of drives before the 12 and 24-hour races for more drivers. Those are the big races. And, you know, people need more drivers.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that I may get my license for by then. But we'll see.
Yeah, I'm hoping that you'll get your license for the ECR BLMS by then, but yeah, we'll see. We will see how we go. I think we've already
Well, I just want to give a shout out to all the drivers that did the SRCR race at where was it? Palm Beach. Oh, that's a really good race. I had a really good battle with Jimmy Allison.
Good old Jimmy, Lord Jimmy, our own administrator, getting involved too. So.
Oh yeah.
For everyone. It really is for everyone.
He's been out of racing just as long as I have, and it was good to see him back. And you know, and the old actions are still there. That's the main thing. But yeah, I've been out of it now. What, 2-3 years? It's nice to see that none of the old reflexes have gone. I just got to improve my speed a little bit more. It's getting there.
Yeah, it's always good to. I've only been racing for 3-4 years myself, so I haven't had a break. But yeah, it's good to know, I guess. It means that, you know, things can still be there when you come back.
So how long have you been out of sim racing now then?
I personally haven't been out ever, but I've been racing for about 3 or 4 years, on and off.
Ah, right.
But I'm still probably as bad as when I started in terms of pace, but actual racecraft come on loads. That's the most important thing, I guess, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, well with me anyway, I was just getting the better equipment.
Yeah.
And that's what kind of put me out that long for racing, because I didn't have a suitable PC.
Yeah.
Or well, I had a steering wheel and foot pedal, but yeah, we're just getting on a bit now. It was still reliable, but it's just getting on a bit. So I needed to get a new wheel and pedals, and get the game. That's another thing.
Well, howdy ho to Tony Crevin, because he's back.
Hello.
Howdy ho indeed, you are back with us, and how was the beef?
Excellent. Very juicy and succulent.
Good to know. That's good to know. I don't think I'll be having any myself, but it's good to know that you enjoyed yours. We're just talking about just racing in general, to be honest. But yeah, still, as Tony Crevin comes back, I can't see any major battles at the moment, but yeah, David Hart must have had another rejoin disconnection problem, but he's back now, so he's back in it. Yeah, so we'll ask the same question to Tony as we have Daryl and me. How long have you been racing for?
Oh, actively, I think 1.5 years. I started in well, almost 2 years. I started in early 2015 with iRacing. Before that, I've just been doing, you know, off-actor mods, just trying out the cars and, you know, getting a feel for them and how the physics work, learning the, you know, how the cars properly drive. And after that, I figured might as well try my luck with racing, and turns out.
Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Wow. Okay, I've just seen something there. There's problems for the Feeder Ragnar Simulator GT car with Thomas Hinson, and he's not happy about it. Apparently, some pit stop glitch has happened. I'm not sure what's happened, but they are behind Nguyen, Jaeger, Sinisage. They're down in 21st. Some pit stop glitch has occurred, and it's just robbed them of a victory. What's actually happened there? Because I don't know what happened. I mean, Visser is there in that pit box, but I don't know what Hins. Oh, hang on a minute. Hins' pit box is being taken up by Visser. That's what's happened. There are two cars trying to get in one pit box. Wow. Wow, that is something that the Birchpit needs to know about. But he's busy driving. Wow. Okay. I'm going to make some messages happen, but can you cover this until I come back?
I do not have access to the stream directly yet.
All right. Well, if you can hop into the server, then that would be.
I'm trying.
Daryl, can you hold on for a bit while I just go talk to some people?
Yeah, I could try. Oh, well.
Truly a shame, or as they say in Japan, pantsu narame. Oh dear.
So let's have a look at a live time and see if we can find any more battles going on. I can see at the moment there's the Team RGPL cars in the pits. That's Smarter. We also have Thomas Hinds in the pits as well in 22nd place.
Right, I'm back, and yeah, Hinds is in the pits because he can't actually get into his pit box. Because he can't get into his pit box because Visser's in it.
Uh-oh.
And that is pretty much robbed them of the victory in this case. And, well, nothing could happen because Birchpit's busy driving. So, this is... I am so...
Very bizarre.
So sorry for them. Like, I cannot... They were
It looks
leading,
like
barely leading, and they've lost the race because of this glitch. But, I mean, as soon as Hinds came into the pit box and... Visser's race, I know it's all about getting to the end, but Visser's race was pretty much over anyway in the RS car. Couldn't he have escaped off or disconnected from the server? Visser could have disconnected from the server. That would have allowed him to get into the pit box. And then Visser must be aware that Hinds is trying to get into that pit box, and yet he's not moving. And this was the race leader we're talking about. Like, given the circumstances,
That's been blocked.
He's being blocked by Visser. He can't get into his pit box because Visser is in the pit box that Hinds needs to be in. If I was Visser, I'd take a note of the fact that probably Hinds was there, and I'd disconnect from the server, maybe, I don't know, unplug a router or something, and then jump back in. I'd still have the damage to deal with, but Hinds would be able to make a pit stop. I mean, that is absurd, that. Unless there's genuinely not enough pit boxes, this is
We should get the team box to go down to the other team's broadcast channel. Just say, look, can you move your car, please?
Yeah,
I did not understand a word of that.
it's just, this is crazy. This is absolute madness, and it's such an unfortunate thing to happen. I mean, why? Yeah, they're taking up the pit box.
No, Joshua. This is VEC.
Yeah, I know it is, but like, this isn't. This is like, this should. But I mean, I'm not usually critical of Studio 397, but this should be sorted. Like, this shouldn't happen. And
I
well,
think
Thomas
it's just
Hincks
the
can't
fact-
get in his pit box.
I think it might be the fact that there aren't enough pit boxes. Earlier today I saw closer to 3 or even 4 GT cars in one pit. So it could just have to do with the pits, too many cars for the track. And what is Manu Ferrero doing? He comes out of the pits, goes over the white line, spins, hits the wall, then does a J-turn in the middle of the main straight.
Oh, well, hang on a minute. Well, yes. Oh, he just dropped it out of the. Yeah, he dropped it out of. That is a rare occurrence. He dropped it out of the pits, and he's managed to get it going again. But he crossed the line, so don't know whether that means penalty. And now that's that is weird. And now he's going very slowly for whatever reason. Now he's pulled off to the side of the. Yeah. Oh, he has to let these cars through, of course.
In other news, I finally managed to connect to the server.
Yay!
I know, right?
Yeah.
By the way, one thing I've noticed a lot of people are doing, like Kings himself, reversing into pit boxes. I think, isn't reversing in the pit lane in general against the rules? I mean, I understand in real life, because you have a lot of personnel moving about in the pits. I understand. Maybe in Sims it's not a big deal, I guess, but I've just been noticing it's a trend with a lot of drivers. Not that I have a problem with it.
Yeah, I mean, it is super unfortunate this has happened to, Peter Ragnar, but I guess it happened, but, wow, it is so unfortunate that they've lost this lead.
They rolled the dice. What a shame. Yeah, someone makes a great point. I think Cortazari makes a great point. Does Ferrero have slicks on? Because it would certainly explain the lack of pace.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to check Ferrero's tyres because, Ferrero's tyres, he was on slicks. He was on slicks, that's why.
Ooh.
That was a risky manoeuvre.
Certainly hasn't paid off for them.
It certainly hasn't picked up.
Ferrero's retired.
And now out, yes.
And he is out.
I mean, look at this, Hinz is still waiting for Visser as well. Like, the exclusive racing series team must know that Hinz needs that pit box. I mean, he'd been parked behind for at least a minute, then 2, then 3. They must know.
Well, it's not like they can move if they're locked in the pits.
That is fair enough, but could they not, as I suggested, maybe do a router unplug, disconnect from the server, then rejoin by plugging it back in? And that's allowed, you can do that, You are allowed to do that. And then that gets into the pit box, given they are the race leaders. And then they can go out. Yes, they'll still have the damage, but it's one lap they have to do before they come back in.
Yeah.
That could have... It would have required coordination, but now they're just taking out the pit box and costing the Ragnar team time.
Indeed.
Although, again, if the track wasn't bugged, this wouldn't happen in the first place. You've got that argument as well.
This is also true. So I wouldn't pin this on them. It's not their fault that the game itself has put them up in the pit boxes like this. Ooh, and Patrick Gerber in the Ragnar LMP2 car having a bit of a dance outside of 130R. Discovering a new line through the corner, it seems.
Yeah, where's this, Gerber, Patrick Gerber, we were talking to him before, and now in that feeder car in 4th place overall. It's going to be an LMP2 in 4th. That's going to be brilliant in its own right.
Yeah. Lapadula versus Gerber.
Yeah, this could be an interesting one, and they're not very far away either.
No.
Could be a battle if Lapadula catches up, but given the last, let's take the last couple of laps as an example. 156.3, 159.4, 203.3, but that might have been, yeah.
Whoa! Harris makes a spin right behind
yeah,
Patrick.
Mohammed's had to do. Yeah, he has gone round in a nice MRS car, and luckily
hits the
no
wall.
apparent damage. So you can get that
thankfully.
going again. And he gets, whoa, just nice races Matthias because they're in the RGPL Simtech. No damage from Mohammed though, so he can keep going.
Yep.
He can continue to race on.
It's been one hell of a race so far, and we still have 2 hours to go. Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah. So yeah, let's just see how the rest of this race goes then, I guess. I mean, what's done is done in regards to the pit box, but yeah. It is a shame that that's had to happen.
Yep. But sometimes these things happen.
I mean, we do a lot of testing and checking of tracks and mods here at VEC. You know, it's not like the Las Vegas E-Race where you could argue Hardly must have been done because
Poor
it's such a
Ollie.
glaring issue.
Poor Ollie.
But we do so much testing here, so when things like this do happen, you know, it's it's very rare.
I wouldn't actually directly blame the organizers of the Las Vegas race. It also has to do with the... I'm sure they tested it, but I'm sure it's partly fault of the guys who made the mod. I think it was MacCorp, right?
Oh, no, that's a common misconception, I think.
Oh, really?
I think MacCorp made the model of the car. They didn't do the physics, though.
Okay.
So I think Cloudsport themselves actually made the mod.
Well, in that case, it's on them.
Yeah,
Good job.
that's what I was saying. It's down to the people who made the mod to make sure that the mod is made correctly.
Imagine a $150,000 glitch. Imagine if you just lost $150,000 you've worked for because, oh well, one of the values was kind of fucked, so, you know. Oh, pardon my French.
Oh, yeah, but obviously, apologies for Tony Grabham's interesting choice of English there, but yeah, Sawtooth Psychola does leave the pits, but yeah, I'd be annoyed as well. I actually expressed how annoyed I was personally on Twitter to them. I wasn't so great seeing, you know, you messed up here.
I wouldn't stop at annoying, I'd be livid. $150,000 is a lot of money.
Life-changing amounts.
Yeah.
But I guess in the end it was all, everyone made up and everyone was fine with it in the end, although, you know, the public reaction wasn't, you know, and rightfully so, they wanted answers.
Yeah. Did we get any? No. Thanks, Fia.
Well, there's many people who have opinions on that, but at the end of the day, you know, again, people will decide what they want to think about that, but yeah, what's certain, at least to the present, is that Archer Sakula, with 240 minutes in this race almost gone, 4 hours, will be leading this race for Insped Racing Team. And they will be on course for their first ever win in this season, at least. Maybe. Have Insped won before? I don't know. I'm going to check because I want to see if they have won a race in the VEC.
In the meanwhile, Giacomo Abadula and P2 of the P2s is now in the pits.
Yeah, Lapadula in. I'm just looking back through here, and I don't think Insped took a win last season. I don't know whether they took a win. Were they around in 2000? Were they around in season 7? Let me check. Not in LMP1 at least. I don't think, definitely in the last couple of seasons, that they've taken a win. So this might be a while.
Indeed.
Well, I tell you this, I'll tell you this, I'm just looking further down the field here. Dennis Jordan is now in that feed-out Ragnar car, but they're all the way down in 27th, 19 laps down on race leader, and more crucially, 8 laps down on GT leader Christian Bellini in that Motor Italia car. So I know Kevin Jager is who's taking the lead because of that.
I guess this is just an inherent part of sim racing, to be honest. I mean, where you don't have mechanical problems where, you know, the gearing on, I don't know, a gearbox might shatter due to a small microscopic amount of damage on it, but we have this instead, and it's always a shame when it happens.
Yeah.
But it's just, well, no use about complaining it during the race, but we will certainly have a look what happened after the race. Certainly an interesting technical glitch. In meanwhile, Michelle Molly is in their car in P6 right now.
Yeah, Michelle Molly in that car now. P6 in the Reborn Racers LMP2.
Yeah. Quick driver swap. A bit of a dry, since the dry patch has already formed on the track, I think a lot of the drivers have a, you know, really do want to give it their own push as hard as they can. But a very small mistake can cost you so much, because it's still wet, really wet outside the dry line. So you have to stick on the line 100% of the time, and especially in traffic, it's really difficult to overtake GTE cars, especially in some of the S's. When you're trying to take them from the outside or off the racing line, you just can't. It's not physically possible in slow speeds.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that gets that easier.
Like just what I was saying, like Moe makes a very teeny tiny mistake, goes offline for a little bit, and you know, gets into a bit of a swing with the rear end. But you know, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. It's been, for the majority of the race, it's been rain. I don't think I've ever been in part of any endurance race ever where this has happened.
Well, it's been a bit of a mad race, really, hasn't it? We've seen all this happen.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. Patrick Kerber's 4th in an LMP2.
Yeah.
And then Timo Barty 5th from Velocity Grand Prix.
Yeah.
P2s are 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
It's crazy. What is up with this? So are we in Bizarro world all of a sudden? No, it's Suzuka and rain. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's great viewing.
Well, that's what the Japanese get for living on an island.
I live on an island too, and there's loads of rain.
Yeah. No, it's always pretty and very sunny in England.
Yeah, it always is. We're the epicenter of brilliant weather.
Oh, actually, the last time I was in England in 2015, it was a heat wave, massive heat wave. It was constantly like 31 degrees.
That was awful.
That was
I
great.
remember that.
Oh, that was
loved
great.
it.
They gave free water to people on train stations. Some guy on a train gave me £5 for sharing my water with him. I told him to take his £5 though and not give it to me. Keep it. I'm not that big of a dick that I charge £5 for water. You shouldn't either.
Nah, free water's the best water.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Free
it's like, hey,
anything is the best anything.
yeah, you see, that's the thing. The British government obviously so kind, well, that will say, hey, okay, people are overheating, have free water.
Very generous.
Water's free anyway, in some cases, but...
Most cases.
Well, you have to pay for the water in your home, but...
Yeah, but it's different. It's like, well, if you're going to use hundreds and hundreds of liters per a month, well, yeah. The good thing we're not running out of water anytime soon.
No, we're not.
Maybe.
That's the important thing.
Maybe.
I mean,
Who knows?
there is an unlimited amount of hydrogen in the atmosphere. When you think about it, there's basically unlimited hydrogen, plenty oxygen. Hydrogen runs into water.
Yeah, but if we take out the hydrogen and the oxygen, well, we need air to breathe as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
it's a complex thing, science.
Indeed.
Science of the race, though, is quite simple. Artur Saikula still leading by 2 laps over Harris Mohammed, who's in the pits, with front bumper damage. It should be said. So Gregor's. I thought.
Mohammed seems to be held up by Smarter in the pits.
Yeah, Smarter. Where's Smarter? Is anything Smarter?
Smarter's in the pits currently.
In the
Harris
pits,
seems to be held up by him.
Harris.
No, he's
is
down in
held up.
22nd place.
Harris is in the position behind.
Oh, never mind.
He's in the box behind. This isn't him all over again.
Thank Christ.
Yeah, and then we've got who I think was Gregory Boulat, but now there's lots of Z's in his name, so Grzegorz Boulat is in 3rd for IOG World. Probably going to overtake Mohammed if the lap counter goes with them. And we'll see if he does. If not this lap, then maybe next. Yeah, Boulat in the 2nd.
Yeah.
There you go. That's again Harris Mohammed coming out now, but it goes to show how individual crashes can affect things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting that had happened. And it just goes to show us to see, any mistake can cost you at any point in the race if it's big enough.
Exactly, and it's so easy to make mistakes, especially in conditions like this where it's dark and it's wet.
Yeah, it is quite a difficult track results, isn't it? It's a bit weird, but yeah. So, 4 hours into this race then, Tony, how's your summer race? How do you think it's been? What's this race like?
Oh, crap! Yeah, pretty much that. Bullard just had an altercation with somebody, I don't know who it was.
Oh, well, I'll go first, have a look at that.
Oh, Richard Norgren!
Yeah,
has he
Norgren,
lost his
yep.
front wing?
Yeah, oh, yeah, Norgren lost that. Has Bular got any damage? I don't think so.
Norgren, this is not a good race. Well, yeah,
No damage from Bular.
Oh, poop is probably the best description I can come with this race. Those are 2 words, probably in many synonyms, that a lot of people have said in the TeamSpeak today.
Yeah, Norgren is, don't think has damage, suspension damage at least.
Yeah, CMHQ not having the race of their life. I think they were up to 4th or 3rd at one point, but due to unfortunate events, have then dropped down to, I think...
Oh, Lord, no!
Oh, no!
Time, yeah.
Oh, he goes off again. That's what happens when you don't have front aero. You just understeer off into
luckily,
the
not
wall.
causing any problems. And he's going to come into the pits. Bench Smith, funny enough, right behind him. So, yeah, Norgren should come into the pits now. And does. And Bernd is following it. Bernd follows him. And is that because... Might because Patrick Barden's there, so we might have our race director back.
Oh, goody.
So after all these problems, we might have our race director back. For the last couple of bits of this race.
Meanwhile, Patrick Gerber catching Michele Mole by a lap, almost being him for a 2nd time. Getting really close in P4.
Yep, indeed. And this should be a driver change for Schmidt then. Rickard Norgren in for damage. So, yeah. Coming over the drivers in as well, but yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how this goes.
Time will tell.
Time will tell, indeed. Well, yeah, so hopefully we'll be able to talk with Bent about several things when he gets back, but yeah, this has been a
event-rich race.
Eventful race in these closing stages for sure, and I think with 10 minutes to go, I'm going to have a short break and come back in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Good.
Well, 10 minutes go to the final hour, so yeah. So I'll be back in a bit.
All right, we'll hold the fort.
we have the Delta Racing team in the pits and SimHQ Motorsport. Both been at the 9th and 10th.
Meanwhile, we got Michele Moli and Richard Geber right. And there's also the Argentinian team of driven by Argentinian car driven by Ricardo D'Amato. Mind you, a lot of laps down. But it looks like Moli is not giving Gerber any quarter because he knows that if something happens to Patrick or his team, they still have, they still have a chance to win. So no quarter is given there. It's going to be an interesting battle, even though they're on different maps. And Michele goes past D'Amato.
Oh, that's interesting. There's just, again, the blue flag, so it's just not letting them by yet.
Yeah, I think since, if I remember correctly, the blue flags aren't enforced. I think you can, if you are going as fast as the guy behind you, you have no... I mean, of course, it's a gentlemanly thing to get out of the way, but I don't think there's any specific rule that enforces it. I think Patrick is just gonna stay back to Michelle and hope either he makes a mistake or Patrick can just plow through. Really close now. Oh, Michele makes that mistake. And Patrick goes off on that last turn into the main straight and pulls away.
Do you think any of the drivers now have gone onto slick tire, or are you still looking at on intermediate?
Yeah, we saw earlier. We saw 5-10 minutes ago. We saw Manu Ferrero try that. Going on slicks because of the dry patch. But the problem is with going on slicks is that, especially with the LMPs, is that if you make the smallest of mistakes, it's enough to ruin your entire race. Because when you have your slicks on an track, there is no stopping when you get off the line. And if you make that mistake, it's just... Well, we just saw what happened to Ferrero when he exited the pits. Practically spun his wheels and hit the wall as soon as he turned off the speed limiter.
I'm just interested to find out what tyres everyone's going to be running so far. So I just wondering whether there's gone on to intermediates or whether they're going to take a gamble and go on slicks.
Meanwhile, we have Michael Gulpin joining us, another guest. Hello, Michael. Oh, Michelle.
Good evening. Yes, it's Michelle. Yes, you pronounced
I'm sorry.
it the French way.
Yes, Michelle. So, how are you doing, Michelle?
Well, we could have been better. I'm from the Team Exclusive Racing Service. We had a big crash earlier on. I've heard we've been quite a talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you tell the rest of the viewers who might have missed it what happened?
Yeah, some Aston Martin lagged right in front of us at the back straight going through 130R. So we're full speed and suddenly there was an Aston Martin in front of us and we hit it with full speed. And we had some extensive damage. I guess the Aston Martin lagged out or something. And 1200 seconds repair. We are...
Ooh, 1200 seconds. That's wow.
Yeah, that's a lot. But
Alternative.
yeah, we wanted to finish this race since we are new to the VEC championship and we haven't finished the race yet. So, and we are also in the points, standing place 10. So
wow,
bit of a bummer.
Yeah, that sucks, man. But hey, look at the bright side. That 20-minute pit stop certainly gave the driver, a moment to go for a walk.
Yeah, we had a good cup of tea.
Yeah. I bet it tasted a little bit bitter, but always gotta see the silver lining, right?
That's racing.
Anything can happen like we've seen so far. Everything can change in an instant.
In a blink of an eye. Yeah,
exactly.
We're really sorry for the Ferrari team that was behind us. I understood it was the race leader. Yeah, at that moment we didn't realize that. So yeah, very sorry for that team also.
Yeah, it is truly a shame, and But you guys are still in the race, right?
Yeah, we're still driving. Place 30 and 16 overall in the class.
Okay. So let's hope you guys finish.
Yeah, that's main goal for today.
Mm-hmm. I think it's been the main goal for everybody today. It's been such a hectic race so far. I mean, oof. No,
Yeah.
Before the race, I was going to say that Suzuka is going to look like a graveyard later tonight, and well, I wasn't too wrong.
Yeah, especially with the rain, we didn't really train for it because I could drive better. But
Yeah,
then
it really did come out of nowhere, the rain. Like, there hasn't been almost no rain on the server at all.
yeah, it's
And then
like,
just since this morning, Europe time, it's just been rain non-stop.
yeah, when it rains it pours, right?
Yeah, exactly. Hope you guys brought your umbrellas and rain jackets.
Yeah, well, we're Dutch, so we're used to it.
But it seems I have missed something, and that something is not a thing, but a who, and that who is Joshua. Welcome back, Joshua.
Hi!
Did you have an eventful break?
Well, not really, I just got another drink.
Oh, what are you drinking?
Oh, well, actually, speaking of eventful, we're about to talk to somebody. Hi, Michelle, by the way. Nice to have you with us.
You're welcome.
Great to have you with us, and I'd like to welcome to the booth Thomas Hinds.
Hello.
Great to have you with me, Tom. We all know of something that's happened, but I'm going to try and gloss over that because it wasn't the best thing in the world. But you just pretty much completed a 4-hour stint for Adonis FRP GT. How tiring is that?
Very. By the end, I was very much just bringing the car home. And that lasted a half hour. I was very much not in the most comfortable position. The chair I use is a bit old, so yeah, it's not exactly the most comfortable. So back gets a bit of a workout. So yeah, it was very done by that last half hour that I just brought it home. And yeah, things happen, I guess. It wasn't ideal there at the end, but good signs, I guess. Take positives from it as much as we can.
Yeah.
Just. Oh, sorry, Josh.
No, I was going to say that's exactly what you have to do. You have to take positives from these things, and the positives is that we know that given the right conditions, you guys will race leaders.
Yeah,
you can win races given the conditions, and we know that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the car. It's interesting because I hadn't actually driven the car before, basically, yesterday, but yesterday, similar thing. Here at Suzuka anyway. So I'd sort of left it a bit late. But yeah, Dennis did a little bit of work to set up and got a good base going, and then I just sort of tweaked it a bit more to make it a bit more stable because we were getting a bit too much turn in, getting a bit too leery on the back end, so we sort of adjusted it and we made it quite comfortable. And yeah, we just seemed at a good pace. I know it's good to be back in the Ferrari for once. For one thing, sorry, because I've always enjoyed the URD GTs. They just seem to mesh very well with how I drive. So yeah, no, it was a very tiring but quite exciting stint. Obviously, we had Pulse on our backsides early on, and then we had the Porsche coming at us for a lot of that second and third stint. But yeah, just kept it on the straight and narrow, just kept out of trouble generally. And yeah, and then we had a nice first half of the race. But yeah, Dennis is in there now. He's got a lot of pace, which is good. So he'll just bring it home, and hopefully we can salvage some sort of some points out of it, I guess, is what we're aiming for at the moment.
Yeah, well, as much as this race has been full of problems, it must give you confidence heading into the next couple of races that you know that you can be up there with the top now. It must give you confidence knowing that you can be there.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far this season, throughout, Istanbul, we were matching the leaders, and Silverstone, I think we were, it would have been top 3. I had my stuffed us over and went into one and cost us time. But anyway, it was my fault there at Silverstone. But yeah, we've generally had pace all season to be up there. I think today, for this race, we sort of had a bit of luck with, we had things go a bit our way with, Pulse had the issues with the damage, which relieved the pressure from us there, and the heart goes out to Pulse as well for that, because it would have been really nice to have a really ding-dong battle with them, because we were certainly having that throughout the first part of the race with me and Ricardo. It was good fun. But yeah, you know, we got a bit lucky with a few things happening to some of the guys who were challenging us pace-wise. But yeah, no, it's good to see that we can be up there and that basically up to the lead, and we can hold it legitimately. So
apparently the rain is back.
It's
This
been
could be interesting. This could be
very,
interesting. Or something close
been
to
both.
rain. Yep, I can confirm there is rain at least on the front straight. So what's
There's
this
a lot
gonna
of
be?
rain going on.
Yeah, there's rain on the front straight at least.
That's
So-
my team.
Yeah, no, it's
This might not help. This might not help some people who don't like those situations, but for the likes of Insped, this might help them because they can take it nice and easy. They've got a free lap
Whoa, it
buffer.
spins on the chicane.
Oh yes,
Oh,
Mohammed
dear.
does. Yes, he's been quite susceptible to a couple of incidents this race actually, but maybe he's just finding it hard to acclimatise to wet conditions.
No, it is the way the grip. It feels like one corner it's fine, just like before, and the next you'll just lose it. It's like an on and off switch.
Yeah. I mean,
Meanwhile,
it's not
Eric Schmidt takes over for Lost blah 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 GP.
well, we got there in the end with that word. Yep, Eric Smith takes over in Velocity Grand Prix. He does get into that car, the only American driver in the team, so yeah. So
It's really hard to practice with him. Like me and Tamil, we do practice, I don't know, on weekdays because we can. We live in the same country and same time zone. However, with Eric, it's always been a bit difficult because we can only do our practice on weekends. But he is a very, very good driver. Probably, I'd say, the most persistent out of all three of us, and a wizard with setups. He's the guy who takes care of most of the setup work and always somehow manages to make the car feel really comfortable, stable, but fast for the weekend. So, massive props to Eric.
yeah, Eric's again, he did it come in really handy in the longer races as well, being a different time zone, so you don't have to stay up till 5 o'clock in the morning.
This is correct.
So having people in different time zones can really help.
Yeah, this is quite a comical situation because we have the Argentinian team right in front of Eric as we speak, and they had a bit of an incident in Silverstone. But this time, I think it's better if the Argentinians just let the VGB car go because we don't want to repeat what happened last time.
Yeah, national outfits like that, the Argentinian team, they're going to be up at really strange hours for the 24 as well.
Exactly, this is true.
So
Yeah,
sometimes it can help.
you do have to wake up in the morning and immediately almost go to, especially if you want to do quali. So, tough job.
Yeah, so that can be the case, and let's hope that Eric can make a good job of this in the Velocity car then.
Oh, he will.
He's actually on the same lap as Patrick Bardin in the Blackhawk at the moment. They're both on lap 120. And Bardin is just coming around the first deck now, and Schmidt round the corner before the first deck now. So not much between these two. Presently.
What a shame they're in different classes.
Yeah, what a shame they're in different classes indeed. Well, let's not forget Patrick Gerber is in P4 in that P2 still, having a phenomenal race for Free Sport Ragnar Simulator. And I guess that might make you feel a little bit better, Tom, knowing that your P2 entry, effectively, is 4th overall.
Yeah, no, it's really good to see. Yeah, they've had a really nice race. They've had some good pace, which is good to see. So yeah, no, it's good to see at least they're having a nice smooth run so far, which is good. So yeah, so it's not all doom and gloom, but yeah. So.
It's a testament to how consistent those teams, like how well the team has run and how well their strategy has been. When you consider the P2s are usually quite a lot slower than the P1s, and yet Gerber is a full lap ahead of the next P2, who's a full lap ahead of the next P1. You're 2 laps ahead of Patrick Bardin in the Blackhawk.
Yeah, no, the guys in the P2 there, they do a lot of work. I know that. And I know they're very pacey guys. Got a lot of talent in that lineup. So yeah, it's not really too surprising in a way that they're doing as well as they are, because they're definitely a very, very talented crew.
Anyway, would you like to know a good thing?
Ooh.
We are now officially in what I like to call the Power Hour. It's the last hour of the race, so that means craft the drinks open.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Unfortunately, this also means I have to go, at least for now. I might be back
Oh,
later,
no.
but I have to go debrief one of our drivers. So
well,
I'll probably be
best-
back later in about 20-30 minutes.
Best of luck to you, Tony, on that one.
And thank you again for commentating.
It's been
The
a
other one.
pleasure, and it's a pleasure to have you around the commentary as well.
Oh, thank you. I try.
You do a very good job.
Yeah.
You do a good job. Just
Yeah.
Anyway, take care, Tony.
Yeah, you too. Have fun, guys.
Well, there.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, the side effect of opening that drink has meant it's got on my keyboard, so I'm going to have to dry that out now. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last hour of the race. This is where all the mad stuff happens. Historically, it always has. And now it's actually happened to my technology. Well,
Yeah.
it teaches me not to do that again.
Then I might actually head off as well just to get some sleep as I am.
It might
absolutely
be
wrecked.
it might be advisable, Tom, after the state you, John. Take care.
Yeah, we'll do. Right, have luck for the rest of the broadcast.
Good luck to you too.
Thank you.
Luckily, all the keys on my keyboard appear to be working, so that's a good thing. So, Michelle, then, back to you. I haven't actually had a chance to speak to you. You've been mostly speaking to Tony, who's now gone. So, yeah. Oh, Peter Noe has just apparently. Oh, Noe disqualified.
Oh my god.
Wow.
At the state of the race.
Noe disqualified. Why is this? Wow, interesting. No penalty, at least I don't want to see. Maybe it was a cutting penalty. Oh, that might explain. Maybe he didn't get disqualified and cut the track too many times.
Yes, that is actually the case. Yes.
Oh, that explains why Van Doren and Cuppen would have got disqualified. Well, Cuppen maybe not so, but
Yeah,
Van
but
Doren might have got disqualified for the same thing. He couldn't smooth.
Yeah, but you could see it in the pit menu if you got a penalty, yes or no. So
That is strange. That is very strange.
talking about our own race, it was a bit of an eventful race this time. Started out P14, I believe, which was the best qualify ever for us. And unfortunately, it was my own mistake. There was a bit of a cluster within the last couple of corners, and I had to take evasive action. And yeah, somebody hit me. I don't know why. Still a bit on the track, I think. Tried to brake very hard, but it was quite difficult to stop the car because the brakes were cold, of course, of the warm-up lap. So yeah, we had a bit of a damage, and then the first code 80 came. We went into the pits. We did also a damage repair, and from that on we were back into last, I believe, and we came up to P10 in the GT class. Yeah, and then unfortunately the accidents happens with the Aston Martin team that was lagged out into our car. Get the damage. Yeah, unfortunately the event with the Ferrari happened.
Yeah, that wasn't brilliant, but still, great to at least have you with us to provide a bit of an insight into that then, Michelle. Well, looking at your team at the moment, you're not by any means in the lead. Raymond Magnus is 101, lap 101 now, 27 laps down the leader, but he's still going, and that's what matters.
Yeah, and that's why we're here. We'll try to finish our first race. The first three events that didn't really happen. We had a disconnect at the first race in America. Unfortunately, we couldn't recover the car. In the second race, we had an engine blow up in the last hour or something. And that happened also the last race. So we did some configuration changes. Setup files of Assetto our Factor 2, and now it works perfectly. We haven't had a misfire yet, so fingers crossed we can finish this one.
Yeah, hopefully you can. It would be nice to see you do so. You are quite a bit ahead of Miguel Vasquez in the La Biela racing car. They're still going as well, even though they had a big problem before. They are 43 laps down on the race lead. They're not even faster than the 100 yet.
Yeah.
And looking forwards, RJ Saikulo's on 129. But yeah, it's like the determination it seems like La Biela really just define what it takes really to succeed in the VEC. Determination in the face of adversity.
Yeah, and actually this is our best race yet, because we were also driving into the points at P10 currently. or at least at earlier stages of the race, and the setup was good. It was a bit twitchy sometimes, but it was the best setup that we managed to make during the 4 hours, 4 season races for now. So yeah, really looking forward to the last phases of the championship to at least finish a couple of races and finish up in the points. It's our next objective.
Yep, that's the goal, and it seems like a very sensible goal as well. Hopefully an achievable goal.
Yeah, I hope so. Still 1 hour and 32 minutes left, so let's hope we can finish.
Yeah, we've got... Oh, hang on a minute, we're not in the final hour of this race.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not in the final hour of this race, I've done the wrong thing. Oops! We're in the final 2 hours.
Got an hour to go.
I am a complete idiot. Wow. Okay, we're not in the final hour. I thought we were. That doesn't come for... Yeah, hour and 5.
Yep.
Like 35 minutes.
Exactly.
I need more of this drink, that's what it is. I was doing a test run, that's what it was. I was getting you all to pay attention. That's what I was doing. Luckily, it did for Michelle. He was paying attention. Well, I should just watch the broadcast in the background and see how long it really is.
Well, as you can see, the run's coming down a lot more again, and I can see the cars are struggling.
Yeah, we were driving on the intermediates because it was getting very dry. Now we switched over to the full wets again.
Yeah, and yeah, it's not really. It's been wet weather all the race, wet tyre weather all this race, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, it is all the race. Even qualifying, we went for the full wets. It was just undrivable otherwise, especially in the GT cars, because you have so little downforce. It's so easy to make a mistake. You're so on the edge of the grip that you have available to your car. And then there is also the traffic, the LMP2s, the LMP1s that you need to navigate through. Yeah, it's really difficult, especially on this track.
Yeah, it can be a difficult thing indeed.
But also for the other classes, the LMP1s, those guys have a 20-second pace advantage per lap. That's just ridiculous if you think about it. It's also for them it's a big job to not crash this race.
Yeah, it's a big job not to crash at this stage, and a big job for InSped Racing Team as well, current race leaders with an hour and a bit to go to not crash as well. You know, they've pretty much led since the problems with Team RGPL, and they've not tripped up, so they'll be hoping they don't do that. They'll be hoping for the best, and well, very deserving winners if they do win, because you know they've kept out of trouble.
Yeah,
that's really what's happening.
Yep.
As I say, I've not been at VEC long enough to know whether InSped's been around too long, but they didn't win last season. This could full well be the very first win in VEC. For all I know. So, could potentially be history in the making for InSped. You never know.
Yeah, you gotta start winning sometime.
Yeah, you gotta start sometimes, and when you do start, you don't want to stop.
Exactly.
Because once you get that first win, then you start thinking, oh, well, I want to get another one, and then another one, and 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 then not ever stop winning ever. And that's how legends are forged. But in this case,
Kind of comes up a bit with a ditch, isn't it?
It's all about starting with one at a time, isn't it?
Baby steps to the wall.
Yeah, that's it. Take a little step. Get your first win, then get many more after that.
Well, guys, I'm sorry, but it's time for me to leave. I see that my team needs me. So.
Well, it's been great having you with me, and good luck in the rest of your race.
Yeah, thanks. Really enjoyed the comment. Bye, guys.
Bye. Well, Michelle Goodman has now left us, and it's just been down again. I don't think that's a bad thing, but it's been nice having people around, doesn't it? You know, it's interesting to talk to people.
Oh yeah, it definitely helps in the broadcast as well when you got someone else to, well, as you say, bounce off.
Yeah. And it's always lovely to have people around to talk to like that, because you know, provides a different perspective to the race. And it's going to be very interesting to see.
Got somebody in the pits in 12th place. Who was out?
Who's this? Someone in, yep, that's Marcel Sinicic for Delta. This will be Saab, I guess, coming in, but there's damage to that car. That's not good. Marcel's revving the engine. Must be desperate to get it back out of the pits. Saab's waiting as well. Interestingly.
Definitely the weather catching people out again. You know, the rain just can't seem to make up its mind. 1 minute it's raining and it would stop, then it would start again.
Yeah. They can just stop and start. So, important that, you know,
well, you know, it's just important having the right tyres on and the right setups. But just look at the track surface now. There's no the dry line that was there is just not there at all.
yeah. Now it started raining again. The
So,
dry line's
yeah.
gone. So now they're going to find it again. It's just hit the reset button on the track, really, isn't it? Thinking, nope, we don't want a dry line anymore now. We want it to be wet.
No, not at all. Still got about an hour and 25 minutes to go, and well, I still think the lead could change if anything happens with the top 3 or 4.
Yeah, so that can happen, but you know, there is still quite a bit of the race left to go, so you know, anything can, as we said, happen. You know, don't call an endurance race until the very end.
Looking at a lot of time, we have what was it, Insped Racing Team are like 3 laps ahead. But no, like I say, all it would take is just a mistake or anything like that. And we all know that the pit stop for repairs is quite time consuming, and that can cost laps.
It can be, yeah. You have to pick to make that stop, then that's going to hurt your race time, because it doesn't matter how many laps you got ahead of someone. You can't, you know, if it takes time to pick, you can't change that. There is no change
Yeah,
in that, and yeah.
Yeah, on the subject of pit stop as well, if you've got like a planned pit stop to say like, oh, you're coming at a set number of laps, you take a set number of fuel, different compound tires, and then something crops up like, you know, you hit a GT or you have an off and get damaged, you have to restructure, you have to redo your strategy, and that could just throw so many factors out.
Yeah. It can just go a bit wiggly-woggly sometimes, but for the most part, you know, if an endurance race goes nice, it's lovely. It's always good when things go well. That's what I like to say. It's just when things start to go terribly that they get a bit less enjoyable. But then again, that just makes no sense, doesn't it? Of course it does.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Either way, 280 minutes amount to elapse, meaning we'll be 4 hours and 40 in this race, 1 hour and 20 to go. And, well, we do have Patrick Gerber coming out of the pits, but Shannon Molly not far enough behind, too far behind to capitalise. It looks like Gio Racing Team are out of affairs. Rafael Vento was pulled over and is DNF'd, or at least for now they are. Miguel Vasquez has gone ahead in the Laviala car. And this last portion of the race is still going to be about getting it home.
Definitely, and I reckon all those drivers out there now just be like, not just going within the limits and just like tiptoeing around the track. It's now like, I would say, too wet to push it.
Yeah, so,
unless you're feeling really brave.
Yeah, it's...
You know, it all comes down again to having the right set of tyre, the setup, and finding the grip and having the confidence.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. ultimately it's a confidence thing. You gotta have a setup that makes you feel confident, otherwise it's gonna be difficult. I mean, that's the thing about setup. Sometimes you go for a setup that you know is faster but it's less stable, or a setup that's more stable but not as quick. I mean, I don't know about setups either way to have to worry about that, but still. It's always good to, you know, have a setup that you know you can trust it, but then it's finding one that works for the whole team. And as part of the team yourself, Darryl, how hard is that?
Well, the thing with our team is that you know, all the drivers. Well, we've been lucky in the sense that most of our drivers have got similar driving styles. But I remember when we first started off in multi-class racing, everyone had different driving styles. So you have one setup that would be suited for one driver. You know, you could have like a setup that's either, I don't know, too loose or something like that. You know, so a driver like to get the back end out, like to start the car a lot. And maybe another driver just likes the car pretty stable, you know. And when it comes to setups, you have to try and get the fine balance between the two drivers so that it will work for them, because you can't have one setup for one driver that's happy with another one and someone say, oh no, I don't like this. It can be difficult trying to find the fine balance of getting the setup spot on for us, for example. We've got 3 drivers in each classes, and yeah, like I said, they've all got different driving styles, and you have to get a setup that's suitable for all of them, because what you've got to remember is those drivers are going to be doing like 1 or 2 hour stints, and if the setup's not right for one driver, it's not going to be right for the other one.
Yeah.
And then you end up struggling. You just like, for example, was what happened to one of my drivers today is Tyler Selby. Just had the setup fine for 1 minute, and then due to the weather conditions, he thought he had a good setup for the wet, and it just didn't work at all. And that's why I had to retire the car. The car was just undrivable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes people are so different, you know, setup-wise, that you know that it takes 2 completely different setups. I know somebody who uses very, very low brake pressures. Like when I'm in a car, I use like 72 kilograms, then they use like 50. But they're a lot quicker than me, so maybe I should take some hints from them.
Yeah, that's quite surprising actually, because when I was doing the academy races, at the one at Palm Beach, I had a setup which I thought was okay for me. Well, I got given a setup by one of my teammates, and you know, I just took her to try it out. And just the weather conditions are really catching people out now. Sorry.
Yeah. Who's just run like?
Just Patrick Gerber just had a big spin off.
Oh, Gerber. Wow. Fair enough. Yeah, Gerber was running quite strongly as well. No damage caused to that Vina car, but yeah, that is not.
He got away with that. He was very lucky. He got away with that. Not just to say that, I was just doing the academy races, and I got given a setup by one of the drivers, and it was fine. It was drivable, and I added my own touch to it because I realised I was losing speed somewhere. I thought I'd take some downforce off, and well, to start off with, I was about 2/10 off. Fiddled around in the setup, stood up to my liking, took some winging off the car, and ended up being about 1/10 off the pace, which was like a massive improvement to me.
Yeah,
and also another thing I noticed as well was the brake pressure. I took some of the brake pressure off because the brakes were locking up, and yeah, it was fine. But there's always that knack of trying to get the setup spot on. You know, you could fiddle about a bit for hours, and then you probably have a good setup 1 minute, and then you fiddle about a bit, and then it just goes out the window.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, it just depends really on individual people sometimes. But you know, when you work together as a team, it can work out. You know, so yeah.
Yeah, I had to study hard on how to do setups, because when I first started in sim racing, I didn't have a clue. Well, I knew the bare basics of what does what, but trying to get the potential out whatever car you drive due to setups, it's you know it takes experience. I mean, most drivers just like to get in the car and drive, but when you're doing something like this, you know, endurance racing and the VEC or anything like that, or any kind of league racing, to get the most out of your car, you should be able to set up your car properly.
Yeah. Well, back to the race then, if I may, and after Secura's pitted for Inspired Racing Team, I don't see any potential driver changes. He'll probably take this to the end, to be honest, but yeah. Being interesting to see how they've led this race, and Gregor's good at. Behind is P2, Mohammed 3rd, Deba 4th, Barden 5th, Schmidt 6th, Waller 7th. Not really much change in the order now.
Yeah, Patrick, I reckon, is having a really brilliant race to get himself up to 4th place. That's going to help quite a lot in the LMP2 class championship. He's going to get quite a bundle of points there. That's if he keeps it on track and stays where he is.
Yeah. It's all about keeping it on track, that's what it is. Ultimately. Just gotta keep it on. Oh, apparently Ice Michelle Molly now, says Tony Craven. What's happened with Molly? What's happened with Molly? He says do it. That car is slow. What's happening? Apparently go to Michelle Molly, he says. If you've got the cameras down, we'll go to Molly, apparently. Why is this? I'm gonna rewind a bit, it says. What actually happened with Molly? Let me see. Oh, Lord almighty. Yeah, Molly went off and then seemed to get stuck in a... Molly got stuck in a block after he spun coming out of the Casio Triangle. Yeah, he got stuck in a... Yeah, he got stuck in a solid block after he got into the Casio Triangle, couldn't get out, and Molly now has lost out to Eric Schmidt, so Schmidt now second, well actually he was always there. Molly was always behind, but what a weird thing.
Just go to show anything can happen in these conditions, and as you can see now, the rain is absolutely chucking it down.
Yeah, luckily Michele managed to fight free, but those white blocks you should not get in. Stuck in. They should just be poof, out the way. Well.
We got, who was it now? We got, is it Ewan? Ewan in the pits?
Troy Ewan, I'll have a look for you. Troy is, I don't think he's in the pits, I'm going to check. I can't see him right here, but I don't think it's Troy, no, I don't think Troy's on.
Unless it's done a driver swap, I thought I saw his name.
Yeah, Joe Champar out. So Champar, I think, has either got into that car recently or what. Because Joe Champar's driving it now, so yeah. So Champar in that Odin Racing car now in P18. Oh, apparently leave the server if you're not doing a driver swap, says race director Ben Schmidt. Well, there must have been a lot of drivers there not doing driver swaps. Or at least who Ben thinks isn't, so yeah. Because obviously we don't like too many spectators in server.
That's just interesting, because I thought the most that anyone could drive on any stint was up to, is it 4 hours?
Yeah, the maximum you can drive within a race is 70% of the leading driver in that class, I think.
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
Or the laps. 70% of the laps the leading driver. That's what it is. So yeah, there you go. That is a formal do this from, yeah. And obviously people who aren't commentary or doing a driver swap have to get out.
Still over an hour left of this race.
Yeah,
still many events happening. I think, as I say, the weather's catching a lot of people out.
I'm just looking at the stream. Apparently the thing is frozen up. There is no picture of a car on the screen. Everything's stopped. So we're in pause mode. You haven't paused the, you haven't paused anything, have you, Darryl?
No, it's fine. It's fine on my
Oh,
end.
no, it's back now. It's okay. Right, sorry about that. I must have just been behind. Yeah, we are fine on this stream, and with about 1 hour and 12 to go, yeah, starting to come to an end. So I have to say, though, it has been a very interesting race towards the end of it. That's when things have really gotten interesting.
Yeah, just as I predicted, it's going to be, going to be quite eventful due to these, like I said, the track and the weather conditions. And well, I'm quite surprised really that who we got in the lead, and with Patrick Gerber in fourth. That just brilliant.
Yeah,
Still over an hour to go though, so if we could keep it there for another hour, the points you're going to be getting in this race is just going to be a massive bonus.
that's exactly it. You know, just got to keep it there. And P4 overall is huge. That's ultimately what it comes down to, you know. Not only will they win the class, but they'll win fourth overall. And that is big. It is big. And ultimately, you know, that could be crucial to something. I don't know what it'll be crucial to, but it's crucial to something.
Yeah, so let's have a look at, what's that? It's at 25 points for class 1, is that right? And then of course where he finishes in the race.
I don't know whether there's a separate get extra points for where you finish there, but I think it's just within classes. But it's pride, knowing that you finished fourth overall as well.
Oh, right.
That would help. Well, it helps in terms of you thinking, hey, I feel really good now. Yeah, there's not that much longer for things to happen now, is there? Because when you think about it, you know, not long in the race.
No, not really. I think it's just kind of like, when it gets to an hour, it's going to be the winding down process of, like you say, you know, what we've been doing throughout the race, just keep it on the track.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's what it's all about.
I mean, I don't know if there's any possibility of anyone in the race that could close the gap on anyone, and yeah, they'll probably be doing that, but I can't see anything of that happening yet.
Yeah, not yet at least. So.
I don't think anybody will even dare to try and push it, and like I say, you know, they're confident with the car, but the way the rain coming down at the moment, I reckon everyone just be trying to hang on.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, we'll see how this goes then, these closing stages of this 6-hour endurance race, which I've had a pleasure commentating on. Gregor's Bula in the pits. Right now, Bula in for ILG World. Don't know whether Harris Mohammed's going to be closer. Mohammed might be close enough to make an overtake here, actually. So I might get ISMRS back into second. For now, at least. So all about that.
Yeah, we're going to Bula's in second place in the pits at the moment. So yeah, he could probably move up to second after.
Yeah, you can certainly try to. So we'll see how this goes.
Well, it's a possibility because they're both on the same laps, and it's not that far behind actually. It's just over 12 seconds behind.
Yeah. Harris has gone into second, by the way, as I thought. So Gregor, spun! Bula spins! Bula's round somehow! That's going to nullify any advantage that he might have had before. Might just allow Harris to come out if there's a lot of traffic to deal with. Yeah, Bula might find himself behind Harris Mohammed after Mohammed's next stop. Now, how did that happen? Gregor's dope. He just went round of his own accord after he came out of the pits. The first turn, he just dropped it, went too far offline, hit the white-green margin, and then went round. And I think I heard some sort of debris sound as well. Someone hit some debris or crashed into something. I'm going to find out who that was. Oh, it might have been Ciro Yadiccio for Racing Mood Sim. That might have been the number 49 who just had a crash because there's no front bumper on that car. But I don't think there's any suspension damage to it, so that's fine. And I am going to take my lead just before this last hour of the race starts. So, take it away, Darryl.
Okay. So with Howard Mahama just moved up to second place, but just looking at the moment, it's getting held up by GT cars, which could give a chance for third place guy.
Okay, guys, we will come to code 80 in 10 seconds. No overtaking.
And we'll now be getting a
5,
code 80.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
Have a deco from the Racing Mood 17 with no front end, calling back under the code 80 at the moment. And what we have at the moment is the Black Hawk Racing Team number 81 is in the pits.
Guys, get ready, we will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Okay, we just had the announcement, we'll go back up to
4,
green in 10 seconds.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
And they're away again. Green flag is shown. He's really pushing in our duties conditions, and we've only about an hour left. It's just going to be a case now of everyone trying to get it back to get it to the flag. We've got Harris Mohammed is in the pits. Let's see what's in there for. the current race position so far is in the lead with 143 points. It's number 17 Insped Racing Team, driven by Arthur Suzuka. And in second place is the number 15 car of IRG World, driven by Bulatz. And in the third place is the number 18 in ISIM RS Motorsport, driven by Harris Maharat, who has just left the pits, still keeping the third place. In fourth place is number 26 car of Feeder Wagner Simulator, driven by Patrick Gerber, who is the current leader of the LMP2 class. Will be running in fourth place. So if he keeps it there, it's going to be very valuable to him in the LMP2 class championship. Leading the LMGT class is the number 96 Motorsport Italia Racing, driven by Christian Bellini. And in second place in the LMGT is number 65 Suzuka Motorsports, driven by Jules Gurts. And in 14th and third place in the LMGT is the number 93 Revs Simulation UK, driven by Josh Hoare. The time so far is the number 79 La Vida Racing, driven by Miguel Vasquez. And in 18th is 74 Gerald's Racing Team, number 13 Sinnoh Team, and number 55 R-Factor 2 Race, and number 92 is the Core Racing Team, number 28 SimHQ Motorsport, number 16 Dutch Connection Racing, and number 18 SRB. And they are at the retirement so far in this race, and we have now just less than an hour to go. So I must tip my hat off to the drivers who's actually competing in this race and driving in these conditions. Just take balls of steel, I must say, to keep the cars on the track, but the people that are running it there at the moment are doing really well. We still have Harris Mohammed still in the pits. Let's find out what's happening there. Losing positions, this is a really long stop at the moment. He's down in 5th place. Oh, he's got no front end. He's lost the front end, and that's going to cost him for repairs and positions. That's just rotten luck. Another feeder motorsport, sorry, the feeder Wagner simulator team of Patrick Gerber has now moved up into 3rd. And outside it, up into 4th. They just passed Harris Mohammed in the pits. I've just been told that Harris lost the bumper going into the barrier just before the pit entry, so that's just rotten luck for him. Obviously now these conditions are just appalling. All comes down to luck really, how you keep the car on the track. But, you know, it could be worse, as people are saying. It could have just had a lot of heavier damage and taken the car out of the track. So just to get away with just a nudge on the bumper, it won't cost him that much. Well, obviously it's a position, but it will come down, like I say, to finishing in the race. So any points in this race is better than no points. It's getting very, very slippery out there now that Patrick Gerber really lost it. And surprisingly, he is in 3rd position. The highest LMP2 car runner so far in this race. Magnificent job. All you got to do is just keep it on the track and just go steady. Don't do anything stupid, and that 3rd place is just going to be fantastic for the team. Just watching the leader now, the LMGT class of Bellini. Currently running in 11th place. He has done so well so far to keep in this race and clap a lot of positions. So riding on board now with Bellini. And as you can see, you know, with the weather conditions, it's very hard to tell. Well, as you can see now, it's not raining at the moment, but the rain has been stop, start throughout the race. And as also, as you can see, there's just no dry line here on at all. So, and it's just been passed by the Delta car, just happened to go wide there. Welcome back, Josh.
Hey!
Hi there, we're just under an hour to go now.
Yep, we're under the hour, we're in the power hour proper, and while that way we're in it, I'll do the whole preamble. Yeah, power hour, woo! And now we're actually in the final hour of the race. So, Archie Saikula still leading by 3 laps.
No, I don't know if you've been following it while you're away, but Patrick Gerber's now up to 3rd place. And,
third overall!
Yeah, third overall in the race, and unfortunately Harris Mohammed been having a few problems, and he's dropped out of the top 3, and I think they have done a driver change as well.
Yeah, too much that news back in. Yeah, so he's back in, and Errol is back in the car. Oh, Harris Mohammed got a drive-through penalty as well. Now that is interesting. It's signed by Life Stealer. I wonder what for.
I know when I made the pit stop, they did get some damage coming in actually into the pits and hitting the barrier. So I don't know whether they're approaching the pit lane too fast and lost control or something. I don't know. But yeah, they lost their position. I think they were running 3rd or 4th, and now the Patrick Gerber's up into 3rd, which is, as I was saying earlier, it's brilliant for them. Really, really good.
Yeah, so decent comeback on perhaps, but third for that P2 is amazing. That is quite something. Yeah, Gerber will be very happy with that. Borden falls 5th in the pit, Molle 6th, and yeah.
No, I found the team boss at the I don't know, just jumping on his back going, yeah, go on. But he's going to get it finished yet, so it's just a fair bit to go, but if he keeps going in where he is, it's going to be brilliant.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Sure. Well, Eric Schmidt now just in 6th place, Linton Smarter through. Smarter is Benedict all the way back. good race since the incident with RGPL, for sure.
Exactly. They've had a lot of incidents throughout the race, and which obviously cost them positions. Who knows? I don't know whether they can claw anything back from this race, but I doubt it. But who knows? They'll come back anyway with the next race. You know, it's not going to be a wet race like this one. I expect them to be up there somewhere. But yeah, it's disappointing.
Yeah, RGPL should bounce back even though it's not the race the race. Yeah. No, I'm quite good at that, but even then, the fact that Inspel are going to close the gap to everyone else is going to put them in contention of taking the title. When you look at it. Because if you look at the standings, as it stands, Inspel are set to get the full 25 here. And then, obviously, RGPL on nearly 20 points. So, when you look at it like that, you look at the standings for it, it's
Yeah, it's
probably set to gain 25 points. I was going to put them on 65 points. RGPL aren't going to earn that many. They're going to be on like 70. All of a sudden, Inspel will be right up there.
Definitely, it's going to be like a massive turnaround at this point, going into the next race at Sepang. You know, they could be leading the championship.
Could be, yeah, no possible. I mean, even if there was, I don't know, 7 points on for Team RGPL, they'd be on 75 to Inspel 65. This one race in the mid-14 rollers is really going to help them by virtue of them keeping it on the track and not making mistakes. They're going to put themselves in title contention after this race with the 4 races to go.
Oh, definitely. I think if I was Team RGPL or anybody at the moment, I'd be looking over their shoulders and keeping an eye on this team really, because they're shown pretty good consistency so far.
And don't forget Black Hawk Racing as well, probably going to pick up 18 points as well. You know, that's going to put them on 70 points. That's going to put them ahead of RGPL.
Yeah, the things that, you know, are going the way they are at the moment, going into Sepang and possibly in the next few races, it's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, IRG are on the set to pick up 20, so that's going to put them on 43. That's going to put them ahead of Just Connection Racing. It's going to put them ahead of Origin Front Row Racing as well. Some big changes possibly going to go on in the standings this race, and don't forget Peter Ragnar Simulator about to pick up another 25. That's going to probably put them into the lead of the team championship there. LMGT could go anywhere.
Going into this race at the start of it then, who was your money on if you were going to bet on anybody to possibly win this race in, say, the LMP1, LMP2 and the GT?
Well,
or just the upper one?
If I was going to put my money on anyone to start this race, it would have been the MP1, it would have been RGPL, so I was proven wrong on that one.
You just got funny there, haven't you?
Yeah, P2 I could have probably imagined Peter Magno Simulator having a very good go on it if not RGPL Simtech, so probably wouldn't have fared that badly in that sense. The standards and all not that far off. Well, wasn't in Amadeus, but this isn't very far off. With GTs, it's such a big deal that I would have had a lot of difficult trying, but I would have probably been inclined to say maybe possibly because they've been the most consistent, the 81 Blackhawk, and well, looking around the standings, Vertigon was not leading by any means, so yeah. So who would you put on bets for the win then?
Let's have a look. Well, I didn't have many predictions for this race. I just knew, well, to be honest, if I was going to put some money on it, I would have, like you say, I would have gone for Team RGPL because they were doing well the last couple of races. But obviously not so in this one, so I would have lost money as well, to be honest. So it's been a really like topsy-turvy race, really, and the surprise runners at the moment is just, wow, taking me by surprise, really.
Yeah,
The
something
people
stands-
I expected to, be front runners are not.
Well, yeah, that could indeed be. Yeah, this train has thrown up a lot of surprises for certain, and yeah, interesting to see how this is going to pan out at the end of it. Especially for the likes of Kumatopoli, who have been up there in the lead of this race for a while and trying to make comebacks after issues and problems, and people like Gerber who have just held it together,
Yeah,
And,
he's done really well. Done.
Yeah. It's,
So if he's looking to, well,
bit of a lock up for Gerber on the brake and as he enters the pit, but manages to get it slow from the pit speed limiter.
No, I was saying if he drives as well as he is, he's going to be a contention for people who actually want to be signing up. But if he's loyal, which I reckon he will be, probably just to stay with the team. But if he isn't and he's looking to drive elsewhere, he's the one to go for. I reckon if he's driving this good.
Yeah, Gerber is definitely quite a good driver by the looks of his thing here. So Barden will go ahead for P3 overall, and that will remove that from Patrick Gerber. Patrick Barden, well, Patrick overtakes Patrick, but Barden overtakes Gerber for P3 overall. That bumps him out. But then again, it was a P1 they're dealing with in that Black Hawk car, so it's never really it's not really surprising.
No, not at all, but like I say, overall, his performance has been pretty good. Or outstanding, actually.
Yeah, he's had a very good performance as Barden, and he's getting back in the car after bench fit as well. Burgers Mulat as well has driven a fantastic race for IOD World and InSped Racing Team. They've kept out of trouble and they're 3 laps ahead forward going into the final 40 minutes of this race.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know how they've done it, to be honest, because the weather has caught a lot of people out here today, and like you say, to keep it ahead, 3 laps ahead as well, just shows brilliant racecraft.
Yeah, that Porsche
Fantastic strategy as well.
That Porsche V4 obviously not feeling the team, and yeah, V4 engine and that, and the Porsche chassis. It seems to be the winning combination of the day, along with consistency and yeah, where all the Audis have. There's been a lot of Audi teams obviously on the grid. I think the only 2 Porsche teams. So nice to see the Porsche out in front. Makes a bit of a change. Sounds completely different to the Audi. High rev V4 engine, as I said. So yeah, interesting to see that as well. InSped, I think, have really helped. The formula for winning this race for InSped was really just, I think, keeping out of trouble and being there when others around have spun. That was probably their strategy, to play it nice and safely, not to risk too much, and it's paid dividends for them because they're currently leading the race by 3 whole laps with 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I reckon they're not obviously going to be going for fastest lap to try and be the fastest out here, not on these conditions. So they've obviously just took it steady, like you said, stay out of a trouble, and keep it on the track. Don't do anything rash. Yeah, the results are speaking for themselves at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much the formula of success in their case, just keep out of trouble, and they haven't gone for the fastest lap. They haven't tried to do anything you see that just through there around those sessions, staying behind the GT cars. They know they can. They don't want to risk trying to get through and causing that. They just play it safe and they reap the rewards.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've been watching them a few laps, and they've been very patient in the past, and not trying to barge their way through. They're obviously not trying to go for fastest laps or anything like that. And yeah, they've got a pretty good all-round strategy. They're just taking it easy and just staying out of trouble. And yeah, they're just putting the car in.
Yeah. And apparently, there's a battle on for P3 in GTs, but I don't know how close it is. Oh yeah, it's pretty close actually.
That would be, was that Belili? And
it's Jules Gu, and it's the Revs car and the no, actually, wait a minute, no, that's not correct. Sorry, I think I may have got a bit well, I'm looking through the GTs at the moment. I don't see a battle for P3 on at the moment, to be honest. So maybe that was a false alarm. I'm just looking through here to see if there's any close gaps. No, it's not even a battle really, there's 4 seconds between them.
Just looking at timing, we got that Smarter still in the pits in the 13th.
Yeah, there's anything smarter in the pits in 13th place there. Not really any damage on that car though, so yeah. At this point it can pretty much count driver swaps out of the equation. Unless it's an absolute emergency to stop a DQ.
Yeah, just going back to the championship standing, I'm just trying to think now with the LMP1 class with DR Motorsports, number 12 car, like had a DNF at Istanbul, and now not starting in this race. I'm just wondering whereabouts they're going to be in the point standing. I don't think we're going to be anywhere near contention unless if we have any more races like this and we're in it and we're actually still running, we could get a big haul of points.
Yeah, I mean, not saying that the race never helps, and for the likes of Origin Front Row who haven't, this is not going to help the points though, but it's going to help Inspire who are going to jump them all the other teams. Going to go from like 6th to 3rd. They're not really having too much of a difficult time of it now, just getting through the traffic as well. Oh, Sebastian Kids are there. In the VRE car, just giving a little bit of a scary moment, but nothing that can't deal with. So at this point, you know, the race, you know, any mistakes could really be amplified by 10. It's the start and the end where mistakes count the most. Because making a mistake at the end after you built that gap up can ruin your momentum for the final bit, especially if it's a big, you know, repair time. And mistakes at the start cost more because you don't have as much time in the early games to make it up. Mind you, there's been barely any mistakes from, if any mistakes, from Arturo Saikula and the whole of Insped really in this entire race. They've barely put a foot wrong. They've pretty much driven the race they needed to drive, and that's probably why they're leading. Might not have been the fastest by any means, but sometimes being fastest does not win you the race, especially in endurance racing in conditions like this. And that's probably why we're seeing them lead in that Porsche.
Yeah, exactly, you know. Obviously not going for the fastest laps, and this has helped him.
Yeah, they don't have to go fast because, you know, they're in a position where they're 3 laps ahead of everyone. And, well, Harris Mohammed now, in the comments, is just talking, sorry, I'm getting drivers mixed up. Kuma Toglu, having taken over from Harris Mohammed, is still in 8th. But where is Matthias August? This is a potential overall position, although not class position. Matthias is in the RGPL Semtech in the P2, and Errol is trying to catch up now. Next, P1, I think, is Patrick Barden. They are 4th in class ICMRS, which is still very, very, very respectable given the problems they had before. Although Barden being 2 laps ahead, this might just be a bit too much of a mountain to climb for them now. To actually get into the top 3.
It'll come down to how much time is left in the race and how many laps behind they are.
Yeah, well,
Could be possible, but you're going to have to push it, and you can't as such.
Yeah, they're 2 laps behind at the moment. The next P1, which is Patrick Barden, up in 3rd place. But 4th overall is not a bad result. Let's not beat around it, but let's not kid ourselves. 4th for any team as good as Jules Du appears to have disconnected.
I'll be really pleased with that, to be honest. I really would.
It's a good fight back from 33rd overall.
That's one thing I can't get my head around, is that the start is so low and now they're running so high.
I think pretty much, barring the few mistakes they have made, it's the same story as Insped. Being consistent and not taking too many risks and not making too many mistakes has helped them.
I think it also comes to many other factors as well, like people coming off, pit stops, incidents, and so on.
Oh yeah, Jules Du apparently out because of an R-Factor crash, so he will be able to rejoin and get things back on the way again. But I suspect core team will be gaining a place out of this, unless Jules.
We've got a DNF here. Was it Gurs?
Yes, I've just covered that.
Whoops.
Yes, I was literally just talking about that, but yeah. Well, you noticed at least. As we start my case in for Deltec as well. And let's hope this is just going to be a nice routine. Final half an hour stop of the race. Stop. Because the more time they're in the pits, the more time we lose Volvo and Angeloni ahead. You know, I'm tripping over my words. And I see Shane Chancellor in the waiting booth in the driver's area, so he'll be probably getting into the Black Hawk GT. Alex Broughtigard will probably be getting out. I imagine that he will be getting out of that Black Hawk car. Of course, the 81, the current championship leader in LMGT, but it might change after this race. Definitely been a good run in GTs, haven't they, Black Hawk? You know, definitely solid presence there in that Aston Martin. And not only their LMP.
There's not many of them running in this class, is there? The Aston Martins. I've only seen like one or two, and I think I know they're one of them.
Yeah, Black Hawk has 2 Aston Martins in this Room 2 as well as their LMP1. I think they do have another LMP1 as well, but that's in Room 1. Yeah, I think if I go to the entries page of VEC, see who's actually in, you know, we'll see Room 1 and Room 2 entries, yeah. I thought they did, but I don't think they do actually, no. I think, no, they don't have an LMP1 in Room 1. Yeah, they have 2 GTs as we know, but they also have, yeah, they're only LMP1s in this room. So they don't have any other cars, but, yeah. Either way, you know, they are doing pretty well in third as well in the LMP1, so, you know, Black Hawk solid team. Well, speaking of him, he's now just getting caught up a little bit behind some traffic, but that's not really going to affect much, I don't think, at this point. Oh dear, Angeloni's just had a bit of a half spin. I was told to Angeloni. I was just scrolling through and I saw him half spin. Should be able to rejoin the track though. Not really much of a problem with that. But Darrent, they're another team who are going to finish 5th overall. You know, that 9th overall doesn't really do justice to the fact that they're 5th in class, which isn't a terrible, terrible result. Although I guess a lot of these teams might have thought they had a top 3 winning potential. And in fact, Osvaldo has to let Errol through there, and yeah, this actually in front, Errol was technically challenging for position on Matthias now, but he just goes straight through because that LMP1 is so much quicker than the LMP2 that Augustus is driving. Although, it'd be interesting if Matthias can try and launch some sort of a comeback here, because technically these two are fighting for position, but I'm probably dreaming a bit too much for an LMP2 to overtake an LMP1. In fact, Matthias has actually gone up the road there to allow Osvaldo Angeloni through as well. So, you know, he knows the car's not as quick, so he's not really fighting it.
Yeah, exactly, and like you say, don't have no reason to.
Yeah, the RGPL Syntec car in what I believe to be fourth in class as well, so, you know, respect goes up for them as well, even though they won last time. So, just in this final half hour of a race then, I think we're going to talk who you think's been the team of the day for you over all of the classes. So, team of the day in P1, P2 and GT, Ben Farrell?
Let's have a look. LMP1.
Oh, hang on, apparently, sorry, Joel Goo's actually been disqualified somehow. They've gone from a disconnection to a disqualification. And now they've been undisqualified and are back in. Apparently it's not turning on headlights. But they've actually been undisqualified, and that hasn't happened for the other cars. Interesting.
I'm surprised that got overruled.
Oh wait, apparently it was for 10 seconds in the pits, that's why. Ah right, it was for 10 seconds in the pits. So that explains it, that's fair enough. You know, because they didn't turn the headlights on for 10 seconds in the pits, that's not really fair to then disqualify them. So, You know, it's different to actually cutting the track. So yeah, as you'll do back in the race, fair enough, fair play, and yeah, they're racing again. But yes, who would you say is driver of the race for each class?
So LMP1, I was gonna go for. Let me see. Well, I was going for Insped Racing Team. They've done so well to get up into first place, leading by a comfortable margin. So yeah, I'll go for them for LMP1. LMP2, Feeder Ragnar Simulator, Patrick Gerber, he's done well. And LMGT, I would go for the Motorsport Italia.
So
Christian Bellini.
what you basically done is picked all of the winners.
Yeah.
What a boring
Right,
choice.
let's have a look. Okay then, I'll go for Velocity GP Racing.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Well, no. I mean, those three are the surprise leaders in each class, and to get there, I think they've done really well.
Yeah, if I had to pick, I don't think I could look past TEAMSPEAK myself, to be honest. They've done such a good race. Although, you know, shout outs to ICMRS for the comeback they've made. Fair enough to them, but you know, I can't really look past TEAMSPEAK because they've been that dominant. P2, again, honestly, I'd be tempted to agree with Velocity or Feeder Ragnar. They've both done very well, all circumstances considered. Did a very good job. But GT, I'm going to go for, you know what, surprisingly, I'm going to go for the number 61 Ferrari, the Feeder Ragnar Simulator Ferrari as well. Not necessarily, I mean, I know they're 24th, but to have done that well, you know, for so long until the problem they had occurred, I think it's testament to how good they are. So, you know, and they've launched a decent comeback. Dennis Jordan in the car now. I think probably team of the day is Feeder Ragnar Simulators GT.
Yeah, I forgot about it. I mean, Adonis FRS did have a lot of problems throughout this race, and they had to get where they are. They're doing quite well.
Yeah, they did a good job, and you know, yeah, they had problems, but they were pretty much the dominant force until that. And Jordan's still going out there, still going strong. You know, he is pretty much 2 laps down on the next GT, but it hasn't stopped him. So, that rounds that out. With 20 minutes to go, this race is coming to an end quickly.
It does seem like a long race though, don't you think? You know, with the weather as it is. Been quite a bit of action there.
It's been quite interesting to see, yeah. Oh wow, great. I'm just trying to get myself drifted off again. Right.
Do you think? So I gotta say, do you think that the predictions for CPAG may be similar to this, or maybe better weather?
Well, we'll see how Sepang goes, because it's an interesting track. I don't think I've seen an endurance race around Sepang before, so it's going to be very interesting to see just how that turns out, because it could go any way of many ways, and it's going to be very interesting to call that one. And then Sebring, exactly after that, 12-hour race, then Interlagos, then Le Mans, the big 24. It's hard to think that after this race, the season will be half over. Very weird to think that.
Oh, that'd be interesting to watch when we get there.
Well, I'll tell you this, in comparison to the VLMS race we had at Roadrunner, where there was loads of coordinates, there's only been one this race. That must be a good sign.
No, we did have one, I think, when you were away. The
Oh, well,
was
two
called.
coordinates then. Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's still not bad. Good when we don't need them. But when we do need them, they're interested in themselves.
I think the drivers here have got used to not having any code AG's calls, so they obviously adapted it.
Yeah. That's why we say we only need one when we need one.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. So far, it was only those two occasions that we did.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's good. Good that that's that.
I just wonder if we could get some more drivers up here for an interview with the last 20 minutes left.
Well, we'll see if anyone wants to come up. You know, we're not going to make anyone, but if anyone does
Well,
want to...
you seem to have the knack of grabbing someone out of the channel and get them up to speed to you.
No, they all,
No, you don't.
they all want to talk to me. It's not me who asks. They ask to come and talk to me, you know?
Well, that's good. That's good, Donna. Getting insight what they're saying, you know, what they're up to.
Yeah. So, I'm alright at it. I'm not brilliant, but I do my job. Except it's not a paid job, it's a volunteer job. Is it a job? Yes, it is. It's a volunteer position, and I love it. Yeah, I know. I've just seen in the comments that we're missing Tony. Yeah, what happened to him? Where is Tony Grevin?
Yeah, where was Tony?
Yeah, I know. He said he was going to brief a driver, but I'm going to ask him if he wants to come back up. Just for these last 20 minutes, you know?
Alright, yeah, that'd be good.
It'd be nice to have him back. Just for the last 20. Nice. If he's not busy giving Eric the good old this is what we do and how do we proceed from here, but he's doing a good job, Eric Schmidt. I mean, him and Patrick on the same lap, so I don't understand if he wants to stay with Patrick, but you know, Gerber and Schmidt are reasonably close. I mean, Gerber's coming around into, well, I say they're reasonably close. Gerber's coming around into the Spoon and Schmidt's coming into the S's, so they are quite far apart, but, you know, a mistake for Gerber could mean Schmidt to take the lead, so it's important, I guess, that Tony stays there, if he wants to. Oh, I'm all right. I'm not brilliant, Jamie. Not the best in the world. I mean, if you want proper commentators, usually that's where Route 1 is, you know?
I think, personally, you're just as good as them. If not better at times, you know.
No, really.
Well, yeah, but you've got the enthusiasm, you know.
Yeah,
it comes out in your broadcast, and obviously, you know, you do the broadcast for VEC, and I know you have done it in other places around the other leagues. And I find personally, when I'm watching your broadcast and you're commentating, I'm not nodding off. You know, you're a bit like, how can I put it? You're in the mould of Murray Walker or something like that. You've got the enthusiasm, and that's what makes it more exciting for everybody to watch.
Well, I'm not technically the best, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I love what I do, so that's where the enthusiasm probably comes from, you know. That's
who was that guy that you did the commentary on the last race? Because you two just clicked.
Oh. Yeah, that's Neil Heatley, who I usually do VLMS. I do VLMS. I brought him in for that. Yeah, he's got commentary experience as well. And I was honestly, from this is, I know this is a bit behind the scenes, but I was surprised at how well me and him gelled. I mean, it's the first time we've done commentary together. I mean, I'd known him for a bit, but first time we've done commentary together, and I was surprised just how well we gelled. So maybe we can get him in for a VEC race someday. Who knows?
If you can, it'd be pretty good. We could, you would have a good partnership. You just seem to, you know, you bounce off each other.
Yeah, I don't know how it is, but we just seem to, yeah, it works. The LMS worked, and yeah, for my own admission, it was a great broadcast. Probably one of the best I've done in a while.
So, are you going to be doing the broadcast for the VLMS versus
I'm pretty much always around the VLMS.
Ah, right.
Just, I'm supposed to be driving it, but I don't think that's... My name's on the car, but if I'm needed, I'm needed. Usually I just do broadcasts. That's why I do broadcasts, because usually I'm not needed.
That's a bit like me at the moment when I'm just helping you guys out with the broadcast where I'm not driving as such. So, you know, when I've got a bit of free time, I like to give you my input.
I mean, I
let
can
you know
imagine.
what my team's doing. You know,
I can
and,
imagine when the 12-hour race comes up at Le Mans, I'll be needed for that, even though I'll be terrible. But you know,
well, like I say, I'll come in and give my help as well if I'm not driving. I very much doubt it, but who knows? If I am driving, that'd be great. If not, I'll come and give you a hand. And even if I am driving, you know, I've got to drive, and I'm not doing my stint, I still come in and give my feedback.
yeah, well, it's always good to have you on board, Darryl.
I love it. It's just pretty good. I'm enjoying it.
Endurance is that it's totally different, isn't it? When you think about it, endurance racing, it's like 6 hours where you can sit back, and sometimes you need someone who, you know, like you, knows a lot more about these cars than me. I mean, I know a fair bit, but I can talk my way through a broadcast properly. But someone like you really helps because you actually know what you're talking about.
Oh, exactly. You know, when you've got someone who's actually done it, multi-class racing and other forms of racing as well in the past, it's good to have somebody who understands the characteristics of the car, what they're all doing, how to drive the cars, and so on and so on. You know, what happens within the race with different flags, different rules and regulations. You know, if you've got someone who knows that, then it helps for other people to watch and to understand what's going on.
Yeah, it does. And then, you know, you've got like people like me who really love what they're doing, who bring enthusiasm, you know, and I just love commentating on endurance racing because it's longer. It's like, I like to get it to do for longer. You know, it's tiring, yes, but it means I get to actually commentate on, you know, 6 hours of racing, and it's like, it's just a completely different experience. It's a day's work, but it feels like a day having the best fun imaginable.
Oh yeah.
It's like a job that you really want to do. You know you really want to do, and you enjoy so much. It's like a job that doesn't feel like a job because it's so enjoyable. This is that. It's 6 hours, but sometimes it doesn't feel like 6 hours. And it's why I love the longer races. I never want it to end.
Well, you know, it's a job that I would like to do. I mean, obviously, everybody, all these sim racers would obviously love to do it for real. And to everybody out there who's actually doing this racing, this is the closest thing you can get to doing it for real.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, inside me, inside my DNA, I've always got this to race, you know, and I would love to be doing racing for real, but obviously money is one thing, my age is another, and if you haven't got those two things, then this is the next best thing. And I love the whole aspect of the simulation community. I mean, you know, you meet some good friends in here, you get good competition, good leagues, and the other thing I like doing with the sim racing is just designing car liveries, and that is something I've been trying to get employment in, just designing car liveries.
Yeah, it's just like, when you design one of these in a race, it's like, you have so much creative, like, it's a creative thing, it's like, so brilliant, because you're like, you can make something, then it can go out and win a race potentially, you know, it's just like, you mean like, you had a part of it, like, designing, especially in the sim world, like, it means a little bit more, like, to see your team's colours, you know, like, as in the real world, but, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I've actually, with some of my designs I've done, for the car liveries and R-Factor and R-Factor 2 and so on, I've actually put a portfolio of all the designs that I did using Photoshop, and obviously tried to get employment in that. Obviously I wasn't successful, but the people that did see it were impressed, but I don't think the people understood the aspect of the sim racing, you know. I know I tried to explain to them what you see in 2D, it comes to 3D in the car. But, you know, it opened their eyes to what I'm capable of doing, and it is something that I enjoy doing. I just, you know, every time when a new season starts, I look forward to designing the cars and racing them as well.
Yeah, you know, it's very nice, and it's always nice to see, you know, all the things that people have painted, all the custom skins and liveries people have made, you know, it's always nice to see all of them, and all of them are lovely.
Yeah, at the moment I have done a racing livery, and it's for the CMS World Series over on a Sunday, and I designed the Lola 0986 racing. It's the same car, obviously it's a P2 car, but the Lola Coupe, It's actually one that they used in 2009. I designed a livery for it, and it's posted up on my Motorsport Facebook page. Well, it was anyway. I've just changed the picture. But and it's something I enjoy. You know, I've been designing car liveries throughout the seasons that we've been racing in, and every one so far has been pretty good. Well, the last two liveries I didn't do. Our Audi and the Oracle Nissan, I didn't design them, but the ones prior to that, I've been doing them.
Oh, very interesting, side of sim racing. It's like the cars and the drivers.
Yeah, I have quite a busy role in my team.
Yeah, and not just as a driver, a team manager, a team helper, but all sorts of roles and commentary as well. You do a lot of work, Daryl. So thank you for all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm running a team and I'm doing the car liveries and yeah. At the end of the day, I enjoy it. It just makes me feel. I don't know. I just enjoy it. It's just a great hobby to have.
Yeah. I mean,
not that expensive either.
Not too expensive all of the time, no. I mean, there's more expensive hobbies to have, like snooker.
Oh, I tried that. I tried doing snooker. I could never get a grip of it.
Yeah, I was about to say, would you rather spend £2,500 on a snooker kit or a sim set?
Give me the sim racing any day.
Yes, give us the virtual automobiles. Yeah,
how much is worse having a hobby playing golf? I tried that and I got bored with it.
Yeah. Well.
Because the funny thing is, well, I have to have unique golf clubs. I'm left-handed.
Oh yeah. So more expensive.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I did it for about a year, and I just stuff this boring.
Yeah. It's just I find that with racing, it's one of those things like where, as you say, it's the next closest you can get. But especially with the VEC, we're mirror the World Endurance Championships, But for me, it's more a thing of when I actually sit down and I drive a car, it's like, it's just, you can do anything, almost anything in the sim world. Like, you can race any car you've ever watched on the television, from Formula 1 to World Endurance. You can race pretty much anything these days, and it allows you to really indulge, your own fantasies. Because, the chances are a lot of us are probably never going to, apart from, the people who either have a lot of money or a lot of talent, are never going to get to drive proper race cars. So, it's all about, allowing ourselves to, almost imagine that's what it was like. It's just so enjoyable because, we love automobiles, we love racing, we love auto racing, and this is pretty much just the combination of it.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, the only way you'll get to experience, I don't know, how some of the GT cars may go, is actually doing a track day on a supercar track day that they hold at Silverstone or something like that. Also, if you want to experience driving a Formula 1 car, they do like the single-seater track days. You probably, well, you can get the experience of driving a prototype as well. I think one of my drivers, Ben Russell, did something similar. Well, he drove a two-seater prototype, and yeah, he enjoyed it. I don't know what kind of class it was, but it wasn't like a prototype that he drove.
Yeah.
So there are ways and means you can try it out and experience it, what it's really like. But to actually, race a real life competitor in a car that you wish you could only dream of or actually watch on TV.
Okay, guys, get ready. We'll come to
hold on,
code 80
we've got a code
10
80! Something has happened right at the end of this race! There's got a code 80 on!
5, 4,
Wow.
3,
What on earth is that
2,
for?
1. Code 80 in force.
I'm looking around to see why we got a code 80 on, and who is it? What's the deal? What is the deal? Well, I don't see anyone. No one missing a front bumper. Why is...
So somebody's obviously going slow down the track, but who was it?
What is it? I don't see. Oh, it's Angeloni! No, it's not Angeloni. Sorry, not it's following Angeloni. No, it isn't. No! Who is it? Who is it? That's the question. Oh, Xabakis has suspension drag, apparently. Damage. Xabakis in a P10 and really struggling. Yeah, oh yes, that is quite significant. Although it doesn't look like it. Apparently, Kasaba's really struggling. So with suspension damage. So
we got Dan Martino in the pits in 21st place.
This code 80's come out now, and with 5 minutes to go, Xabakis has to get back to the pits. So, well, thank you, Ben Schmidt, for telling me that. Well, no, Xabakis has apparently got suspension damage, and that's what's causing it.
He's nipping it back to the pits.
It is interesting. I mean, around this corner, around this corner, I mean, there is a bit of counter steer going on there, like, must be very bad rear suspension damage, but somehow the rear wing hasn't detached.
Yeah, what do I hear?
That is unfortunate, that. Of course, that Delta car is the actual World Endurance Championship logos on as well. I think they've got special provision for that. This is the side note while we're talking about liveries. There you go. Xabakis makes back to the pits then. We should be go.
Okay, guys, get ready. We'll come back to green in 10 seconds.
Green flag racing in 10 seconds with 3 minutes to go in the race.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And green flag we go. And at this point in the race, it's almost academic really, but you know, we are racing once again in green flag conditions because we've got about 3 minutes to go. Really, there's not much longer in this race left. Technically, we will have been racing for 6 hours once that hits 360, but there's really 3 more to go because the formation laps are 3. You know, at this point, I'd expect there to be 2 laps left in this race, you know, and that would be pretty much it. So, you know, at this point, it's not looking like Osvaldo Angelo can go any higher than 9th. Not looking like Gregor's Bulat either is going to be able to catch Saikula. So at this point, you know, we could argue instead of clinch the win, but you know, there's still no certainties. At this point, you know, we can argue they've clinched it, but it's not certain until the race is finished. Because as soon as you get to the point where there's not enough laps to overtake, you know, it becomes impossible to win. But you never know. We've seen disqualifications come out of the blue, so either way,
was struggling.
Yeah, 361 minutes have elapsed, and Saikula's last lap was, well, he's been lapping in the 59.2 minutes. So I personally suspect this might be the last lap of the race, but I'm not sure. It's possible this will be the last lap of the race. But, you know, there's no certainties until we find out for certain. I mean, I'm watching the broadcast, it's quite possible that this is the last lap. I can't tell for sure, though. In fact, you know what? I think it is going to be the last lap, but I'm not sure. I think he's going to cross the line without 150 to go, and if it's 155s that the cars are doing, then... Or even yes, I know, I really think this is the last one. Yep, it is the last lap. So there you go, confirmed on broadcast, which I was watching slightly late. It is the last lap of the race, and well, it is now impossible for Bullock to catch the car ahead, Bonded to catch the car ahead. You know, some of these positions have been confirmed now, but yeah, it's all about this finishing the race. It's been a good race, really, in the whole, hasn't it? Even though it started a bit slowly. Been a very interesting race.
I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the unpredictability of this race. And it just started raining again.
Yeah, unbelievably right now, but at this point it won't change anything for the race leader and the race leading team, Insped Racing Team and Arthur Saikula as he comes round Spoon corner. You know, it's not really going to change much for them. They have pretty much got this in the bag.
All I've got to do now is just tiptoe around the track for the next few corners.
Yeah, that's all they've got to do, and here in fact they come round 130R. They've avoided trouble all race, they've not really got into any problems, and they are going to find themselves in a race winning situation very soon. Round the Casio triangle they come. It's going to be Arthur Saikula taking the finish for them round the final corner. Out of the round they come now, and I'm very happy to be saying this after all they've gone through. but Insped Racing Team have got themselves a win in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's RTS Cycler and Insped winning here in Suzuka in the 6 hours in what I believe is the first win for a Porsche for a whole season. And maybe even Insped's first in VEC, but I don't know. But either way, congratulations to Insped Racing Team on a fantastic win. Well played, didn't really take any risks, and well deserved indeed. Some cars finishing now. Eric Smith, second for Velocity Grand Prix. Fantastic result for the outfit. Should be very proud of it. Michele Mollet rounds out the LMP2 podium. Gregory Boulat finishes second for IRG Worlds. Very solid result for the team as well. Second place for the 15. Patrick Barden in the Blackhawk should come round and finish third for Blackhawk Racing and third in LMP1. Another solid result for the German outfit for sure, and consolidating their status as potential title challengers in the LMP1 field. But take a moment for Patrick Gerber and Vida Ragnar Simulator. Fair play to you as well. 4th overall in an LMP2. That's not something you say every day. And that is a solid performance from them. Great job from the feeder team as well to get such a good result. Osvaldo Mangiolini should come home in 9th. Xavier Kistan. Christian Bellini looking to win in the GT field as well. But he's right away back in that Motorsport Italia car as well. Dennis Jordan ultimately finishing 24th overall in the feeder GT car. Led at points though, that team. Definitely race winners in the future though. I will say that and put money on it even if I must. Sebastian Kunze will finish second with VRE in the GT field. A solid performance from that outfit. And Revsim Racing get third in the standings. Post Motorsport will come to 4th. Very solid result from them as well. But Christian Bellini now rounding the final corner. Motorsport Italia are going to take a class win here at Suzuka. And a well-deserved one as well. And ultimately well-deserved because they took advantage of problems around them and they didn't make mistakes. So, well done to them. And I believe that does round out our race in the final couple of finishes. Anything smarter might be the final finisher in 12th place, but that is pretty much the end of the race now.
Yeah, definitely brilliant job.
Wow.
Brilliant job to all of them, really. To get to the end of this unpredictable race, and especially for Patrick Gerber in P4. That's an outstanding drive for him.
Yeah, Gerber in P4, fantastic drive. I think he's should be very happy about that. I mean, 4th in an LMP2 by a full lap. Ultimately over Eric Smith. I mean, couldn't quite finish on the podium, but 4th in an LMP2 is absolutely remarkable.
Definitely, and I'm hoping that, they'll probably be hoping that they can carry on this run to the next race in Sepang and throughout the season. Either way, they're giving themselves a comfortable point cushion, if you like, which was going to help them towards the end of the season. Yeah,
it's going to set them up well for the rest of the season, this win for Insped and the other teams as well. Insped especially, because I think it's going to put them 3rd in the team standings from 6th. This is going to really help them out. They've been there when the other teams have stumbled a bit, but yeah, that does round out this race in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Next race, of course, is the Sepang 6-hour race, so do not miss that one. I do believe I'm going to go to the schedule for this. You will find that that race will take place.
Congratulations to all class winners and to all finishers of this race. You have done a pretty good job.
Schmidt himself just
we will see us again in 4 weeks then for the next round.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Brent Schmidt just giving
Thanks for the race.
A nice personal thank you to all the drivers, and it's going to be 4 weeks until the next race, the 11th of February 2017 at Sepang, 6 hours, and then the month after that it's the 12 hours of Sebring. The road to that begins with the Sepang race, but until then, I'm Josh Randerson, and from me and everyone here at the simracing.club, it is very warm and very wet from Suzuka. Goodbye.